House will come to order. Without objection, we'll revert to message from the Senate. Conference Committee report on House files.
Conference Committee report. This is a Simon motion. Conference Committee report on House File 894, an act relating to elections. The report is addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 894, report that we agree upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. Report signed by all three conferees on the part of the House and all three conferees on the part of the Senate. Simon moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 894 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bipartisan omnibus elections bill. Just before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on adoption.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, really quickly, we had a good conference committee. I want to thank the conferees, Representative Halverson and Representative Sanders. We really got to a bipartisan outcome here with the inclusion of Senator Newman and Senator Eakin and Senator Sieben. And let me just walk through the changes where they occur from the last time. Article 1 had to do with absentee voting. No changes whatsoever. Article 2, election administration. The only thing that was dropped were some provisions having to do with post-election audits. I think the Senate Republicans had some concerns and wanted to think about that over the interim. We still have Representative Beard's provision in there about statewide recounts and the other things we talked about before. Article 3 has to do with felon voting. And this was Representative Halverson's bill, although Representative Mike Benson carried it last year, along with Senator Roger Chamberlain in the Senate. And here we managed to keep all the data sharing provisions that allows the Secretary of States and other entities to share data, like the Department of Corrections, to better identify who the felons are that shouldn't be voting. The one thing that we didn't do, though, is have the provision here about mailing them the notices by mail. There was some heartburn about that, apparently, by Senator Newman, so we decided, in the name of bipartisanship, not to do it. So we didn't. Article 4, electronic poll books. We took the Senate language there, which is actually arguably the more aggressive language that Senator Kiffmeyer had worked on, and we decided to do that, where there will be an actual election test this fall rather than just a mock election. It will be an actual election in several precincts and communities throughout the state to test whether this electronic poll book technology will really work. Article 5 has to do with vacancies and nominations. That was those were the bills by Representative Norton and by Representative Sanders, notably on the partisan vacancy and nomination. So thank you, Representative Sanders, for sticking with that. And we got that in there. And then the only other thing to talk about is the absence, not the presence of something. The last article of the bill had been a collection of these sort of perennial county bills to have counties exempt themselves from the requirement of having an elected auditor treasurer. We have them every year. For those who have been around, you know. We decided, well, really the Senate decided for us, that because they traditionally do them as separate bills, they weren't comfortable doing them in the elections bill, so we took them out of there. They're still here in the General Register, available for us to vote on, just not in this bill. That's it, members. It's a bipartisan bill. All the conferees, Republicans and Democrats, signed it, and I ask for your support.
Any further discussion to adoption of the Conference Committee report? Seeing no the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what Representative Simon said. I had the privilege of being on the Elections Committee and working with Representative Sanders to bring about a very bipartisanly supported effort. And as the Governor has said, he will not sign anything that does not have broad bipartisan sweeping support, and that has to do with any type of elections-related matters. This bill that we have in front of us, as well as other bills that may be coming before the body at some point as well. So, members, I would encourage you to vote green on this.
Discussion to adoption. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on adoption of the Conference Committee report. The clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 14 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 894, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion to the bill. The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative Simon and all the members of the conference committee. All the members of the conference committee signed the report, including Senator Newman and myself. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair Simon, for your leadership on this issue. Truly, probably one of the best bipartisan experiences I've had in my time here is serving on the Legislative Elections Committee. I think a unique perspective was taken here where we decided at the very beginning to work towards something that we could support and start kind of in the middle and work our way out. I don't think either of us would have written the bill exactly the way it is, but I do think that after months and months of negotiations, we end up with a strong bill and some very good provisions that we need to move forward with our election policy in this state. I want to thank the chair for including the provision that I had in this bill that dealt with vacancy and nomination. Interesting development from the Supreme Court this last year when basically said, you know what, you can take your name off the ballot at any time, and that's the effect of, after the withdrawal period, at any time. That was the effect of the ruling, and it was quite chilling for everyone involved, including the Secretary of State's office and all of us that were involved. And so we believe that we have arrived at an appropriate bipartisan answer to a situation that hopefully we'll never have to face as a state, but unfortunately we've had to deal with in the past, so we must have good sound policy on those issues, and I believe that we do have those here in this bill. I also want to thank the chair for a number of Republican provisions that were included in this bill. Representative Beer's provision on changing the recount threshold. I think that's important for the costs for the state. And I want to thank him as well for Representative Detmer's technical correction fix as well. I think we have a good solid bill here that can be broadly supported bipartisanly, and I hope that members will support it by voting green.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a couple of questions while we figure out what's going on here?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. Madam Speaker and to Representative Simon, thanks for your work on this. If you could you just please elaborate on the absentee provisions in the bill? Maybe kind of explain for the members what we have in current law. Maybe talk about some of the proposals people advanced during the conference committee process in the House and the Senate, as well as where we ended up in that with regards to that.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Garofalo and members. There's really less here than meets the eye, I think. We, I think, all agreed on the language that was in the House bill. This basically, I think we all came to the conclusion that people vote by absentee in large numbers in Minnesota, and there's no use in making them lawbreakers. We just tweaked a little bit of language, really. It's not massive reams of changes in that particular portion of the bill. And I think we came to a pretty quick and early consensus about that. In terms of ideas floated in the conference committee, honestly, really none. I think Representative Sanders would tell you that that was kind of the low-hanging fruit in this conference committee. We came to a pretty quick and early bipartisan consensus on that. It's an interesting issue. Other states, I should point out, 32 other states have some form of this. And so this is not unique. This is not particularly special. And I'm not sure what else to say. But it wasn't one of the particularly, it wasn't a flashpoint in the conference committee or elsewhere.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Simon yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Simon, we've had quite a lengthy discussion in this legislature about photo identification and then the idea of the electronic poll books. There's some language in this bill with regards to electronic poll books, a roster project, a little bit more information. Can you just please elaborate a little bit on that?
Representative Simon.
Representative Garofalo, or Madam Speaker, Representative Garofalo and members, the electronic poll books, I think, is a possible meeting of the minds here when it comes to photo, not so much photo ID, but voter verification in general. If the technology works, as we think it will, and others certainly tell us it will, then it's a real possible area of common ground. And here's what I mean. If you can verify someone's physical identity, which is something that proponents of photo ID had wanted, but you don't want to be overly burdensome on the actual voter, as opponents of photo ID want, then it's a possible meeting of the minds. So, for example, the way it would work, at least as it's conceived, is a person would walk into a polling place. There would be a preloaded photograph of that person already there in a computer. It could be just on a tablet or a laptop, such as the ones we have on our desks right now. And so if a person had a state driver's license or state ID, that would already be preloaded. And for those who don't have those things, either because they don't drive or they're disabled or whatever, or because they just moved here from another state, they could simply have their photo taken on site. And so the idea is to see if this will really work or if this is just not workable. We think it will work. And it's possible, at least, that at some point this could satisfy the concerns of both sides on that issue. So that's the idea. There will be a report involved. This pilot project will include places in suburban, greater Minnesota, and urban precincts, just to put it through the paces, so to speak.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know there's probably quite a few members we could talk to about this, but Representative Simon and I have known each other a long time, so I feel most comfortable talking to him about this. And since he is the chief author of the conference report, so if my friend could just yield for another question, if that's okay.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Okay, so I think someone's communicated to you what's going on. Okay, just to be clear, thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Majority Leader. Just in case you thought I'd popped the screw or something, but you probably thought it happened many years ago. So, if Representative Simon, with regards to the no excuse absentee balloting, I know some people are thinking that somehow, under current law, my understanding is we're actually really not verifying whether people actually are meeting the standards that are in place for absentee ballots. I know under current law. Now, there's several reasons why I allow this. People are traveling if they have health issues, if they're out of the area. Lots of reasons for the absentee balloting. Could you just maybe just talk a little bit about? I think there's some heartburn for that some members may have. You could just elaborate on the no excuse nature of that policy and what's going on here.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members, and Representative Garofalo. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to no excuses absentee voting, a lot of people do it for a lot of reasons, or for absentee voting. One of my favorite statistics is that in the city of Edina in 2008, over a quarter of the voters voted absentee. Now, surely they weren't all on a business trip that day. It's probably because people are voting for other reasons, convenience or other things. In terms of the verification that you're talking about, some members who have been here a few years might remember that back in, I believe, 2010, Representative Winkler and then Representative Kiffmeyer brokered a deal, which was really many months in the making, which involved a lot of off-site meetings at the Humphrey School between a lot of us at the time, but they really ran with it on this particular issue, brokered a deal that really strengthened the process, not only for absentee ballots, but for all ballots. And specifically what they did was this, and Representative Winkler could describe it better than I because he's the one who did it. But basically the idea is we went away from just a pure signature match on absentee ballots. Remember, if you vote absentee, you've got the old way was you'd sign something on the envelope and then they match that up later on. Well, the problem was that we were putting our election judges in the position of being handwriting experts and holding handwriting up to the light, and you'd have a difference of opinion about whether this signature really was the signature of the person or not. And it was reported to us that there were a lot of problems there. So Representative Winkler and now Senator Kiffmeyer brokered an arrangement which has worked well, which is to replace that automatic signature match with just something more objective. with someone putting down a number. It could be any number. I mean, when you conceive of the idea, you're asking the voter to put down just a number, just like we have PIN numbers for our ATM cards or online subscriptions. It's the same concept, but instead of doing that, just any random PIN number, like pick any 7 numbers, the idea was let's pick something that most people will remember. We all have so many passwords for so many things. So the idea was to just give people the option to put the last 4 digits of their social, to put their driver's license number, or to say they don't have one of those things. And if they don't have one of those things, it just means it reverts to the signature match. That's all. It could have been any number. I suppose Representative Winkler and Senator Kiffmeyer could have said, pick 8 random digits. The problem there is people are going to forget that. And if you just say pick 8 random digits or 10 random digits or some PIN number, the problem is someone might vote absentee in September or get the ballot, I should say. In the application, they might apply to vote absentee in the summer. They might actually attempt to vote in October, and they're probably going to, in many cases, forget that number unless it's tied to something that they use in their everyday life. So the deal that they brokered was to use a number that people do use in their everyday life, whether it's a Social Security number, just the last 4 digits, nothing more, or the driver's license number, and that's all that was about. It wasn't intended to be anything else than a proxy for a PIN number like we all have for ATM machines or your Gmail account or anything else. So there's less there that meets the eye.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, if my friend would continue to yield, I know that another provision in this bill is we made some modifications to the recount threshold, and Minnesota has a long tradition, whether we like it or not, of having several close elections, both of the state legislative and the state house, the state senate, and statewide races, and we made some modifications to that proposal. I was wondering was there any opposition to the lowering of the threshold, if you could just kind of cover with the body where that threshold is now and what the positive, if you could explain both sides of the pluses and the negatives to that change, it would be maybe appreciative for members of the body.
Representative Simon will yield. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, no, there really was no resistance that I know of. Representative Beard, I don't think, is here. But he carried this actually last term, and we passed it here. It got hung up at the end of session in the Senate. But we've already passed this when he authored it last legislative session. It's gone here. And by the way, this provision would not have altered the availability of a recount in those more recent prominent examples that I think you're alluding to. A U.S. Senate race, a governor's race, that still would have met the threshold. And by the way, officially, there is no threshold for a recount. There's only a threshold for a taxpayer-paid recount. Any campaign for any reason can call for a recount if it wants to foot the bill. So there is no threshold. But for a taxpayer-paid recount, it's now 0.5%. We went to 0.25%. And what tends to happen is we tend to think about the big-time elections like the ones I just mentioned. But in 2008, I think that's right, in 2008 or in recent history, there was actually a recount in a primary, and it was in a Supreme Court race to determine who the second place vote getter, the non-incumbent, was. So you might say it was one of the more remote possibilities in a race that people didn't pay a lot of attention to, and I think there was a growing realization that we didn't need the current recount. Keep in mind, any political party, any candidate can always issue a recount, but the 0.25% seemed to work out better and still would have resulted in a taxpayer-funded recount in the more recent prominent statewide examples. One other point, Representative Garofalo, this does not apply to anything other than statewide races. It doesn't apply to our races. It'll still be 0.5% like it is under current law for any of our races in the legislature or anything different from a statewide race. It only applies to statewide races. And again, anyone can call for a recount if they want to pay for it. Taxpayers only if it's 0.25%.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Simon would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on page 7 of the bill, section 9, we have a repealer of Minnesota Statutes 2012. It's 203B04 subdivision 6. I know sometimes one of the difficulties we have in the conference committee, certainly no criticism of the work that the committee did, but we don't get full research summaries where we were able to go to the end of those research summaries and look up those repealers, and not only will they list the statute number, but they'll elaborate on what those matters are that we're having repealed and stuff like that. So when I'm looking here at section 9 on page 7 of the bill, I was trying to figure out what that repealer is, what subdivision is, and I'm wondering if you could just if you know what it is, or if there's maybe House staff who could come down and so the body can be more fully informed on what that repealer is.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members and Representative Garofalo. That repealer was in the bill just because that language is being recodified and moved elsewhere. So that language, you'll find that exact language is now in Section 4 of the conference report on page 4. So it's just moving the language, recodifying it. It's not a substantive change.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Simon. And if my friend would continue to yield, on page 7 and page 8, we talk about the 39th district. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit what the 39th district is and what those changes are in the bill.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Representative Garofalo, Madam Speaker, and members. This was the redistricting provision. I think this was Representative Detmer's provision, which is in the bill. It was, I believe, also in the Senate bill. Yeah, I think that's right. So this wasn't a topic of a great conversation. We have two districts that were involved in redistricting this bill, little tweaks. One was in Representative Detmer's district and one was in Representative Rosenthal's district. There was no controversy. Early agreement, low-hanging fruit, no flashpoints.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then I see that in Section 2, the 49th district, I believe that's the part where you and Representative Winkler are paired together now in the same legislative district. Just a minor technical change creating an open house seat. No, I'm just kidding. I believe this is the provision for Edina, Representative. And for members who don't know, back in 2002, the courts inadvertently drew a line through the middle of a building, so we actually had voters in the same building being separated into different precincts with an invisible dotted line going through that. And the redistricting panel, in their infinite wisdom in 2012, decided that they would make that exact same mistake. I'm glad to see, Representative Simon, that we, on a bipartisan basis, are able to make changes to that bill. And as everyone knows, the redistricting process is very important in our state, and having just come off those new lines would be a good thing if we were able to have corrected those before. But it is what it is. But I'm glad that we're fixing it later. It would have been better to fix it sooner. But that's an important thing that we get that done. We don't want people in a different building, having to vote in two different precincts, and I think that's a good idea. I see also in Section 6 on page 10 of the bill that we're making some. If Representative Simon would yield.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That we're making some changes to the consolidation of a school district language here. Now, this is not a provision I recall. I don't know if it was in the original House bill or not. Could you elaborate on whether that was in the original House bill and what the purposes of that section are? Again, I know for many years now we've had school districts that we've been consolidating, providing more efficiencies, getting rid of the administrative burden, to provide more services in the classroom. It looks like we're making some changes there. If you could just elaborate for, 17 or 18 minutes about what that change was.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members and Representative Garofalo. This change was in the House bill going out of here, and it's back, and it was not controversial. It has to do with some changes that folks from county election administrators and school district people wanted. And it's just simplifying ballot language. You'll see here, in the case of a school district consolidation where it goes to a referendum or a people's vote, instead of the rather confusing current language, which just has you check whether you're for consolidation or against consolidation, it simply restyles the language to say, shall the blank school district and the blank school district be consolidated as proposed? Yes, with the line, and no with the line. And that's what the local folks want. They think it's subject to less confusion, and that gives voters more clarity. So that's really the interesting part. And I don't know, Representative Garofalo, how often this happens. Others who are expert in this area here on the floor in K-12 could maybe tell us, but I don't know how often these elections really happen or how much of a problem this was, but it didn't seem to be objectionable to anyone. at any time. So that's all I can tell you. I'm ready for the next one.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. If Representative Simon would yield. Representative Simon, on page 13, section 9 of the bill, I see that we're striking some language here. I noticed we're referencing, we're striking some language, and it might be some mandates for telecommunications devices for the deaf, and that's a personal issue for me. Of course, I care very deeply about that. If you could just elaborate a little bit about that language that's being stricken there, and then perhaps if you see in section 10 or section 11 some items of interest that you should be explaining to the body, or if there's perhaps other members on your side of the aisle who have chief authored those provisions, we can discuss those a little bit further.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Representative Garofalo, and members. In terms of that first language that you talked about in Section 9, this was just a matter of changing technology. For the deaf and hard of hearing community, it's better that we make the change we made, because in current law it seems to kind of lock us into some technology that's very 1990s and not really up to date in terms of the devices and other methods that the deaf and hard of hearing can use. So this came from that community and from other election administrators, and there was very little discussion or debate about it. We all agreed. In terms of Section 10, which is entitled Moving Out of State, this just has to do with the reasons why you would not forward certain mail when it came to absentee or other kinds of balloting. And it's pretty common sense stuff if you look at it. Obviously, if a record is challenged of a voter based on felony conviction, lack of citizenship, legal incompetence, court-ordered revocation of voting rights, etc., then you're not going to forward the language along. I think we all agreed with that as an anti-fraud provision. So there was no debate, discussion, or disagreement over that.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Simon yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
My apologies, Representative Simon. I thought we were going in a direction there, but then I just realized there's a couple more questions about this bill that we need to go through. On Section 14, and I will just briefly read this, it says the designation or notice must specify whether the clerk will be responsible for the administration of a ballot board as provided in Section 203B 121.
Representative Doubt, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we table House File 894.
Motion to table the bill. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. All right. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 460. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 460. On the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to human services.
Representative Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 730, Senate File 460. I believe with that file, I do not want to concur, but would like to delete all and insert the House language. Did I mess up?
No. I thought we were tabling the bill. Representative Moran.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Senate File 460, I would like to table the bill.
Representative Moran moves to table the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Here's the amendments to it.
What are we supposed to do with this stuff now? Did we give that other bill a third reading?
Conference Committee report on House files. The clerk will report the Conference Committee report.
Conference Committee report. Lenczewski motion. Conference Committee report on House File 677, an act relating to the findings of the state and local government. The report is addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 677, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the House and all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Lenczewski moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 677 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to adopt the committee report. And Mr. Speaker, members, this is the tax bill for this session. I do want to thank Mr. Speaker, the Governor, Speaker Thiessen, Senate Majority Leader Bach, and all the conferees, particularly the House conferees, Representative Dabney, Representative Norton, Representative Anzels, and Representative Benson, who worked so hard on behalf of all the members' bills who are in here. There are, of course, a number of bills for both sides of the aisle carried in this. But the big points of the bill, members, is a new 2% increase on the top 2.1% of income earners in Minnesota, a income tax that ensures that, or a cigarette tax that ensures that we will see smoking cessation with some smokers and will prevent many youth from beginning smoking. We're closing corporate loopholes, and then we have a number of items in here. We're preferring massive property tax relief here for all Minnesotans, both for cities, counties, and school districts, individuals, and renters. And with that, Mr. Speaker, that's the tax bill.
Discussion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 65 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 677, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Any further discussion? Representative Rumbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lenczewski. You know, there's been concerns about the charitable tax deduction, and I can't quite determine here just which direction that went. Can you just give us an update on what that looks like now?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, that is no longer in the omnibus tax bill.
Representative Rumbeck.
All right, so Mr. Speaker and Representative, so we're back to status quo. I mean, no change whatsoever. Okay. Just some comments about you're saying we have a cap on the property taxes. You know, I think the last time I looked, Minnesota ranked somewhere about 30th in property taxes. I mean, we are neither high nor low. We're kind of right in the middle in terms of residential property taxes, which I consider to be a great thing for Minnesota. And I just wonder what your property tax cap might end up doing to our ranking. What will we look like after this goes into effect?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck. I don't have a ranking on that. You know, we've just, as of today, got the property tax interactions. But members, what Representative Runbeck's talking about is there's a new property tax freeze in the omnibus tax bill. The exceptions for that property tax freeze, which is 1 year, are debt levies, referendum-approved levies, commissioner-approved disaster levies. And so basically, members, you can add your 2013 levy and LGA if you receive that, increase by 3%, subtract your 2014 LGA, and what's left is your levy limit. So that's the sum of your levy plus your aid can only increase 3%. So it's a 1 year property tax freeze within these parameters, members.
Representative Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Lenczewski, I noticed that you have given school boards the authorization to do $300 per pupil unit worth of board levy versus voter-approved levy, and $300 worth. I mean, can you give us an idea of just what kind of dollars that raises? You know, in an average school district, say 10,000 student school district.
Representative Runbeck, are you asking Representative Lenczewski to yield?
Yes, I'm asking Representative Lenczewski, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck. I honestly was having a hard time hearing you. I think you're talking about the Senate's provision on school levies. I'm not sure if you could clarify that again.
Representative Runbeck.
Madam Speaker and Representative Lenczewski, right, talking about up to $300 has authority for school boards to do board-approved levies versus voter-approved levies. $300 per pupil unit. What does that do across the state, I guess, in terms of increases?
Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd ask the division chair, Representative Dabney, to speak on this. And members, what you should know, one process we negotiated between the governor, House, and Senate is what we were going to do is ask each of the two bodies to provide, in addition to $140 million of property tax relief, another $130 from the House, another $130 from the Senate. And so Chair Dabney led the House's property tax relief and Chair Skoe in the Senate. So what you're asking about now is the Senate choice. And we made a commitment between the House and Senate that we would support each other's property tax relief. So the Senate basically chose some school levies that Representative Runbeck's now talking about, and the House chose to bring back the relief that was lost with the repeal of the homestead credit through an increased property tax refund mechanism. So, Madam Speaker, if it's all, I know I can't yield to Representative Dabney, but I think Representative Runbeck is asking a particular provision that I think Representative Dabney is best suited to go through the detail.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dabney, yes, would you be able to give us a little bit of sense of what, I mean, those look like they sort of maybe would neutralize each other to an extent, the property tax savings that you have in your bill versus what the Senate has done with the school levy authority. Could you just tell us how to regard that and what it might do at the local level?
Representative Dabney will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck, thank you. The $300 shift that change that you're talking about was brought to the table by Senator Skoe. This was one of the recommendations coming out of the Commissioner's work group on education finance reform. It is coupled with a higher equalization aid. So I don't have runs yet that can give us an exact impact statewide, but it does come with a much richer equalization factor. It's great for stabilizing education funding across the state.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dabney. A lot of moving parts, and appreciate how difficult it is with little time at this point, but I guess we all have to recognize we won't see runs. Is that right? We won't exactly know how some of this impacts our districts?
He will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck. At this point, staff is working on that, but I don't anticipate that before we vote tonight. No.
Representative Runbeck.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I don't, other than the income tax, perhaps, could you just clarify the rate then for the top, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, if Representative Lenczewski would yield?
She will yield. Representative Runbeck.
Representative Lenczewski, on the fourth tier income tax rate, is that 8.49 or was that 9.85?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Representative Runbeck. Members, I think folks know this was a signature item for Governor Dayton, and the rate is, the new fourth tier is at 9.85%, and the way this will work is 250,000 married filing joint. And members, you know this is after you do all your deductions and exemptions, so while you can't say with certainty what any individual person's tax might be, you know, it'd be generally in the 306,000 range for married filing joint. 150,000 for a single. Members, you should know that who this applies to is 2.1% of Minnesotans who file income taxes, and that is 54,400 Minnesota resident returns. An average is about 7,200. So, and members, I think you know why Governor Dayton supports this and why the House supports this is we're committed to changing the fact that the top 10%, and it's exacerbated in the top 5% and 1% of income earners pay less in total tax burden than the rest of than all other Minnesotans. And this is an attempt to bring progressivity to the Minnesota income tax system, and it again is 2.1% of Minnesotans, those folks who earn around $300,000 a year.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lenczewski. Then, in terms of the other rates, the second and third tiers, do those thresholds go down as they did with the Senate bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
The other rates, Madam, for members who don't sit on taxes and maybe don't follow it, we have in current law 3 rates. The 2 rates, first and second, are current law, status quo, unchanged, and the third rate, this is a new fourth tier, so there's no change at all to the first 3 rates.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So, what I understand is that then in the income tax area we will have we'll have 4 tiers, and we will be, I think, number 2 in terms of the top rate, 2 nationally in terms of the height of the top rate. And once again, I think we need to really think about what is good tax policy. A lot of experts will say that the progressivity that Minnesota has used now in this tax bill, and the governor seems to have such incredible adherence to, the progressivity factor is not the only factor one should use in setting up a good, solid, reliable tax code. So I think we're in for a rough ride. The volatility that is incumbent when you have a tax code more reliant, and even more reliant now, on income taxes is very risky. And it is truly not the way to do a stable tax code. I'm kind of surprised that we are seeing this, but thank you.
The member from Olmsted, were she asking you to yield again? Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, that was not accurate. This would place Minnesota 5th. So I just want to correct the record. Would not be second or third, fifth.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And would Representative Lenczewski yield for a question?
She will. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Lenczewski, I know that it was very important as this bill left the House that we made a statement, in fact, had a position on the importance that we had revenue that would pay back the shift. And it's my understanding, Representative Lenczewski, that there isn't any new money to pay back the shift. In fact, we are going to rely on the generous additional revenue provided by the Republican budget in order to pay back the shift.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, Representative Benson, thanks for the question. That also is not accurate, so I apologize if people are understanding the bill that way. No, just like as the House bill left the floor, we're going to ask people to earn over $500,000. This has a new fourth tier at the $300,000 I've been talking about. So that's really where that income comes from. The bill does accelerate the payback to the shift by moving money into that quicker, and of course by raising new revenue on those who are paying less than most Minnesotans as a percentage of income. So I think people are thinking about the bills that left the House and Senate. So no, that's not accurate. We're committed to paying back the shift in this bill.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
You're good, Madam Chair. You weren't looking. I thought maybe I got overlooked again. Well, Representative Lenczewski, you correct me if, and you probably will if I'm mistaken, but we have about $270-some million left in the shift, and we got a couple of months in this biennium, and the last month produced about $150 million additional dollars above the plan. Wouldn't the Republican budget that was passed 2 years ago, in fact, or indeed pay off the entire shift?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Benson, the budget that was passed last year left a deficit, and we're paying for that deficit now. I think people have been characterizing last year as if there was somehow this surplus. We have a deficit, members. Today, we have a deficit. There is no surplus. This bill gets rid of the deficit and provides new revenue to pay back the schools because it's creating a new fourth tier on those who earn over $250,000 of federal taxable income at a new rate at 9.85. That brings in $1.2 billion, and that's what removes the deficit, honors our commitments in all the other bills, and starts working to pay off the shift.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I got the message that you're anxious to add additional income taxes on our top wage earners. Those are creating a lot of the jobs in the state of Minnesota. But just a correction, in fact, that this biennium, in fact, balanced the budget and brought in $3 billion additional dollars in revenue without raising any taxes. So as we look forward and we look at this tax bill, my only hope is that the job-killing taxes and fees that we're imposing this time will in fact make those budget revenue projections, and we won't have even a bigger problem with raising revenues in order to pay our bills. And if you look out even farther and you look at the tails that are involved in this budget, that it doesn't get even worse. So thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the Representative Lenczewski yield for a question or two?
She will yield. Representative Uglum.
Representative, I have some questions on the warehousing portion of the tax bill. It's relatively, I think, new as far as that goes. And first question would be, how many states, this is the first time I've heard of this, how many states do have this warehousing service tax that's proposed?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Uglum. There's not many, and I will tell you about this provision. The sales tax warehousing issue was a high priority for the Senate, and it was agreed to in our negotiated item. Indeed, the whole sales tax article, none of it, as members will recall, was brought by the House. And the governor has been willing to support some B2B revenue raising, as was the Senate. The House is not. The House didn't bring any, and so we're not particularly supportive. But that's how compromise works. And so rather than have a shutdown, the House, the governor, and the Senate compromised. So this would be something that's a little complicated for Minnesota now. But what folks are attempting to do in the warehousing provision is ensure that only the business-to-business part of the sales tax would be imposed, not the final consumption part of the tax. Early revenue estimates show that the warehousing component on the B2B part was about 81% of the tax, and the final consumption was about 19%. We're staying within the other 81%. As a result of a lot of work of folks who work in the warehousing industry, we heard that some parts of the warehousing new B2B tax would be difficult to impose, and so we went through a lot of work with staff to come up with how are things taxable, if they are business deductible or not. Some of them were complicated enough, sufficiently complicated, that we decided to completely remove different pieces from the tax. For example, mini storage is not a component of that. I can read you the list if you're particularly interested on how those break down, but this was an attempt to really try to get to the business-to-business part. We also did some breaking down of that component by what the business, if you were a certain kind of business entity. And, we understand, and again, this was not the House's provision, but we understand the implementation of this particular tax is very difficult, and so what we did in the bill is we are not imposing it until April of 2014 because we really want to do some more work. So it won't become effective when the governor is signing it. It's going to be in April 2014, so we will have time to come back and take another look. But this was a bottom line item for the Senate, and the governor supports B2B, and that's what compromise looks like. So we've got some of those provisions in here. And I should say, Representative Uglum, those provisions by the removal of paying the state sales tax by all cities and counties for all units of government, and I think you understand as a local elected official that that's something that folks understand as a double taxation. So those provisions, those B2B provisions, remove that sales tax that all cities and counties pay now, so they would be exempt, and it also pays for the capital equipment refund, which is a business item that many businesses have been waiting to see that repealed.
Representative Uglum.
Madam Chair, would the representative yield for another question?
She will. Representative Uglum.
Representative Lenczewski. Now, there's many different types of warehousing and things. How will this affect our corporate-owned warehouses, such the big ones like Target, Super Value, and people like that? Will they end up having to pay some taxes under this provision?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Representative Uglum. I think the way to think about this on the warehousing, okay, so I'm just going to read it to you. So the warehousing and storage services that are taxable, unless they fall under specified exclusions, taxable warehousing on storage includes the following: general warehousing storage at bulk shipping terminals like railroads and commercial docks. The ones that are explicitly excluded are things like for agricultural products, silos, grain elevators, refrigerated storage, food storage, fur storage, meat locker rental, electronic data storage such as data centers that we are exempting from construction materials. That's also in the sales tax article. But I think what you're asking me, Representative Uglum, is what kind of exemptions will be based on different kinds of business relationships. So in the repairs and storage, warehousing services are exempt from sales tax for certain entities that have certain kind of business relationships or entity-specific exemptions. And those exemptions based on business relationships, a list includes services provided by an employee that are not subject to the tax, services provided by one member of a partnership or an association to another member of the partnership or association, provided that one entity has at least 80% ownership or voting control over another. Services performed between members of an affiliated group of corporations. And so this was working with House nonpartisan, Senate nonpartisan, the Department of Revenue, governor's staff, again working with the Senate provisions and working with the warehousing industry to try to make this as tight as it could be on the B2B tax. And so each one of those components has a lot of detail, and I can look it up in the bill if you give me a minute and direct you to the page if you want to read through it.
Members, if you could take your conversations off of the House floor and into the alcoves in the retiring room, the members asking the questions are having a hard time hearing the answers to the questions. Representative Uglum.
Madam Speaker, would the representative yield for one further question?
She will yield. Representative Uglum.
Representative Lenczewski, very good explanation. I appreciate that. I have one other question. When we talk about warehousing, we often think about, forklifts and pallet racks and things like that. But what about the warehousing of bulk items? We're all experiencing the horrendous pricing on gasolines and things, and bulk storage facilities are actually warehousing product for future use and distribution. Will that be affected also?
Representative Lenczewski.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Uglum, yes, unless it's ag, it will be taxed.
Representative Uglum.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
The member from, I don't remember, Chisago. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, that was Chisago, not Chicago. I have a few comments to make and then a couple questions for Chair Lenczewski. First of all, I wanted to correct some information that we heard earlier regarding the fact that there's a 2% increase on the top 2.1%. Let me tell you why that is incorrect. The rate right now is 7.85%, and that rate will be going up to 9.85%. So that's actually about a 23% increase. While the rate goes up 2%, the actual increase on that particular tax bracket is about 25% actually. So that's quite a large increase. Another thing is that we now will have the fourth highest income tax rate in the country. Fourth highest, not the fifth. I think we heard fifth earlier. It's actually fourth. But when you look at how far down that tax bracket goes, we have the second highest after California. So in other words, that high tax bracket, 9.85%, that goes down pretty deep. When you look at it that way, second highest in the country. That will have an impact on our economy, especially given the fact that we have border states that have a lower tax rate than we do. We have one in particular that has a zero income tax rate. We're competing with them every day, and that will hurt. If Representative Lenczewski, Chair Lenczewski, could yield for a question, please.
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Chair Lenczewski. I'm wondering about a particular section of the bill. It's a section that I don't believe we heard in tax committee. If you could expound on that, though, and let me know if we had or not. It's on page 24, sections lines 22 through 28. It looks like it involves debt service aid to the city of Minneapolis. It doesn't have a dollar amount, but it looks pretty high. Can you explain that and tell us how much money we're committing to the city of Minneapolis under page 24, lines 22 through 28?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Barrett, I apologize. I don't have the bill in front of me. I'm getting one right now. It's about $3.75 million, and we're extending the ability of the city of Minneapolis to do debt for the Central Library.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, Chair Lenczewski. Can you explain why we didn't hear that provision in tax committee? That's a large amount of money. It's about $4 million for one particular city. Why didn't we hear that in our tax committee?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Barrett. It was introduced as a bill in the conference committee. In fact, there were a lot of items that we didn't hear because the Senate heard them, or they didn't hear things we had. But that was introduced in the conference committee, so that would have been in the public finance article had it been introduced as a bill.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. If you could explain to me, I know tax committee has been out for a while. I don't know how long. I think it's been at least a week or 10 days. Could you tell me, Chair Lenczewski, when exactly that provision came out in tax committee? Is that recently, or did that happen 10 days ago? If you could just let me know what the details were and the time and date that was actually introduced and discussed in committee, in the tax conference committee.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It was last night. I think for folks who've served on a conference committee, that's a typical process. We're working with the governor's office and the Senate and the House to hear provisions that people want heard. I think you know, Representative Barrett, because you serve on the tax committee, that the tax committee, I believe, heard more bills than any bill in the legislature this year, and I heard every bill that anyone requested a hearing. And so we tried to hear every single thing that was there. It wasn't there, but that's often a typical thing from the tax bill. In fact, tax bills are often kept open by leaders. I know that bipartisanly people have done this. Republican governors done this to sort of get other bills to close as things go through the process. So that was brought forward last night.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, well, thank you for that information. I'm wondering if I could follow up for another question regarding that same subject.
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, could you tell me when Tax Committee closed last night and exactly when this provision was added to the Conference Committee report last night?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm trying to remember. It's kind of all. I think it's about 10:15. And I can double check that to see if someone can get us the exact time. I think it was about 10:15.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, I'm sorry. I asked two questions. I apologize if it wasn't clear. I asked when Tax Committee closed last night, and then when this provision was added.
Representative Lenczewski.
My recollection, we can go back, and I know we have each amendment. I think a series of small technical and small provision amendments like these were added within the 15 minutes before that. And I think for folks who've served on conference committees, you know that many smaller provisions are worked on bipartisan or across House and Senate throughout the days you're there. So we have a number of amendments like that. Where House members had concerns about conservation easements that the Senate was proposing. And so there's a lot of negotiation back and forth. When finally people agree on a certain way, a number of those provisions were passed in, say, the last 20 minutes to close the bill. That's a very typical process. Of course, it was a public meeting. It was televised, and you can watch the tape.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, well, I guess this provision of about $4 million, $3.75 million, was added within 15 minutes of the close of the conference committee. Chair Lenczewski, would you yield for one more question regarding that same subject?
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. Was there any public testimony taken on this particular provision in which we are giving Minneapolis about $4 million?
Representative Lenczewski.
You know, I honestly don't know what other conference committees do, and I know I've served on them with many of you. I really haven't seen tax conference committees that take public testimony. I know occasionally Senator Bach would take some. I don't remember Senator Poggemiller taking them. I don't think Representative Dabney took it, but there was no public testimony in the tax conference committee this year. The entire time we met nearly every day. That is a typical process. And so for the public who may be following along, what a conference committee does is negotiate between the House and the Senate and the governor. That is, not the place that people are bringing public testimony forward. People are in the room. We're talking to folks at the break. People are providing information, but there was no public testimony taken, and that is typically how tax conference committee works. And I think if you check with other folks bipartisanly who've served on that, that's not what the process is for. The House and Senate do their public testimony in their committees, just like we don't take public testimony on the House floor. Same process. There's no public testimony here. And so, no, there was not, but there was not on any other provision.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. I do have one more question. I apologize. It just came up to me as you were talking. And it regards the fact that you had mentioned a couple other, you had referred to as small provisions, were added at the last minute prior to the conference committee closing. I have to state for the record, I don't believe $4 million given to the city of Minneapolis or any other city is small. I believe that's extremely large. I grew up in South Dakota. Frugal, cheap, whatever you call me. I say cheap. My wife says frugal. So it's kind of a funny relationship we have in that regard. But you had mentioned other provisions, small provisions were added as well. Can you tell me the total amount of those small provisions that were also added at the end of the conference committee?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Barrett. We're just trying to remember them. I thought the largest was the motor vehicle item at $15 million, but then I recalled, I think the integration levy, which is a classic example of one that was worked on every day, and that we think was about the largest. And what price was that? About $28 million. So there were a number of them. But again, members, just I don't think it's fair to misrepresent this as something that someone just dreamt up and it happened. We've been talking about these provisions for days, trying to get negotiation between the governor, the House, and the Senate.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, I appreciate those answers. Very forthright. I appreciate that. I'm going to go on to another subject near and dear to my heart because I love the subject, actually. Can you tell me, do we have general fund money being allocated to the Minnesota Viking shortfall with e-pull tabs in this bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
We do have new money through a mechanism that the governor proposed and the committee and the conference committee adopted bipartisanly. As you know, Representative Barrett, the House left with sports memorabilia with an attempt to have user taxes. This instead has two mechanisms. We close one corporate loophole to pay for the part of the Vikings that we need permanently. But before we do that, we, as a result of the floor stocks tax within the tobacco tax article of the bill, and I can get into the detail if you're interested, we first move the money in the first year through floor stocks taxes. Then we have a unitary sales provision, which is a closing of a corporate loophole. And it's set so that we will never give more than is absolutely necessary. So that's sort of the plan B behind it. So yes, we have these are new revenue items to ensure that the Vikings is fully funded.
Members, the House floor has become very loud, and the members who are asking questions of Representative Lenczewski cannot hear the answers to the questions. So if you're having a conversation on the House floor, please take it to the retiring room or the alcoves. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. If you could let me know, I know this tax proposal is hot off the press. It's only a couple hours old, maybe, or maybe more. But can you tell me the exact provision in the tax bill that refers to the general fund money going to the Minnesota Vikings and the shortfall in the e-pull tab revenue? If you would yield for a question.
Representative Lenczewski will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Barrett, if you would give me a minute, maybe we can go on to someone else. I'll find it. But page 89.
Representative.
It's on page 89.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. I'm going to spend some time here in a few minutes and look at that and see what it does exactly. But if you could help me out to save my time, if you could yield for a question, please.
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. Well, we've had quite a discussion over the past couple months, a lot of us looking for solutions for the Minnesota Viking football team, at least the stadium, and trying to make sure that any negative shortfalls from e-pull tab revenue does not hit the general fund. And unfortunately, I don't think we've accomplished that because of some inactivity from the leaders of this House and Senate and obviously the governor's office. We have probably a $32 to $33 million shortfall related to e-pull tab revenue. I think the bonds, the general obligation bonds that come out of the general fund are about $34 billion a year, $34 million a year. And I believe we're short about $32 million. So can you tell me, without looking at the particular language, at least for me right now, can you assure me that the tax that are in the general fund, is that going to completely fund the shortfall that we have for the e-pull tabs and the Viking Stadium?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Barrett. Yes. In fact, there's a mechanism to make sure it's not overfunded. So it absolutely will fund all of it, and there's a mechanism, again, to ensure that we don't give the Vikings another dollar that they don't need.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. Can you answer a question for me? Why are we using general fund revenue? When we told the taxpayers a year ago, Governor Dayton did, that we would not use general fund revenue to fund the Viking Stadium. That's why we had the e-pull tab revenue. That's why that went into existence. That's why that's what the people wanted. They didn't want general fund revenue. This is general fund revenue. We're using something that we told the taxpayers we would not do. Why are we doing that?
Representative Lenczewski.
Part of compromising is the governor wanted to ensure that everyone was protected. There are some concerns about what rate the e-poll tabs is coming in at, and I think you and I share that concern. But this ensures that this will provide the funding necessary to keep the Viking Stadium on track. And I understand, as someone who's not voted for stadiums in the past, that this is a frustrating piece to people. But for a lot of people who did vote for the Viking Stadium, and for Minnesotans, I think they want to move on and see it built. We're making sure now, and this is another commitment to a structural balanced approach, that there will be no doubt that all of the Vikings Stadium needs are funded.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. I'm going to ask one more question, or at least give one more thought before I sit down for now. And that is the fact that we've missed an opportunity. You know, when you look at this stadium, it's $1 billion stadium. And we were told originally that the Minnesota Vikings would be contributing about $477 million to the stadium. We know now, or at least I do, that they might not be contributing hardly anything at all. A lot of their money they're getting is from private sources. That's fine. That's good. A lot of people didn't know that. Everyone said Vikings are contributing this amount of money. The Vikings are not contributing this amount of money. They might not be contributing anything at all. They're going to get a $200 million loan from the NFL, loan/gift. We don't know the details of that. That's $200 million right there. They're going to get naming rights not only on the stadium, but on the corners of the stadium, the cornerstones, the sections, the restaurants, all of that. The New York Giants and New York Jets are getting about $18 million a year for that. We might not get that much. It might be $12 million, $15 million a year. It's going to be a lot of money. They're also going to get personal seat licenses on the seats in the stadium, 65,000 seats, and people are going to be paying for. They're going to be paying a license just to buy a season ticket. The San Francisco 49ers have gotten about $500 million from that. Will we get that much? Probably not. We'll get a significant amount. The Minnesota Viking franchise has went up in value $200 million. $200 million by getting a new stadium. You add all of that together, and the Vikings might not be paying a dime for their stadium. They are billionaire owners that we are contributing money from the general fund to subsidize. I think that's wrong. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
She will. Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lenczewski, and Representative Barrett. Representative Barrett, the money has always come from the general fund. That's the way the bill was written. The electronic pull tab money went to the general fund. It's general fund money. That's what people don't know about this whole scheme that they put together to get this Viking Stadium done. The electronic pull tab money that we're short is general fund money. It goes to the general fund. There's no special account set aside for money to pay off the debt service. There's none. That's the way it works. That's the way this is set up. But Representative Lenczewski, the other day, the last Ways and Means Committee that we had, I brought this issue up about the Viking Stadium, about the shortfall of the electronic pull tab money, and the debt service that was going to be due. And Representative Carlson mentioned, and I think you did too, that the Vikings are going to have to come up with, I think it was the first $50 million when we start building the stadium. But my question was, and I don't know if you have the question or the answer now or not, but before the end of this biennium, is the state going to have to pay some debt service payments on the bonds before the end of this biennium? And are we going to have that balanced? That's what we need to know. And does this new plan that the governor came up with, I think everybody's seen on the news where the governor had this new secret plan that he was going to unveil. And what Representative Lenczewski has been talking about here today is the governor's new secret plan to cover the shortfall on the pull tabs. So Representative Lenczewski, is this going to balance in this biennium with the new tax on the tobacco and the closing the corporate loopholes? Is it going to balance? Do we know for sure that maybe cigarette sales are going to fall? Maybe people are going to go to another state and start buying their cigarettes. Maybe they're going to start rolling their own cigarettes. Maybe we're not going to have the kind of revenue that's expected. So that's one question, Representative Lenczewski. But another question is, I think Representative Barrett brought it up. We've known about this problem, that we're going to have a shortfall from the beginning of session. We brought some folks in from revenue, and we talked about this. We brought the charitable gaming folks in to talk about it. We knew there was a shortfall, and we know that the electronic pull tabs continue to fall off and not bring the revenue in that they thought they were going to bring in. It's amazing to me that we didn't address this issue since January until now, the middle of May. We had no committee hearings on what we were going to do. And now here we have no hearings on the governor's secret plan. It just showed up in a conference committee. All of a sudden, we've got a conference committee report here. We're going to vote on final passage on the tax plan. And we've got the governor's secret plan in here to close corporate loopholes, or a new tax on tobacco to cover the shortfall to pay the debt service. No hearings. Representative Lenczewski, there's other ways of doing this. I think you know that. And even in Ways and Means the other day, Representative Lenczewski, you had hearings on talking about the lottery ticket that's a backup. The stadium seat licensing, which is a backup. That's another question I have. Are those in this bill? Did we do that? Is the cigarette tax and the corporate loopholes going to cover that issue? So we still have the lottery tickets and the stadium seating licensing as a backup. So a lot of questions, Representative Lenczewski, covering this issue, and we had no public input as far as I know. And there's other ways to take care of this issue without taxing everybody. Members, I'm going to yield to Representative Lenczewski in a moment, but I want you to know from the very beginning people have been calling this the People's Stadium. Well, now it's truly going to be the People's Stadium. Can you smoke in the new stadium, Representative Lenczewski? No. But the smokers are going to pay for it. It's a shame that we did this. To the average citizen out there, folks, the average citizen is now going to be paying for this. Representative Lenczewski, can you cover any of those questions that I may have had? I know I had a number of them.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hackbarth. We did have hearings, and in fact, you're referencing a hearing that you and I, we sit on Ways and Means, and my way to solve this issue was heard in Ways and Means. We did have hearings addressing this, and in fact, I insisted that we attempt to address this, and we had a sports memorabilia tax, the items you mentioned, seats, rental, personal license, none of those are in here. That's the compromise that took place in the conference committee. So none of those are in here, but we did have hearings, public hearings with testimony on the way the House attempted to approach the concern about e-pull tabs. So at least on the House side, we had hearings. I will say I don't think the governor had a secret plan. His folks held a press conference on it, and we had them all in the room as we went through it in the tax conference committee, and then the commissioner did press with everyone. And I will tell you, though, I think there's a misunderstanding of the governor's plan. It is not an ongoing tobacco use that funds this, and as you've accurately stated, goes through the general fund. It's 1 year of that, and then it's this a closing of a corporate loophole that is not in current law that we've now closed that will be used for that. So it's only 1 year of the floor stocks tax. We know that revenue will be there because we use, one of the few places we use dynamic modeling is in tobacco taxes, and in fact we're raising the tobacco taxes within the bill sufficiently, more than sufficiently enough to pay for that for 1 year. In fact, we were so concerned that there would be too much money going to the Vikings that we've limited it. So we're quite sure that this amount will be enough.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Lenczewski, interesting the way you put that there's possibly going to be too much money going to the Vikings. I mean, that's silly to talk that way, because the money's going to go to the general fund. It can be used for other things. I mean, do you have a special fund built in this bill? I don't think so. Do you have a special fund that this money's going into? There's no special fund that's built. You're just tracking the money on paper. You're not setting up a special fund that's going to be paying the debt service on this. It's all general fund money. So that's kind of silly to talk that way, that there's going to be too much money going to the Vikings, because that's just not the way it works. I think you and I both know that. I mean, we pay the debt service on the bonds from the general fund. So that's a little bit silly to talk that way. So, Madam Speaker and Representative Lenczewski, when you say there's too much money, I understand how it's going to work, and we're not going to be taking more money than we need to, and it's going to click off or whatever. And then the corporate loopholes are going to take care of the debt service. And we're going to track that on paper. But I just wanted to make this very clear, because this is the only time, Representative Lenczewski, that I know of that we're going to be talking about this. If this does bring in enough money to continue to cover the debt service, where are we ever going to talk about this again? The only time we will talk about it again if there's another shortfall. And maybe we won't even talk about it then. Maybe we'll tax something else to cover the shortfall in the general fund, and it will never be related to the Viking Stadium, but we will know that there was a shortfall somewhere. Maybe it was that, and we have to make it up somewhere else, so we'll tax somebody else to make up the shortfall. Representative Lenczewski, we didn't have a public hearing to openly vent all of these issues, and we should have. Members, I wanted you to know exactly what's going on here and how this is working. It was kind of getting glazed over, so at least everybody in this body knows what's going on. Maybe the taxpayers won't know, but at least we will. Vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I'd like to change the tone of the debate just for a second, because I know there's an awful lot in this bill, but I heard another member from Olmsted earlier stand up and say something about job killing. Job killing. My goodness, how can you say this bill is job killing? Do you know how many jobs are in this bill? Members, this bill contains the Destination Medical Center bill that was authored by Representative Norton, and that bill is supposed to produce 35,000 to 45,000 jobs for this state over the next 20 years. So members, this is a tax bill that has more jobs in it than any bill I've seen in this House in the 9 years I've been here. Up to 45,000 jobs. So when you're never going to love everything in any omnibus bill. But if you want to create jobs in this state, this should be the bill for you. And if you're from Olmsted County and you don't think there are any jobs in this bill, boy, I don't know. That just blows me away. But members, in this bill, the state is making a large investment in this project in order to leverage about a total of about $6 billion in investment, $5.5 billion in private investment that's going to be brought in because of this bill today. And not only that, members, but this bill, in my estimation, is much better than it started out. This bill has in it transparency that was very much wanted by residents of Rochester and the surrounding area. Transparency, because public money is going into this too. Control by public officials. The city of Rochester is going to be in control of this. And yet it has a good balance of the privacy that was requested by a Mayo Clinic in order to bring in the private donations. And so I don't want to drag this out, members. I know we got a lot of work tonight, but I cannot let this go
without saying some thank yous. And first of all, I want to thank Senator Skoe and the Senate conferees for being willing to work with us on this bill. I want to thank Governor Dayton and Tina Smith for their work on this bill. I especially want to thank Representative Norton, who has just spent an incredible amount of time and energy on this throughout the session. And then I absolutely want to thank Chair Lenczewski. And I just want to say here publicly, the City of Rochester should give her the golden key because she absolutely made this happen. And I just can't thank her enough. I'm going to get emotional here, standing here talking about a tax bill. Representative Lenczewski, I can hardly believe it. But members, this is an absolute pivotal moment for this state, for the City of Rochester, for Mayo Clinic, and I just want to thank everybody, all of the members for their support, but especially Representative Lenczewski. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair and members. Would the tax chair stand for a couple of questions, please?
She
Thanks.
will. Representative Anderson.
Chair Lenczewski, you talked briefly, touched on the warehousing and storage services. You mentioned that the ag was going to be exempt. So just a clarification, bulk facilities such as grain elevators that store millions of bushels and fertilizer facilities, are they going to be exempt from this proposed storage sales tax?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Anderson. Again, having a hard time hearing you. If you were asking me if ag is exempt, the answer is yes. If you wanted to know more than that on the sales tax provision, was that right, on warehousing?
Yeah, I was asking specifically about grain elevators that store grain and also fertilizer facilities that would store tons and tons of fertilizer.
Representative Lenczewski.
The elevator would be, the fertilizer would not be.
Representative Anderson.
That's concerning. Fertilizer is heavy. Anyway, another question. What about a commodity, thinking about diesel fuel, that's used both by ag and by consumers and commercial people? What about the storage of diesel fuel, things like that? Will that be subject to the sales tax?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know so little about farming, Representative Anderson, but the commodity, of course, in the elevator is not what we're talking about in warehousing. So the fertilizer, no. The grain elevator, yes. The fuel, that is subject to the tax. It's how you store it that is not. It depends exactly how you're asking me on that. If you own the facility, no. If is that right? I'm just right. This is really, this is a Senate provision. So I just wanted to get confirmation. So if you own it, no. If you're leasing it, you pay the tax.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks again, Madam Chair. And again, before we know all of the details, but what about a pipeline terminal that's owned by a pipeline company? They own that facility. Will the fuel stored there, those millions of gallons of gasoline and diesel, will they be subject to this tax?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Chair, that one I knew. No.
Representative Anderson.
Well, I think that's I hope good news, because I think all of us the last couple of weeks have been getting emails thinking we can slow down or change this rapidly increasing price of gasoline that's really hitting Minnesota. So, and I realize a lot of tough choices to make here, but I think the last thing we want to do is cause the price of gas to go up here in Minnesota. So thank you for those answers.
Representative, the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Madam Speaker, point of order.
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, what is the appropriate way to address the chair of the body in the House of Representatives?
At this point in time, Madam Speaker would work.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't think I've missed the mark, Madam Speaker, but thank you, Representative Schoen. Madam Speaker, wondering if Representative Lenczewski would yield.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lenczewski, for all your work. I don't know how you keep all the numbers in your head. You have an ability to retain information that is amazing. Wondering, Representative Barrett asked about the payment to the city of Minneapolis for their library bonds that happened in the middle of the night less than a day ago when no one was watching. Can you tell us a little more about that? At $3.75 million or $4 million, and is that an annual payment, and how much liability for the state over time?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker and Representative Drazkowski, I may ask Representative Dabney to give me the years, so I don't know how many years it is, but this was a public finance item that we did consider for the city of Minneapolis. So, Representative Drazkowski, I enjoy you so much. It was not in the dead of the night, and it was a public meeting, and the room was full of people, and the lights were on, and the cameras. So maybe Representative Dabney would like to answer a little more. He worked on this provision in the Tax Conference Committee.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Dabney yield for the same question?
He will yield. Representative Dabney.
Representative Dabney, can you help us out?
Representative Dabney.
Representative Drazkowski, the new downtown central library was built in the bonds were approved in 2000. They were recently refinanced, taking 7 years off of the term of the bonds, and they now run through 2025.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Dabney yield again?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dabney, can you tell us what is the annual liability to the state for this bailout payment? And with it, how many years do we have the liability? And what would be the total accrued liabilities when the state is done bailing them out?
Representative Dabney is phoning a friend at the moment. We'll give him just a second.
Madam Speaker, I could maybe move to another question while Representative Dabney's working.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Lenczewski yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski and some of the education folks may ask some more questions, but I do know there are a variety of property tax increases in the bill relating to local school districts and their ability to levy more dollars on the local property taxpayers. Can you tell us, or maybe I should direct it to Representative Marquardt. I see him. Representative Lenczewski.
Representative Lenczewski. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Drazkowski. I'm not aware of any property tax increases in the bill. The bill is a net property tax reduction, and on top of that, Representative Drazkowski, all counties, of course, every one of us live in a county, and all cities receive a massive sales tax cut. So we're going to permanently eliminate that our cities and counties pay the sales tax, and then we have a very large property tax cut. So I'm not sure where you're saying there's a property tax increase. Maybe you can clarify.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Lenczewski would yield.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, maybe it's expanded local levy authority for local school districts. I am told that there are hundreds of dollars per pupil unit of expanded authority for school districts in the bill. Is that incorrect?
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, yeah, I know. If while we do not yet have runs on the impact on individual school districts, the statewide impact of the levy changes in the bill for school districts across the state on taxpayers is 0.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wonder if Representative Dabney would yield again, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you. Representative Dabney, we'll maybe come back to that. Maybe Representative Garofalo has some questions later for you. But have you found out about the City of Minneapolis Library bond bailout? What can you tell us?
Representative Dabney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, it's approximately $3.7 million a year in property tax relief for some of our major employers in the state, as well as residents of the state's largest city, and it runs through 2025.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Dabney would yield again.
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Representative Dabney, $3.7 million a year through 2025. So if I take the number of years between now and then times 3.7, we're in the ballpark for total accrued liability. Also, is this a general fund payment to the city? That would be helpful to know.
Representative Dabney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, this does not begin until 2016. Just to help you with your math, I don't have a calculator on me, otherwise I'd do the math for you. And this is specifically targeted for debt relief to the city for the state's major library in the state.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dabney. Wondering, Madam Speaker, if Representative Lenczewski would yield again.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, what can you tell us about the $5 million for the small towns around Rochester, the proposal that was in law, actually? How did that change? That, of course, was a design in the last legislature to allow some of the surrounding communities to recoup some of their sales tax that is part of that local sales tax levy. Can you outline that for us?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could ask Representative Norton to respond. Representative Drazkowski, I do want to say something, though, before she takes your question, if that's okay, because you know that the Rochester delegation has worked hard on this. And Representative Liebling, you were so kind in your comments. Representative Drazkowski, you as well. Actually, we all know that those of us who seem that we really know what we're talking about, we just really listen to the staff very closely, don't we? And in fact, if you look behind me, that's what's going on right now here in a bipartisan huddle, as a lot of Republican and Democratic members are learning from our learned staff, whom we owe so much, to understand the warehousing provisions, because it's very complicated, and we're all trying to work to make the best possible language we can. So I would ask Representative Norton, because she really closed up the final provisions on the Destination Medical Center, and I know you have a concern about that because you were attempting to add cities to the policies that Representative Davids had asked in the past. So I want to be crystal clear that we get this right, and Representative Norton's really the expert on that.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lenczewski. And I know it's always good to be in the mind meld with Mr. Michael, because there's often 10 times the capacity coming your way than there is going the other direction. Madam Speaker, wondering if Representative Norton would help me out and yield.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Norton, can you give us just a quick summary of what happened? I know there's something about approval by the City Council or something. I'm wondering if the added towns that were left out initially are in the list, et cetera. So if you could help us, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, yes, you had in tax committee added several towns to the to expand the list of folks that would be recipients of Rochester's sales tax expansion. There were other towns that were added or trying to be added in the Senate side, and ultimately the House and Senate conferees, all 10 of them, decided it was unfair to do that, as the tax had already been levied with the understanding that of the original 17. So we did go back to the original 17. All 10 conferees signed off on that. And I would just mention that the City Council does have to formally adopt all 17 of those cities at a formal board meeting, or the money could be used for the Destination Medical Center if they should choose to do that. But I'm quite certain the city is not interested in having any bad relationships with those 17 communities that are expecting that money, so I fully expect them to do that at their next board meeting.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Norton. That's about the area or design that I understood. I'm very disappointed. We passed and authorized the ability for Rochester to do the local option sales tax last year, contingent upon the piece that Representative Davids put in the bill. Had that not happened, Representative Norton, the authority, I am rather certain from being on the tax committee, and even though I didn't support the local option sales tax, being part of that discussion, understood that had that not been part of the design, that that authority would likely not have been granted by the legislature 2 years ago. So it's rather frustrating to see the current majority really undo a deal that was there when it was put forward. But thank you, and Madam Speaker, I'll save additional comments for third reading. Let somebody else go. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski, we're on third reading. So this is your shot.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll let someone else have their time, and maybe I'll come back for a second wind. How's that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you for your work. I know tax is a difficult area, Chair Lenczewski, but would Chair Lenczewski yield for a couple of questions?
She will. Representative Gruenhagen.
Yeah, one of my concerns, and going through the bill and the short period of time we've had and everything, I've got a little summary here, so I'll just ask you a few questions off that. Is one of my concerns was the charitable reduction when it left the House floor. I think it was about $43 million in additional revenue. Has that been corrected in the bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker and Representative Gruenhagen, I don't know what you mean by corrected. From my perspective, maybe not. From yours, I think yes. There is no change to Minnesota's charitable contribution law. There were status quo. The House provisions that left the floor were not adopted.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, from my standpoint, you're right. I see that as a correction, okay? So appreciate you making that change regardless of how you viewed it. The other thing is, this, according to the summary I have, there's an expanded sales tax for certain business-to-business purchases. I thought that was off the table. To what degree has that been implemented, and can you give me a little bit of summary on that particular tax? If Chair Lenczewski will yield.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Gruenhagen. There's really three pieces on what you're referencing, and then these new sales taxes that are business to business buy sales tax cuts. And those sales tax cuts they buy, there are a number of things they're buying, which is removing the sales tax that all of our cities and counties have to pay when they buy something, so that'll all go away. That's about a $200 million tax cut. There's the removal of the capital equipment refunds. That's another tax cut. There's tax cuts for economic development for 3M, Emerson, Representative Beard's project in Shakopee, the Baxter project coming to Brooklyn Park, and the Destination Medical Center. So it's sort of a bucket of tax cuts. There's some other tax cuts in there too, angel investment, tax credits, historic credits, although they're carried on another part. But what's paying for most of the sales tax cuts are these three business-to-business taxes, and you're right, that's been going on. As you know, the House never proposed any business-to-business tax increases, as we left. The Senate had some, and the governor wanted his large package at first, but he did say at the end of the day, after he removed that he would support business-to-business taxes for tax cuts, and he would not support taxing final consumption on Minnesotans. So I think the Senate felt strongly they wanted to work in that area, and that was part of the agreement, that the Senate would do some things to have bring some business-to-business service tax increases or new taxes or repealing exemptions. There are three primarily, and then pay for all these sales tax cuts on the other end. So that's basically the sales tax article. And so for what they are, I'm just going to put on my glasses. They're really repairing and maintaining electronic and precision equipment. And so those are sort of, cell phones, iPads, similar devices, computers, office equipment, televisions, video and digital recorder, radar, sonar equipment, and then the repair of commercial and industrial equipment. And that area is capital equipment used for manufacturing, mining, fabricating, industrial equipment, and then warehousing and storage services, which we've talked about at some length with Representative Uglum and Representative Anderson. So those are really the three subject area, and it wouldn't be fair for me to say it's a completely revenue neutral article, because it's a slight revenue raiser, and we've dropped that to the bottom line, and we have a little more than that, so that's going to go to pay back the school shift.
Members, there's a lot going on the floor, but some members are actually trying to hear the debate. So if you are having a conversation, please take it off of the House floor. Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response, Chair Lenczewski. I liked your response about the tax cuts. It concerns me a little bit that we're paying for the tax cuts with business-to-business taxes. A little bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul. And, you favor one business over and penalize another one in order to favor that business. And that, that's the government picking winners and losers again. And to me, that's not a good economic approach. The other question I have, or other comment I have a little bit, is in relationship to the Viking Stadium. And I sure hope this works, okay? I voted against the Viking Stadium leaving here because of the funding. But on the tobacco tax, I can understand that as increasing that tax to cover health care expenses, okay? But we both know that it's a regressive tax. It hits the poor much harder than it does the upper middle class or the rich. So to me, it looks like we're, rather than Robin Hood, take from the rich and give to the poor, with this tax and using it in the way that we are, okay, rather than for health care costs, but to fund a Viking Stadium, we're taking from the poor and giving to the rich. And I guess I have the same types of concerns that have been voiced about the Vikings funding mechanism, and I just don't think that's a good way to do it. And also on top of that, we're closing corporate loopholes in order to fund some additional tax, if that's correct. But that scenario, and some called it a secret deal, just really, I don't like hurting the other businesses to fund the Viking Stadium payment, and I don't like using the tobacco tax, again, which is a regressive tax, to give to a billionaire. So I think I'll just leave that with those comments. The next area I'd ask a couple of questions on is just the estate tax changes, okay? So if Chair Lenczewski would yield for a question.
Representative Grunhagen, I'm informed by more senior members of the legislature that it is the custom and usage of the House for you to address the presiding officer and not her directly. Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Chair. I was trying to be courteous to her, but evidently I should be courteous to you. So if you could, there's a lot of concern from some of the lawyers in my district about conformity with the federal estate tax and how that would apply. So could you just briefly summarize some of the estate tax changes that are in this bill, if Chair Lenczewski would yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Gruenhagen, I was not offended at all, and you're a very courteous person, so I understood. And it's nice to talk eye to eye, and it's an awkward thing to stare forward. So I certainly hear you on that. Again, using my glasses, maybe the quick way to cover the estate gift tax article is there's imposition of a 10% tax on gifts with a lifetime credit of $100,000 being allowed, and individuals can give $13,000 per year without counting toward the $1 million exemption. And that also includes for Representative Gruenhagen deathbed gifts. We expand the estate tax to non-residents of Minnesota who own pass-through entities. These are, again, non-Minnesota residents with Minnesota real estate or tangible personal property. There's technical changes to the exemption for the homestead farmland and qualified small business credit, and that was a provision that both Representative Poppe and Representative Poppe carried that. Representative Davids was a supporter of that. So I think those sum up what's happening there. And you're right, they step away to some extent. Some of it steps away from federal conformity and some of it steps toward it. So both of those things are going on. We had significant and more dramatic federal conformity in the bill that left the House, but there was some objection to how we were paying for it, and of course Representative Loon objected on most of those, how we were paying for the federal conformity that we carried as an income bracket adjustment, and that's been dropped. So the thing to note about that, and I'm sure there are people, no one likes to pay taxes, but those provisions, Representative Gruenhagen, are some of the most progressive provisions within the Minnesota tax system. And at a time with a deficit, I just felt that the right way to go, which was in agreement with Governor Dayton and the House principles of trying to build a more progressive system while you're trying to raise revenue, I think you're making a good argument. Some of it does step away from future federal conformity, but part of it, Representative Poppe's bill, steps toward it.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response, Chair Lenczewski. Just a couple observations about the tax bill from a job standpoint. I received, rather than myself to comment on it, I'll just read a couple of quotes from a letter I actually received last session from a business owner here in the state of Minnesota. And here's just a couple of statements from him. He said, I paid state income taxes of $261,000 last year. Based on the governor's proposal, the increase in state income taxes would be to $465,000, which is approximately an increase of 80%. Now, again, I know things have changed. That might not be completely accurate. But he goes on to say, with the increase in fees, regulations, and ineffective Minnesota governmental services, I guarantee you I will move my home office to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I will further move my permanent residence to South Florida. This will include transferring the annual payroll of $1.7 million to South Dakota. So, Chair Lenczewski, if she'd yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Gruenhagen.
What I see, Chair Lenczewski, as a business owner myself and also as a representative, I look around the country and I see states that are raising taxes like California, New York, and others to try to deal with their deficit, that when they do that, things don't get better, they actually get worse as far as tax revenue is concerned. And I just think that, going forward, we should be looking at reducing taxes and regulations, making them competitive with our neighboring states, and not continuing just to try to raise taxes to cover any type of shortfall, but rather the Republican plan from last session, where we restrained state spending, allowed the private sector to recover, and received billions of dollars of additional revenue. Or can you tell me a state that actually raised taxes dramatically, such as we're doing here, and that led to economic prosperity and elimination of deficits?
Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Gruenhagen. You were talking, I want to first mention the person who whose taxes have gone up from this to that. My guess is that's because that person is making a lot of profit. And in fact, the lower number, just so you know in that example, that person with the lower number income would earn more than 95 or 96% of all Minnesotans. And I know you, I think, fundamentally disagree, but that's exactly what we're saying, is those folks are paying less as a percentage of income in state and local taxes than everyone else. And if that tax really went up, then they would be in kind of the 99%. So yes, there are people like that who are earning over 90, make more than 96% of the rest of us, and they would pay more tax under this bill. But the data that I read, and I think I try to be fair and read all sides, there is no consensus that this makes things happen the way people feel. I think people feel anecdotally one way or another, and you feel one way, and I guess it is a great, it's a risk. But Minnesota actually is a good example of a state that consistently did this and really has had significantly higher average incomes paired with its higher tax. New York is another state like that, very wealthy people paying, and they're clustered in that high tax state. But you mentioned California, and in fact, there's been kudos to now the attempt by Governor Brown to get rid of the deficit there, and that was voter approved, to raise taxes to remove their deficit in California. And so I think you can do some reading up on the situation California is now. But I think both sides of the aisle can make arguments about, do tax increases make, stifle growth and everyone flees, and there's no jobs, or do you need some investments? And I understand that people who feel that way won't vote for this bill today. We feel differently. We do believe in a progressive tax system. There has not been a lot of infusion in new revenue for over a decade in Minnesota, and we think that we heard Minnesotans when they sent us here that while they don't like revenue, they don't like gimmicks and shifts and deficits either, and so we're stepping forward to address it. And we feel it's not the easiest thing to do, but we're willing to do it.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Lenczewski, for that response. You're right, we do have a different opinion. I just want to give one local example yet. When we had the Job Z program implemented in Glencoe with a few of the businesses, we had the city administrator and a few others come to the school board because we had to approve the exemption on property taxes for the Job Z program. And so one of the things they said is we're lowering taxes, both property taxes and income taxes. And I asked the question, well, why do we want to give this particular business expanding or growing or coming to Glencoe special tax exemptions? And their response was, well, it'll grow more private sector jobs and we'll have more tax revenue. So my response was, if lower taxes produce more private sector jobs and ultimately more tax revenue for the city, why don't we lower taxes on all our businesses? And the result will be we'll have more private sector jobs and more tax revenue in the long run. So we do have that fundamental difference, and I think we're going to be punishing our job creators and our businesses, and we're going to be sending the wrong message also to investment income that would look to come into Minnesota. They'll see a big stop sign at the border saying, you come to Minnesota, we're going to tax you at a much higher rate than the majority of the states in our country. And that is a negative in today's global and national economic model. So I have strong concerns about this bill, members. I think we're headed the wrong direction. We should be looking at having government live within its means and streamlining government, and not just continuing to raise taxes at exponential rates when our private sector is growing at a much slower rate. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members.
The member from Stearns, Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, I actually like some of the things that came back out of this conference committee. I enjoy the fact that there's no alcohol tax. They continue the charitable contribution deduction and the long-term care credit. But I also have a lot of concerns. And some of those concerns are the expansion of the sales tax to certain businesses. And we've had that discussion on warehouses, and some of the bigger concerns I have is I got a large Archer Daniels Midland facility that came in, a grain handling facility. I'm not going to ask you the question on whether they're taxed or not because I understand you don't know, but I'll just let you know that it's a big concern of mine. And the other concern I have is that we didn't allow for any veterans jobs tax credits, and I think that's a big loss for us. I know it was in the House bill, and we lost it in conference, and I think that was a huge loss. And I know we didn't get it in the House either, but I thought that maybe in conference committee we could get it. Was the elimination of the veterans retirement pension, because I firmly believe that bringing those federal dollars to this state and bringing those federal dollars into our state economy is huge. And I think I think we're missing a big opportunity to bring those dollars into this state and expand the revenue we get from the federal government from those military pensions. Madam Speaker, if Chair Lenczewski could stand for one question.
She will yield. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, is the capital restoration project in this tax bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Howe, it is not, and I appreciate that you're happy that some of the things are gone, but you also wish some things would have remained, and that is the conference committee process, and I share that concern on maybe different provisions, but some things made into it. The capital restoration is not. What is in the bill is language so that the folks can begin to plan, design potentially what will happen if we ever pass the bonding for the capital, whether that would be yet this year, next year, and a future year. I think the folks that would plan this out believe that the people actually who are housed here will have to be somewhere else. So it's not losing a year thinking about where they would go. So there is not money. I think the Senate would have liked the money to actually get that building up in another place, and so they could begin the process. But, as you know, we have not approved a capital renovation, so no, there's $3 million to begin the design and planning. And then the Senate had in the language they wrote, they had the Senate in charge of how that would work, and we successfully, with some input from Chair Hausman actually, we got some House members to serve on that selection committee. So, they're attempting to start planning for it, but no, the money, and the Senate had originally proposed $30 million in there, and that's not in this bill.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Chair Lenczewski yield for one more question?
She will yield. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, and I just want to clarify, I see that it allocates that $3 million, and I see that that's for Senate offices in a new building. Is that the $3 million that we're talking about for the capital restoration or the capital planning process, Chair Lenczewski?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Howe, yes. That would be to begin the planning. As you read through how you would do the debt, to have the revenue bonds funded, the legislature would, you can begin planning with that, but to go forward, we would, if you read the language in there, to do the bonding for it, the legislature would have to appropriate the money. And so, of course, you can't build a building for that. That's the beginning of the planning, design work, etc.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm a little disappointed. The way it looks to me is there's $3 million for the Senate offices or the planning process there, and there's another $1.86 million in relocation expenses. Why didn't we just take that for almost $5 million and put it towards the actual renovation of this building to actually stop the leaking in the dome? I guess I'm pretty disappointed in that. So, members, I think those are the things that we should have done and we didn't do, and that's why this tax bill is getting a big red vote from me. It's a no vote, and I think we all should go that way. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Davney yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Davney, I'm just going to move very, very quickly on page 24 of the bill. It was brought up before on 24.22, debt service to the City of Minneapolis, lines 24.22 to 24.28, outlining the money that will go to the Minneapolis Library on a yearly basis of about $3.75 million, from what I can understand. Some questions over on this side of the aisle about what that is, how long it lasts. Could you tell me just when that money starts, how much per year, how many years, and how much total we're spending in this particular tax bill? How much are we committing to the Minneapolis Library? Representative Davney.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dean, thank you for the question. The first payment will be paid, as it states, on 24.23, November of 2016. It runs for 9 years when the bonds expire. As I stated earlier, the city was able to refinance the bonds and take 7 years off the duration of them a couple of years ago, and the total will come to, if my math is right, $33.3 million.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davney, for clarifying that and getting that on the record. I appreciate that, and I think some members had some legitimate questions about that, and thank you for delineating what that dollar amount is. Again, about $33 million total. I'm wondering if Representative Lenczewski would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, I just have a couple of questions. Not served on the tax committee. Don't ever plan to serve on the tax committee. I apologize. You guys do a great job. Folks on your side, folks on my side, it's a great committee. You guys do a nice job. Not my area. However, I do want to just ask a couple of questions, some of which were brought up earlier. I just want to just push a little bit further on, and I'm just going to ask you about one of the areas that that we're focusing on, and that is the Viking Stadium and the revenue that we are putting back into the bill for repayment. And from what I understand, there's two places that we're getting revenue from. Cigarettes, we're going to be imposing tax on cigarettes, and the other place is on corporate revenue that we're getting. And could you tell me just kind of what you're planning on? And I'm sorry, the third one was from these. Just I guess those three. Could you just tell me what you're planning on per year for those three revenue sources, and what you're projecting to go out from the cigarettes, from the corporate taxes, and also from the e-pull tabs moving forward? Representative Lenczewski.
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker, members, the third item is not part of the Vikings, but the first thing, and I think there's been a little bit of misunderstanding. The first item on the tobacco is 1 year only. It's just 1 year only, and that's part of the floor stocks tax, which is when you're going to raise the price of tobacco, people could rush out in the next 6 weeks and get a bunch of cigarettes and do inventory for them and avoid the tax. And so we have something called the floor stocks tax in current law that allows people that makes sure that people kind of go in there and count them so they don't avoid the tax. Because the tobacco tax is going up in the bill, there will be an infusion of money there from that provision, and that money is going to the Vikings, but then it's gone. And then there's part of the closing of the corporate loopholes will go in. It's on page 89 of the bill, which it's $26.5 million in the beginning. But we can't know, just like let's take the Mayo provision. It's difficult to know how much debt will be needed every year, and I honestly, as you know, Representative Dean, I didn't spend a lot of time working on the Viking Stadium. You actually probably know more as former majority leader about kind of how that debt would flow over the life of the debt vehicle for the Viking Stadium, so that won't always be the same. And so we made sure to limit that the Vikings couldn't receive beyond what would be needed. The e-pull tabs, where that fits and all that, I'm uncertain. I think what people are saying is those who are believing in that are not believing that they're giving up on that. It might grow, it might not. People don't know. But we're not going to have this question mark out there anymore. And I think it's fair to say that the governor, it was a strong priority for the governor and for many Republicans and many Democrats bipartisanly. That vote, and I got it up and looked at it. There were a lot of Democrats in the Senate and the House and a lot of Republicans in the Senate and the House who voted for that. And I think Minnesota has really moved on. I feel strongly that the folks who oppose the stadium, they don't want to re-debate the stadium, and I think we just have to do the right thing from a fiduciary standpoint and be prudent. And as an anti-stadium person, I thought I should step up and say, look, if we're going to get rid of some shifts and gimmicks and things, let's just get that done. And I think that it is the prudent way to do it. I mean, we could have picked other sources, but this is what the governor wanted, and I committed, and the conferees did, to support the governor in that.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, well, there were many of us that had some difficulties with this revenue source immediately. I had a crazy idea. I said, let's pay for this thing the way that we pay for every other building that we build around the state of Minnesota for the past dozens of years or 100 years, of bond the thing and do it honestly and pay for it. And they said, you can't do that because it's out of the general fund. Right, yes, correct answer. We couldn't do that because that was out of the general fund. Somebody who also works in this building referred to me as a harebrained for proposing such a ludicrous thing, and instead we needed to rely on this being distributed to VFWs across the state of Minnesota to provide the revenue source. And I did talk to one of the folks, a VFW near my area, and he says, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. I'm going to get an iPad, and I'm going to get an iPad and give this out to my folks in my VFW, and they're going to bet on some kind of iPad, and it ain't going to get stolen, and they're going to bet that way, and that's how we're going to pay for that stadium. Oh, is that right? You didn't need to do a whole lot of fancy mathematical planning. I could have just sent you to a guy in my district who could have told you how that was going to work out. But I wanted to do my part, so I went up to Sal's in Withrow, and I plunked down $25 on the bar, and the bartender dug out one of these. They had one. They didn't know where it was right away, but they found it, and the person I was playing with was also my age, so it took us a while to figure out how to play it. And then it took us about 10 minutes to figure out how to play it, and then our $25 was gone in about 6 minutes, and we were both angry. So I said, this is not a way to fund a billion-dollar stadium. So we figured that out the hard way. I don't blame anybody for wanting to find a solution. The state clearly wanted a solution, and that's what happened. And Representative Lenczewski, unfortunately, you were given part of the task of cleaning that up, and apologize for that, but you had to do that, and you had to move on as best you could. And from what I understand, the other piece of this is from cigarettes, and this is a one-time money thing. You said that it's 20-some million bucks or something that we're going to do for one time, and it's not at the PAC level, it's at the facility level. I don't know if you're referring to that as a cigarette tax or a sports impact fee. I don't know if you went that way with it, Representative Lenczewski. I don't know how you want to message that, but we'll message it however you want to do it. That's okay. And the other piece of that is a volatile tax on corporate money that we're going to get in. And the thing that bugs me about this is it's really hard to predict how much money we're going to get from corporations, particularly when they're getting scared out of here. So it's a little bit troubling to me. And Representative Lenczewski, you don't have to worry. I will never be on your committee. You don't have to worry about bothering with me down the road. But that's something that the guy from my neck of the woods is going to think about and worry about a little bit. Are we just creating another iPad problem by depending on a revenue source that's not super dependable with our yes vote here today? So I hope we're clear with voters. I hope we're clear with the public right now with what we're doing. Representative Lenczewski, I think you've been above board in everything that you've communicated, at least to me in committee and in your committee, and I appreciate that moving forward. Lastly, Madam Speaker and Representative Lenczewski, one of the things that we were told in the last election, we said we've got some folks that want to raise taxes. We've got some other folks that said we need to stay the course. If we stay the course, that we can grow out of this thing. And we're seeing now from the revenue projections that every month it gets better. Our deficit goes down. Revenues keep growing up. And the tax increases that you're proposing become less and less necessary in this biennium. And we all agree that in the next biennium they were completely unnecessary because the deficit would have, in fact, erased completely had we just made some minor cuts with no tax increases in the current biennium. We naturally think that would have been a better idea. Also, I think it's important to point out that the Health and Human Services bill, we rely on one-time shifts from the Health and Human Services, from the Health Care Access Fund, hundreds of millions of dollars in a one-time shift. We've got one-time money in tobacco. We've got reliance on corporate taxes that are very volatile. So we've got one-time shifts and gimmicks and one-time money in multiple committees. And once again, we haven't paid back the shift. So I want members to understand that when you're voting for this tax increase, you're not solving the Vikings problem, you're not paying back the shift, and you're not helping Health and Human Services or the schools that you promised that you were going to do. It's certainly not, it doesn't give me any pleasure to say that, but I need to say that because that's the truth. And I can tell you that moving forward, and Representative Lenczewski, you can tell me how you're going to present this when you talk to the folks in your district. He said that the tax increases were only going to hit those that made the most, those that were the richest, those are the people who could afford it, and they need to be fair. We need to fairly fund our states and fairly fund our priorities by asking a little more. To whom much has been given, much will be received. Representative Lenczewski, can you go to your voters and can you honestly say that that's what we're doing?
Representative Lenczewski will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Yes, Madam Chair, yes. Again, this is the top 2.1% of Minnesotans who would see a tax increase, and that is after their tax cuts because those are in here too. So 2.1% would see a tax increase. Everybody else should see a property tax cut. Of course, there's sales tax cuts as we've talked about them. The one exception to that, Representative Dean, and I think you and I share a lot of perspective on this. It's more similar than I think you realize, but where I would disagree is, we do have the cigarette tax, and people can say that, that is hitting everyone if you smoke, and that is accurate, but I view it as a public health imperative. And I think as someone who knows a lot about health, that tax does not begin to recoup the cost to all of us for the use of that substance. So, the alternative to taxing something in a user way is that the general populace will pay for it instead. Either way, in a tax increase that's that is statewide and hits everybody from some other tax, or as a reduction in services because we get less government for our dollar because we have to pay the health impacts. And I always thought Governor Pawlenty was right to think about it that way. There are dramatic and serious health impacts associated with the use of tobacco. So that provision is attempting to set the price high enough to help people either not start, some people quit, but not so high that it's simply punitive to those that cannot.
The member from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if Chair Marquardt would yield for a question, I'd like to ask a little bit about the education provisions in the tax bill.
He will yield. Representative Woodard.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. or Madam Speaker. I just did that for Representative Schoen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Marquardt, just the first question I have is on the shift. So as I'm looking at the runs that I have here, when this tax bill left, it had about roughly $800 million to pay back the shift. Now I see that those are blank. And I know that Chair Lenczewski has said this actually pays back the shift. My argument has been all along that your approach is to let the Republican Dayton surpluses pay back the shift, to let the recovering Minnesota economy pay back the shift, which is not necessarily a bad plan, but it's the plan. So could you kind of explain why we left this body with $800 million in paying back a shift, and now that appears to be blank on this spreadsheet?
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Woodard, because we've come up with a different method to pay off the shift. Initially, we thought we would have to raise a surcharge to pay off the shift. And folks on your side of the aisle voted against that, did not want to pay back the shift that way. So now we have a method where we need to pay off $273 million on the 90-10 payment shift, about another $550 on the property tax recognition shift, which I know you know. We can do that with accelerated payments that were in the education bill that now will not require a surcharge or a tax increase. So that's the method we're going to go. I think folks want us to pay back the shift, which we're going to do, and I think they'd rather see the method we're doing now without the surcharge if we don't have to do that.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we're probably using different language to do the same thing. I like to use the term Republican Dayton surpluses that are paying it back and the Minnesota economy that's paying back, and you're just saying that we're going to raise taxes and we're just not going to do a line item to do that. Chair Marquardt, I'm going to ask a couple of questions about the property tax piece of this. Are you okay if I ask you that question? You free to yield?
He will yield. Representative Woodard.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I know that we had a zero levy target in our committee. And I know a couple of these bills that we see in here now, we actually were House files and we heard them in the Education Finance Committee. The one that first comes to mind is the education levy, which is a renewal of the levy that was supposed to sunset. So there's a tax increase, property tax increase there. But the thing that really concerns me really is the board approval of tax levies now. You know, part of the things that helps keep our property taxes lower is the fact that voters have to go out and approve those property taxes. So the way I read this bill now, and I know it's very complex, and that's why I'm asking the question, is that initial 300 through this equalization process, that initial 300 now can be board approved. That means that those property poor districts would be able to the board can go in and say, we're going to do a $300. We're going to equalize that, so there'll be some state funding to do that as well. But my understanding also is that if you add in the location equity revenue for those districts that are close to that 7-county metro area, that they can take up to, I believe it's about $424 in voter-approved levy. Take that out, and let's move it over into the board-approved levy, which actually now opens up additional voter-approved levy at some point. So my concern is that we're taking away some of the things that we have in current policy that help keep property taxes down, and it's going to be intense pressure on our school boards to say, we'll just do these school board approved levies, not have to worry about taking it to the voters, and later on we can take additional property tax hikes to the voters. And at the end of the day, if you're a property tax owner, that's a property tax hike. And it's easy to say here on the House floor, I didn't directly do that, but we're taking away some of the measures we have traditionally used in Minnesota to try to keep those property taxes down and to keep those property taxes accountable to the voters who are paying for them. So if Chair Marquardt would kind of address that issue, I'd appreciate that, Madam Speaker.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Woodard, there are so many property tax cuts in this bill, I don't know for sure where to start, but I'll try to get to the one you referred to. First of all, yesterday, when we did the education bill, we were talking about that one equity piece that had left the House floor, but I said it was also in the tax bill. And I think it would be good just to mention that. That's what did occur, is that in the first $300 of the levy, it's now I think they call it an education advancement revenue. If you don't have any referendum, you will get up to 300. So all of the folks who benefited in the House education plan that left the floor a month ago or whenever that was, you will receive those dollars. That is in there. Unlike what left our House floor, the first year was all aid, and then the second year was levy and aid at the original equalization factor. What happens here is that now both years are levy and aid, and you have now a higher equalization levy. It's like $880,000, which the old pupil count is probably about $800,000. So there will be an increase there, but the net on this program that I'm mentioning, this education advancement revenue, the net is a property tax cut of about $70 million. So as in our bill when it left the House floor, there is levy authority by districts for the first 300. That's correct. And then with the new location equity aid, you have another 400 that is also equalized at a higher rate, which would provide property tax relief versus what you have now. But that also would be authority of the school board. One thing overall that has to be mentioned here is there is a property tax freeze that takes impact, and Representative Dabney may want to talk more about that, but there is a levy limit kind of freeze that will hopefully, well, will keep property taxes down to a certain level. So, on that first $700, there will be school board authority to do that, but the net decrease is about $70 million in property taxes.
Representative Woodard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that explanation, Chair Marquardt. I think we're again in a position where you may be using different words for the same thing. The bottom line is, in this bill, we are taking away voter-approved levies and allowing our school boards now to have that levy authority, and the pressure on them will be intense on their property taxes within those school districts. It's great that we've got some equalization in there, that the state's going to kick in a few dollars for those school districts that have a hard time convincing their voters that they should be doing property tax increases. But at the end of the day, this is a significant change in our property tax policy. And I think Minnesotans kind of, it's not that late. It's 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday night. They're probably just turning on the evening news. And it's pretty easy for them to see that we are reinstituting a gen ed levy here. And we are significantly changing the way our property tax system works in Minnesota and taking even more authority away from our voters to actually approve or disapprove of those levies. It means that our school districts are going to not have to go to the voters and say, this is what we're doing, this is why we think it's a value for you to pay additional property taxes. And members, I know there's a lot of hope and there's some pixie dust in this bill that's not what's going to happen. But if you look at history here in Minnesota, that's exactly what happens. And I predict that within the next few years, our property taxes are going to increase dramatically as a result of this bill, and that we're going to see dramatic increases in our obligations as a state as well. We have over $2 billion in tax increases in this bill. It's historic. And I know that the majority believes that they're paying back for all these years of difficulty that the state has gone through. Well, members, sometimes that difficulty is good. It allows us to make the hard decisions we have to make. And I think Minnesotans, when they look at the history of what's happened over the last decade in the state spending and the state taxing, and the fact is that if you take out the New York State or the New York City sales or New York City income tax, we actually will be the fourth most taxed state in the union. The fourth most taxed state in the union at a time where the economy demands that we have a good business climate, that we actually attract small businesses, that entrepreneurs are welcome here, that people who take risks with their capital can actually be productive and create jobs. That's not what this bill does. This bill says the state can spend your money better than you can. And I won't spend too much time on the tobacco tax because I think Representative Dean did a great job on that. The bottom line is we're saying two things at the same time. One, we're saying we don't want you to smoke, so we're going to raise your taxes, which is very applicable to we don't want you to be successful, so we're going to raise your income taxes. but we're raising the tobacco tax and saying we hope that people will smoke less, but we kind of hope you smoke more because we got to pay for a Viking stadium. I mean, at the end of the day, we may have to do ads to get Minnesotans to smoke so we can pay for the Viking stadium. I mean, you can't say both things at the same time. You can't say that we're doing property tax reductions when you had a zero levy target. I'm saying that those property taxes are actually going to go up, but you can't say all that and think that Minnesotans are actually going to believe it. They're pretty smart folk. So, members, this is not a good bill. This is not good for Minnesota. We're going the wrong direction. We ought to be looking at ways we can decrease the tax impact and the tax burden on hardworking Minnesota taxpayers. Instead, we're going the opposite direction. We're sending the wrong message. And the only good news out of this tax bill is that hopefully in 2 years, voters will wake up. And they'll say, we can't continue to do this. We can't continue to just tax and spend and tax and spend and tax and spend. We know that. We know it doesn't work. We can't be the fourth most taxed state in the union and think that we're going to be successful, that we're going to attract the kind of entrepreneurs that we need to be the kind of state we want this to be. So, members, please vote no on this. Not only vote no, but go back to your constituents and say, I voted no because this was a bad bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I first asked to be placed on the list to speak on this bill, I was initially going to simply thank the chair of the Tax Committee and the conferees for putting the provision in there to accelerate the LGA payment for the disaster area. And a sincere thank you from myself and from the people down in southwestern Minnesota. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. With that said, Madam Speaker, Representative Anderson brought up a point, and I'm going to ask for a clarification. And the feedback that I'm getting back from some of the ag groups, they asked for a clarification as well. And depending on the response will be their action once we do have some clarification. Underneath Article, let me find my notes here. Article 8, Section 16. After Representative Paul Anderson asked the question, we are led to believe now that ag inputs will be taxed. And so in the scenario where a farmer does not own the, whether it's the LP tank or anhydrous or you name it, in the event they're leasing those, now because of Article 8, Section 16, now those farmers are now subject to that tax or that storage fee. If Chair Lenczewski would yield for a question, I want to make sure that's accurate.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm going to try to read the full list. And again, Representative Hamilton, we spent a lot of time on this because this was a Senate provision and the governor supported using B2B. That wasn't the House's position, but these new B2B taxes, again, buy mostly sales tax cuts, and it's mostly a revenue neutral article. But I understand, and I want clarity too, so I want to read a couple things if you'd permit me. In the bill, it's page 150. So the list I think I want to read is that I think you want to look at line, I don't know if you have a bill. Do I want to start on 150?
Madam Speaker, I do. And so if you could...
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Chair Lenczewski could repeat the page numbers again.
Okay, so we're on page one, Madam Speaker.
Representative Lenczewski.
Representative Hamilton, page 150, and it's lines 150.24. So what's exempt is warehousing or storage services for tangible personal property, excluding agricultural products, refrigerated storage, electronic data, and self-storage services and storage of motor vehicles, recreational vehicles, boats, not eligible to be deducted as a business expense. So, I mean, the boats and that stuff, I think people understand. If you have a camper or an RV and you go store your boat, that's exempt. Mini storage is exempt from the tax. Refrigerated storage, electronic data, and I think you're focused on agricultural products. Is that right, Representative Hamilton?
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's really hard to hear in here. And again, our concerns are in the event you do not own the storage facility. There are many farmers who will lease, whether they're leasing the tank that holds the anhydrous ammonia or the LP. If they do not own those storage tanks, are they now subject to the storage fee or the tax? That's one question, Madam Speaker.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I will ask to be corrected and then say it again if I'm wrong. Yes, that in the leasing situation would be taxed. If you own it, it would not be taxed.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My next question then is we are also led to believe then that there will be sales tax also applies to farm equipment repair. If the tax chair will yield for a question, please.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hamilton, that's correct. Yes.
Representative Hamilton.
So then, Madam Speaker, and to the tax chair as well. So once Representative Anderson raised that question, we were, of course, taken a little bit off guard because all along we were led to believe, or we thought, that ag inputs would be exempt as they have been from any new taxes. And when I called Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, got up with representatives from soybean growers, from the pork producers, I'm working on the corn growers, every one of them are extremely concerned. And they asked me to get some clarification. Now that I have the clarification, I am asking them, and I'm waiting for their response, and asking for letters coming out against this provision within the tax bill. So again, that would be underneath, I believe, Article 8, Section 16. So we in agriculture, we were, again, these are some of the questions that we had early on, making sure that we still had those ag exemptions. Now we had clarified from you that they are no longer exempt, that ag inputs will be taxed, and also we'll have sales tax on farm equipment repairs as well. And just, Madam Speaker, if I could just one more time have the tax chair acknowledge that that is indeed an accurate statement.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Hamilton. I think that's right. And so the parts are exempt, but the labor is taxable and repair. You're right, because that's what's going on here in business-to-business taxes, and that's why there's disagreement, I think bipartisanly, in both parties. Business-to-business taxes tax inputs, that's right. And so there is no final consumption tax. And again, this was part of the broad agreement. Now, I will tell you, and we all have different philosophies on that, but I think early on there was a broader discussion about what could be taxed, at what stage, what the governor, the Senate, and the House supported. Would there be a general sales tax rate lowering? That's, as we've gone through the session, that's changed over time. But you should note, and I'm sure it's cold comfort for you as you look at the individual, as you're someone who would be experiencing this. There is they're mostly buying sales tax cuts for a number of other provisions in the bill. So, I mean, yes, there is new tax on some business inputs.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to agriculture and farming, it is a commodity, and we do not have the luxury of passing on these additional expenses to the end user of the product. And the United States has a cheap food policy, and it isn't there to benefit the farmer. It's to benefit every single person in this room, and every single person that you represent all across the state, all across the nation. Would the chair of Ag Policy, Representative Poppy, yield for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Poppy, have you had a chance to visit with the ag groups or the commodity groups about this to gain an understanding as far as whether or not they support this provision?
Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Previously, we had a discussion about it, so I knew that they were opposed to it when it was first discussed a few months ago, but I have not recently heard from them or talked to them since the tax bill has been released.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Chair of Agriculture Finance, Chair Wagenius from Minneapolis, will she yield for a question?
Chair Wagenius. Chair Wagenius will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair of the Ag Committee, Finance, Madam Chairman, have you had a chance to visit with the commodity groups, the ag groups, about this provision in Article 8, Section 16, to gain an understanding as far as whether or not they support this section of the bill?
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Representative Hamilton. They have not contacted me.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Wagenius, they're starting to contact me. Would Representative Erickson, who represents an ag community, would he yield for a question? Roger.
The member
Representative
from
Erickson, Roger, please.
Lake of the Woods will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erickson, you've served on the Ag Committee. You represent some farmers as well. Have you had the opportunity to visit with any of your farmers to see whether or not they support Article 8, Section 16?
The member from Lake of the Woods, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Hamilton. I have not been contacted by any of the lobbyists or like the corn growers or any of those organizations as of yet.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're going to be. Would Representative McNamer yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative McNamer, I've really enjoyed serving on the Ag Committee with you as well. You represent farmers in your area. Have you been able to visit with any of the farmers that you represent about Article 8, Section 16 of this bill as far as taxing ag inputs?
Representative McNamer.
Representative Hamilton, I haven't, but I will hear, I'm sure of that.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're going to be contacted if you haven't already. And I'd encourage you, Madam Speaker, I'd encourage you to start making some calls. We are starting to tax ag inputs here. Would Representative Lean yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lean, you represent an ag area as well. Have you had an opportunity to visit with your farmers on this provision, Article 8, Section 16, about taxing ag inputs?
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Hamilton. Actually, most of my district is the city of Moorhead, so I do not have too many growers in my district.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I bet your people eat. So I bet they eat. And they're going to be extremely concerned about the additional tax on these ag inputs. And let's see. But I tell you what, Representative Bly. Would Representative Bly yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bly, you know, you and I, we've worked together on health and human service issues in the past, and now I'm wanting to work with you on an agriculture issue. And I was wondering, Representative Bly, if you've been able to visit with your farmers in the areas that you represent and see what they think about these additional taxes on ag inputs.
Representative Bly.
I have not had a chance to visit with my farmers recently to talk about these things. I did visit with them early in the session to talk about some of the things that might come up. but I have not, no. But I certainly will. I'll be visiting with them and talking with them about all the great things that we've accomplished with schools and other things.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Bly, your schools and the other things, your farmers help pay for those. So you may want to circle back around. Madam Speaker, would Representative Radidovich yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Radidovich, I really appreciated your speech when we were talking about some of the marriage things that were brought up earlier. I say that in all sincerity. Have you had the chance to visit with your farmers, the people that you represent, when it comes to ag inputs, the tax on ag inputs?
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Radinovich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hamilton. I have not been contacted by any farmers about this yet. I have spoken with some farm groups about the lay of the land. I'll tell you one thing about farmers in my area is that they are not just concerned with the cost of doing business, but they're also concerned with their community. And so I think that what we have here is a bill that pays for key investments in Minnesota. I think it pays for education equity. I come from an area that I think is sort of lagged behind the rest of the state in those key investments. And I think that what Representative Lenczewski and the rest of the Tax Conference Committee has done is provide us with a bill to make those types of investments.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been around farmers for a long time, and you might be wise to give them a call once again. Would Representative Marquardt yield for a question?
Representative Marquardt will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Marquardt, you obviously have been around for a while, very wise. You represent an ag community as well. Representative Marquardt, if you had the opportunity to speak to commodity groups and the farmers in which you represent and ask them about the new sales tax on farm equipment repairs and also on farm inputs.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hamilton, are you referring since the tax bill came out today, like 1 hour ago?
Representative Hamilton.
Madam Speaker, I am, because I've been calling my farmers within the last 15 minutes.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Representative Hamilton, no, I have not, but I do know what they're going to benefit from in this bill. For the first time in at least 10 years, township aid has been reinstated. If you've looked and seen that in the bill, $10 million of new township aid that will go to not only pay for important services for townships where our farmers live, but also help lower property taxes. And Representative Hamilton, you know that in the last 2 years, property taxes have increased on agricultural land by $108 million. Huge increases. So that $10 million that will go on to the township aid will help lower those property taxes. There's also an additional $40 million of aid on county program aid that gets out into the townships. That's going to help lower property taxes. If your property taxes on your homestead, on your ag land, happens to be high in comparison to your income, you're going to have the new homestead credit that will help drive down property taxes. So I haven't in this hour had a chance to talk about a sales tax, but I do know for sure what's going to be impacting them on the extra aid that will help lower property taxes for our farmers who have seen huge property tax spikes in the last couple of years.
Representative
Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a few nights of sleep deprivation. Sorry about that. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you. And Representative Marquardt, it'd be a rhetorical question, but I'd say if this is so great, why are we putting in the levy limits? I'd also, coming back to you, it comes back to taking from robbing from St. Peter to give to St. Paul. We're taking away from farmers on one hand so that we can give back some relief on the other. I would say, once again, we can talk all we want, talk to a blue in the face, but you're going to be hard-pressed to find agriculture farmers that are going to say, we support Article 8, Section 16. So I would advise, I would just say this, that every single one of us who represent an ag area, the ag chair of finance from Minneapolis, I'd ask you to call the commodity groups as well and see where they sat. And when I've been calling around, they've been taken back by surprise. They've been taken back surprise about this. They're saying, are we the only ones that didn't know about this, that this provision was in there? And I said I'd go around and I'll ask for clarification, and then what I ask for in response is I want them to take a stance on this. And the quote from Farm Bureau, visiting with Farm Bureau, they said you could tell the folks on the floor, or the representatives on the floor, that we oppose this part of the bill. They said there's some good things in the bill. There's no question about it. But this provision, Article 8, Section 16, they are opposed. Farm Bureau said that, and I'm waiting for the other commodity groups, and it looks like I have some emails coming in now. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will thank you.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to clarify a couple things from an actual farmer, and one thing I'd say is I think most farmers are appreciative of all the work that is done down here to help farm families and people in rural parts of the state. It's not often said how much we appreciate what's done down here, and I want to take the opportunity just to say thank you, because we get a whole lot of exemptions that most people don't get the opportunity to take advantage of. So with that, thank you to the people here. To clarify a little bit about the inputs here, if you farm and you go out and you purchase seed, you come in, you buy seed from Falk Seed Farm, you're not paying for storage because you don't take possession of the seed that you're purchasing until you come and pick it up from our business. When I call up Johnson Fertilizer in Klonhoff, Minnesota to order my fertilizer and my different pesticides and herbicides, I'm not renting space from them because the transaction isn't completed until they actually deliver the product to me. And so I think that there's a whole lot of misinformation being put forward about the tax on the farm inputs. For clarification, there would be tax on labor for farm repairs. It wouldn't be on the parts. But once again, most farmers are incredibly humble people. We are appreciative of all of the benefits that the state has given us. Just want to say thank you for that. And I do realize that, we are playing a part in this, but we're also getting a lot of benefits in a very good tax bill. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a couple of comments, and then in a minute here I'm going to ask the tax chair to yield for a question. But first, I just want to say thank you to Representative Lenczewski and the tax conferees. I think what you've got here is a good package. You're absolutely right. We've done a lot of good work here in the last work on behalf of Minnesota, and now today we're going to pay for that. And it's not cheap, and it's something that we need to do. So you've got a good bill here. But I want to speak specifically to this provision that we've been talking about this new tax, if you will, this warehousing and storage service tax. And I think, members, it's important to remember that when this tax bill left this floor, this tax wasn't in there. There was no B2B tax in the House bill when it left here. The provision that you see here in front of us, this is something that the Senate wants, something that the governor wants. And what else is in here that we're paying for this? This pays for eliminating sales tax, I'm assuming, to cities and counties. Cities and counties will no longer pay sales tax, which we could argue is a good thing, but somehow we've got to pay for that. But for me specifically, this particular provision, my city, my district that I represent is encompassing all of the Port of Duluth, which is a major warehousing and storage area. We hear our friends in the Iron Range talk about the quantity of the iron ore that's mined from the Iron Range and it gets shipped out. Some of that goes to Tack Harbor, some of it goes to Two Harbors, but a big portion of it comes through Duluth. And when I think about the trains that come through every day and dump piles and piles of ore on our docks, and I think about the piles and piles of salt that's stored there, and I think about the numbers of warehouses that we have here. And for those of you in western Minnesota that see the wind farms and the wind turbines on their way out to North Dakota, all those parts come by ship through the Port of Duluth, and all of that is stored on the waterfront in my district. That's going to have a major impact. So I should be standing up here today and really railing on you for doing that. But I'm also going to ask you a question, and if, Madam Speaker, if the tax chair will yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Simonson.
I'm reading here about the effective date, and I think I heard you mention this in your comments, but the effective date, is my understanding, is made after March 31st, 2014. So can you just tell me what it is your intent as the tax chair and myself on the tax committee when we come back next year, what it is that you intend to maybe do to try to address this going forward?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Simonson and members. The intent is to take another look at this. I think we can all see what's going on here, and it's legitimate. And Representative Simonson, this would not be enacted, and Representative Hamilton, you should know this as well, because you might have missed it at the beginning. This is not going to take effect till April 1st of 2014. I think we understand some of the complications here, and I should say, Representative, we've talked about some of this. Remember, the governor proposed a broad sales tax base expansion with a lowering of the rate. So he dropped this part of his proposal, but he reluctantly agreed to it, to the deal as we all began to compromise to get the, and that's how it works. The House didn't have this provision. So here we are, and in working through this in the conference committee, there has been a lot of progress, but there's more to be made. And Representative Simonson, you should know, I think you've rightly stated that the money raised in this provision is probably safely 95% not from ag. It is the people like Representative Simonson who should be thinking about this a lot harder than the people in ag, because there is very little ag input in the total dollar in this provision that would be impacted. It's other folks here who are willing to look at the total package. And so, Representative Simonson, directly, you absolutely have my commitment. I've had concerns. And I think we all understand how it works here. Things either get better as people make them better, or they get removed. And we are here trying to compromise as three bodies. It's apparent to all there's some work that needs to be done here. And that is, in fact, why the Senate, the House, and the Governor agreed that this would not be enacted until April 1st of 2014. And I commit to you, Representative Simonson, you have worked so hard representing your community so well, and I can see your concern, and I commit to you that we will be working on this, and it clearly will be bipartisan because the concerns are not partisan. So I appreciate that.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. Representative Lenczewski, okay. No, I'll make some comments. You go ahead and do what you were going to do. That's fine. Your last comments about we understand how it works here. I'm not so sure that I understand how it works here. I'll be the first person to admit that when it comes to taxes, we have a saying up in my part of the world, I know as much about taxes as hogs do about Sunday school. Okay? You can take that for whatever you want, but I don't think it's very much. I do have some legitimate concerns here, I think. It's disturbing to me, the process. Representative Lenczewski, I appreciate you're in a difficult situation. On November 7th, everybody in the state of Minnesota that one party was going to control everything here in St. Paul. And I find it amazingly troubling, I'll say. I understand the conflict that we had 2 years ago, well, kind of, because I was a freshman, and I'm still learning, and I'm sure I will be learning all of the time. So I understood the division that existed between the House and the Senate, being controlled by Republicans, and the governor's office, obviously he being a Democrat. And I understand the fact that there is a compromise that needs to happen there, and there's a certain amount of resistance to that. But I'm amazed at how long this has taken for the Democrat Party to pull this together. So here we sit tonight, members, with, excuse me, I don't know for sure, close to 400 pages of a tax bill that contains LGA and county program aid and all kinds of other things, and we don't have any runs. We don't have the spreadsheets so that we can make an informed decision about what we're actually voting on. And we've also heard a number of comments here this evening about this doesn't take effect until April of 14, so we'll have time to fix some things possibly. I'm kind of curious about when the special session is going to be called to fix this. This is troubling to me. You know, we had an education bill that we passed off the floor the other night, and there again it was many pages, close to 200 or whatever it was. Again, we didn't have the spreadsheets so that we knew what the effect was going to be on our local schools, and we're being asked to make a decision that has tremendous consequences in our local school districts. The Health and Human Services bill, what was that, 700 pages? Something like that? There again, we didn't have any supporting documents. We didn't have any spreadsheets that told us really what is going to be the effect. We heard about a 5% increase here and a 1% increase there and that sort of stuff, but we didn't have the information that we needed to make an informed decision before we pushed a red or a green button. And I think that that's irresponsible. You know, this reminds me a little bit of what happened in Washington a few years ago when they had to pass the bill so they could find out what's in it. And I've talked about these things on the floor before about being responsible, and we can do better. And in this case, I don't think we've done better, obviously. I do have some questions, Representative Lenczewski, about.
She will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to the warehousing, that's been a hot issue here this evening. I'm curious to know how distribution centers are affected in here. Representative Uglem was asking some questions earlier about that, and I apologize, I was in the back room a little bit. We have a number of companies in my part of the state, Marvin's, Windows and Doors, Polaris, Arctic Cat, DigiKey. They have a tremendous amount of products that they're shipping and receiving and storing and distributing. I'm curious to know what is the tax effect on distribution centers as opposed to a warehouse.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. That would be taxable. If you're leasing, if you're the owner, it would not be. That's the business-to-business tax.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. You know, some of you have been getting some emails. I've gotten a couple of phone calls. We have a letter on the table also in front of you from, you know, this is one of the things that's kind of frustrating for me personally about, this is a letter that was written by Dick Schoberg of Schoberg Cable TV. I'm actually a customer of his in Thief River Falls. And he was concerned about the repeal of the sales tax exemption on purchases of cable and wireless and telecommunications equipment. And from what I can see, Representative Lenczewski, if she would yield to this question.
She will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Has that long-standing sales tax exemption been repealed in this bill?
Representative Fabian, could you repeat the question? I don't think she heard your question.
I'm sorry. I'm curious to know about the sales tax exemption on the purchase of cable and wireless telecommunications equipment. Has that been repealed in this bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
Yes.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chair Lenczewski, thank you. I appreciate your answer. You know, I find it, this is very frustrating to me, folks. You know that I wear my emotions on my sleeves, kind of, but here we find out about a carve-out for the libraries and so forth in Minneapolis, $45 million. I have libraries in my district, small town libraries. This is, these carve-outs and so forth. I appreciate that you go to battle for your constituents, and I understand that. But I just think it's inappropriate, and I don't understand why we're doing these things. I honestly believe, living where I live in northwestern Minnesota on a border community, border area, this is going to have a negative effect on business in my part of the state. When you again start taking a look at the border communities that I represent, Warren, Minnesota, for example, and Thief River Falls, this is going to be bad. Quite frankly, I'm glad that this doesn't take effect until April of 14, if the entire bill. Representative Lenczewski, I appreciate that. But I just, as we heard about several years ago, that giant sucking sound, in this case, that giant sucking sound in my area is going to be business that choose to expand or grow or even relocate into North Dakota. I've said this over and over again on the House floor, and you probably get sick and tired of hearing it, but I'm going to keep saying it. We have got to figure out a way to be more competitive in our tax and regulatory climate. For me, this is the wrong direction for us to go. I appreciate your hard work, Chair Lenczewski. I know that this is a difficult task, and I appreciate your work. I really do. Members, I'm just going to close by saying please vote red.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fabian, you raised concerns about not having received runs on the LGA and CPA portions of House File 677, the Omnibus Conference Committee report. You've had those runs for weeks because they're completely unchanged from what left the floor to Conference Committee several weeks ago. So I want to assure you the information's out there. You've had it. In addition, tonight you were offered the spreadsheet on the omnibus tax bill. I don't know if you took one or not, but that's there. It includes the piece that seems to have gotten lost in the debate of the effective date of the warehouse sales tax that the Senate insisted on in the bill. That doesn't take effect until April 1st of next year. We'll get the November forecast, we'll get the February forecast, and we'll be back in this chamber before that takes any effect. We can all evaluate that. Additionally, if you go to the House Research website, you'll find a lot more information already posted there. I can assure you also, Kittson Central, as you know, is one of the top 5 funded school districts in the state on a per pupil basis. I can assure you the revenue in this bill maintains strong school funding and strengthens school funding. Kittson Central and the other school districts in your area will do well. Important investments in Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Wills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, when the tax bill left the House floor a few weeks ago, I was very happy that there was a provision included that I had authored as a bill that had broad bipartisan support. It was a bill that would give tax credits to veterans who are hired by employers. And I know that it was a lot of work to put this bill together, and I just wanted to share that I was really glad that it was included in the original House version. This tax credit would have given veterans the opportunity to be able to find jobs and help them find jobs here in Minnesota. It also would have helped lower their unemployment rate, where currently veterans have an unemployment rate of 12% in the state of Minnesota. It would also help generate additional tax revenue for our state. So I have a question for Representative Lenczewski, if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Wills.
Representative Lenczewski, I know it's a lot of work to put together a tax bill in the conference committee and trying to work things out with the Senate. So I was just wondering if you could provide some information of why it got removed and if you fought for the House position.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Wells. And we did support the House position. We just, I just want to acknowledge, Representative Wills, how hard you worked on this, and I can feel it in your voice, and you're very passionate, and you made a compelling argument, and you convinced us. I want to thank Representative Bernardi as well, and I know this was a really big deal to you, and I wish we could have brought it back. There are a lot of things in this bill that people they fell by the wayside, and they're difficult, and then other things that are in the bill that people don't like and do like, and I really hear that. I think to find the House really decided, in the spending side of the column, because the veterans credit is the spending side of the tax bill. So to find that money, we had to do even more tax increasing. So it was difficult to get all the tax expenditures that the two sides wanted funded. So I just want to acknowledge how hard you worked on that, and how hard Representative Bernardi worked on that, and I wish it were here too.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. I appreciate that explanation, and I feel that it would have been a fairly tax revenue neutral proposal, given that if veterans could find jobs, we would be taking them off unemployment benefits, and they would be tax-paying citizens in the state of Minnesota. And it's also, members, I'm really concerned about in this bill. It's really a matter of priorities and what we want to spend money on, and what we want to fund. And I understand the challenges that we face, but I believe our veterans deserve our support. And I am very disappointed that this provision was not included. We had broad bipartisan support in the House. We had 26 Republican members sign on to the bills, and I even had a clone bill because so many members wanted to sign on. And we also had 24 DFL members sign on. So this is not a partisan issue, and I'm not standing to play politics. I just want our veterans to know how much this matters to me, and that I want to stand in support of our veterans. And really, members, it's about priorities. When the House tax bill left the floor, it had about $2.6 billion in tax increases that would hurt hardworking Minnesota taxpayers and businesses. The bill that's before us tonight only has $2.1 billion in tax increases that will hurt Minnesota taxpayers and businesses. What's unfortunate is that we do not make our veterans a priority in this bill. It's about priorities, members. I urge a red vote on this bill.
The member from Cass, Representative Anderson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say thank you to our chair on the Tax Committee. I don't know you very well. Matter of fact, I just hear you from here. That's about all I know of you. But I do have to say I thank you for what you do, because it's a thankless job. It really has to be. I can imagine if anybody was the chair, no matter what you put out there, somebody's going to throw darts at it. It must be my turn. Members, I've heard a lot of people talking about this tax bill in a lot of areas tonight, and I don't want to be redundant on all of them. I have one specific area that I'd like to talk about that I have a pretty good grasp on. It's my expertise. But before I go there, I want to review a couple of terms that I've heard over and over tonight. One is called tax cuts associated with this bill. Another one is called loopholes. And the third one I heard tonight was called infusion in new revenue. Now that's a new one to me. And I've also heard about this upper 2% of the income earners, couples making $250,000 and $500,000. Now you really don't need a loophole if you have that type of an income. If you're making $500,000 and you own your business, well, you just tell your accountant, well, hey, next year I'm only going to make $499,000 and save the tax increase. It's not that hard, and it's also not a loophole. Now, back to this area that I know a little bit about. It was brought to my attention tonight that there is a 15-cent increase in kerosene. That's right, kerosene. But let me tell you, the more sensationalized word or term for this. It's called jet fuel. Well, that's what I fly. That's what I do for a living. This 15 cents increase in kerosene, for example, this next week I've got to do a flight. If this 15 cent tax goes in, just the tax alone on the fuel next week would cost me an extra $162. Well, that's a couple of tanks of gas. And if I were to go back retroactive and run that extra 15 cents in kerosene for the past 2 years that I've put on this Pacific airplane, that'd be an additional $11,000. So when you say it's only 15 cents, well, you gotta think on a little higher scale than this. And and it's not like people that own airplanes are always trying to find loopholes, but Minnesota, for example, likes to take advantage of people that own airplanes. For example, I was involved in an aircraft broker deal here a couple of years ago. And instead of bringing the airplane into Minnesota directly from the point of sale, we stopped in a state called Montana, which has no sales tax. And by doing that one maneuver, we saved $275,000 in sales tax from that airplane purchase. Now, the other thing that I'm looking that's going on within this tax bill, in regards to airplanes, and the aircraft registration varies for certain airplanes, and the airplane I'm going to give you an example of something that has been brought to my attention. For airplanes weighing 30,000 pounds. In Minnesota, this is the one good point of the tax bill that I see that's in here for corporate-style airplanes. The registration, the annual registration tax over the next 7 years, if this goes through, will be $28,000. Well, do the math, that's $4,000 a year. Currently, for that same airplane in Minnesota, it's $850,000 for that little sticker on the back of the airplane. Now, if that isn't ludicrous, you go across back over to North Dakota, that wonderful state where I don't even want to go there. It's only $900 for 7 years. $900 over $850,000. Now, who's getting ripped off out there? If somebody says that this tax bill is not a jobs-killing bill, there's something wrong with you because you really don't understand business. The last thing that I'm seeing in this bill that really kind of irks me is this tax on aircraft hangar lease space. Okay, so everything else that I'm doing within my business is going up. Everything. I'm not really happy about that. But it's not just me. We still have a lot of hardworking Minnesotans, these hardworking taxpayers, that all of their taxes are going up. They're going up on everybody. But the thing that I'm seeing here as a freshman, we see a lot of fun things, we see some exciting things, but the one thing that kind of baffles me tonight is to see adults that are semi-anxious to raise $2 billion on these hardworking people of Minnesota. And that just doesn't work for me. I'm going no on this one. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I get into what I've been picking up, reviewing the bill, having spent the last 2 terms on the Education Finance Committee, I do realize there's interaction with the tax bill at times, and there seems to be a fair amount of interaction. The re-inclusion of a 30% levy, a $300 shift to non-voter, another $424 for in, near, and touching metro area, shift from voter approved to non-voter approved levy and some other little details. So I was wondering if Representative Dabney would yield.
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dabney, you seem to indicate there are existent runs of the impact of the tax bill. I've been trying to find the information and runs for the school districts because they do depend on a few dozen pages of the tax bill, and therefore, can I have a copy, or can you have someone deliver me a copy of the school district runs as impacted or resultant from this tax bill?
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, if you heard the interaction between Representative Fabian and myself, he asked about LGA and CPA. Those runs are the same as they left the House floor. Particularly on LGA, the important reform statewide was put together by advocates and a representative group of this body, representative in terms of including Central Cities, suburban representatives, and Greater Minnesota representatives. You'll recall that was Representative Lean's bill. Those runs have been out for weeks. The House held to that position. The Senate accepted it. The modeling of the impact of both Chair Marquardt's K-12 bill and the tax bill and the interactions is still being developed by staff. I do want to clarify a couple of things just to get those clear. The equity starts, the new equity formula and the new statewide, remember, location equity levy, because that applies to the metro area and major cities, regional centers across the state. Neither of those begin until the second year of the biennium, just to clarify. But staff is working hard, but I do think some of them decided they could work hard, they could work better after getting some sleep.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I'm not on the tax committee and I haven't seen any of these runs, and they've existed for weeks, I was wondering if Representative Dabney or Representative Lenczewski can have somebody gather those that have been sitting around for weeks and get me a copy, because I don't think I've seen any of those, and it'd be most useful. And even if it's just in the second year, it's still part of the biennium and still part of what we're voting on, and I'd like to be as fully informed as possible. So I don't know if I have to ask for somebody to yield or if there's the appropriate process to get that material. Thank you.
Representative Dabney will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, I trust that when staff completes the K-12 runs, that they're available to the public. You're part of the public. I'm part of the public. You can get those.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will restate it in fewer words. I know it's been a long few days. I would ask Representative Dabney to yield to tell me what person can give me the existing runs as referred to by the representative that have been around for weeks, because we're active here, and I would try and have that person or the pages of the staff who seem to be able to distribute a fair amount of paper and print a fair amount of things out to provide that, so that myself, and I'm sure there are other representatives in this chamber that would find those runs extremely useful in understanding and coming to the best decision upon this nearly 400-page bill. So if Representative Dabney would try and make that happen, or inform me who I need to energize to make that happen within, do we have 25 or 6 hours remaining. I assume it'd be nice to have it a little bit sooner than the last second.
Representative Dabney will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, as I've indicated, the LGA and CPA runs you received or were offered several weeks ago, but Ms. Jensen from the DFL staff will print you off those runs again, and either she will deliver them to you or she'll work through one of the pages. As I've also indicated, the K-12 runs are not completed at this time because staff is having to work through the interaction of the K-12 bill and the tax bill. So, as I've indicated, you will get those at the same time everyone else will because they will be released to the public. They'll be available on the website. I don't recall from past years whether they are emailed or the link is emailed specifically to K-12 Finance Committee members or not, but regardless, they will be available when staff has completed them. But I am getting the LGA and CPA runs that I referred to in response to Representative Fabian's concerns printed off for you again, and they will be delivered to you yet this evening.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dabney. And if the staffer can maybe add a few digits to that so that can be shared a little bit more broadly, because I've heard of more than one person bring it up and also murmurs from others. And now on to some of the things I've noticed in the bill. And I grew up here and I realize that we have a very complex property tax system. It seems as I've gotten older and owned property that it hasn't got any simpler. And I'm looking at the changes here, and I'm noticing on page 7 where for the homeowner, the tables are updated. I'm trying to me it seems less than logical that the refund on the first 712 is anywhere from, in relationship refund to the income, household income, is anywhere from infinity all the way down to only 159% of income. And frankly, I think it would be a lot better if we decided, instead of doing these charts, of what, because $2,600 being 85% of the property tax, I mean, that's a fairly decent-sized home. And if we're going to basically be excluding that or similar, we've got a lot of retired people and others that if we think that X amount of size of property, a house, a little bit of land, something as a household, instead of refunding, I've got no problem with us starting to look at, do we just not say anyone that's got a property or house value less than $150,000, and that's just pulled out of the air, not a suggestion, doesn't even have to worry about the property taxes. That sort of exclusion type, instead of the exclusion that we've got is a bit convoluted. Something straightforward, just like we've got in the tax brackets. So I would prefer something simpler, and I do get confused as to, the refund from the property taxes are more than the income, so I'm wondering where the money's coming from. And that brings me to page 8 with the renter's tax credit, 8.39, the lowest bracket. Again, refund, maximum refund versus income is anywhere from infinity down to 41%. And so it's, you can get a maximum of $167 per month. And so I'm wondering if you don't have it translates out to where rent must be almost $1,000 a month in order to get that property tax to refund. which that's a pretty decent-sized rental bill, and in less than 5 months, that exceeds their maximum income in that bracket. So I'm wondering if the money's coming from the county, if that property tax refund should go to the agency that is actually, paying the rent. So I just think we need to get away from these complex ways of doing that. But now on to something more exact, more concrete. Moving all the way up to LGA, page 16 of pre-1940 housing percentage, and then page 17 we've got percentage of housing built between 1940 and 1970. And on 16 we've got some new language that basically says we're not going to use the newest census data of how many households both lived in, occupied, and vacant, but we're going to use something from 1990, and it seems to me that's probably because there's a flood and maybe the vacant ones don't exist, or I don't really understand why we're freezing a reference point. Again, it's not transparent. And LGA had a really good idea to begin with. I think it helped, but I think it is morphing into something that isn't the original intent. And I'm not asking that this should be changed now. I'm pleading that on property taxes and LGA that we have across the aisle a group come together and try to come up with something that's logical, that our constituents, when they call about it, can understand it. And, that's part of the problem with hundreds and hundreds of pages of bill, because we get, I guess, too smart for ourselves in the way we keep adding to and tweaking. I think it's about time we sat down and did the hard work of fixing it for this century, because a lot of it seems to be stuck decades and decades ago. Now, and forgive me, there's a lot of pages I had to flip around with, but actually, wow, I must thank the efficiency of staff. I am in possession of an LGA run, and I will analyze that after I sit down. But if anyone else needs one, I think we probably have a copier that could print some off, so I have no problem helping assist in that distribution. Looking through here, there are a lot of earmark type things, and I understand most of them. I don't understand an exemption for armor systems, but I'm sure that there are good reasons behind that. I do know that this conference committee report didn't come out until after the bonding bill didn't pass. And so I guess I'm not surprised that there's over $100 million in increased bonding authority in this bill. I just wish, it was a little bit more pure, and that was outside of these pages, because we've got different committees for different activities, and it'd be nice if it was more segmented of where we can find stuff and not hidden. And I had one last thing, of which I noticed that we are getting into this century with looking at the costs or taxes of electronic and telecommunications activities, and in that I noticed that there are some things that you get over the internet that would be taxed, and I think that's a broader topic and maybe a national or international consequence topic. But I did notice that on page 161, one of the things we're taxing on the internet is we're now taxing solicitation and internet solicitation in here. But I don't see if it would Chairman Lenczewski yield to some clarification.
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairman Representative Lenczewski, on page 161, the section where we're now taxing solicitation, it seems pretty clear that it includes internet, but does it also include phone solicitation?
Representative Lenczewski.
Madam Speaker and Representative Quam, this is the Amazon tax, I think, that you're referencing. So no, that wouldn't apply. I guess I'm not quite clear what you're looking at. 161. This is Amazon. It's called solicitor definition, solicitor nexus. It's the sort of Main Street fairness issue, so that we prefer our bricks and mortars company who have to pay sales tax. Like when you go in and you buy a book, you have to pay a sales tax, but if you buy it on the internet, you don't. So this is something that's just passed in the United States Congress on the Senate side, but not in the House. So we're carrying provisions. The House, Senate, and the governor all had this provision in their tax bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. So, yes, I see solicitor, and I thought that solicitors participate in solicitation, but I still am curious. We've got internet covered, but a lot of people still do, phone. They see something on the internet or on the TV, and there's a phone number, and they pick up their phone and they talk to somebody and they order over the phone. So they aren't doing the ordering on the internet. Does this also extend by inference, not just outside the state over the internet activity, commerce, but over the phone commerce? If Representative Lenczewski would yield to clarifying, telecommunications there.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Yes, but only if the person soliciting over the phone is located here in the state. That's the nexus part.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. I'm sure I will be getting calls on all these new sections and clarifications, but once again I must thank the members and the staff for presenting this information, because frankly, with all the activity the last few weeks and all of the information coming, I am not maybe capable of making sure that I request everything, but in these last few hours, it's nice that it was responsive, and if any other runs or information come, don't wait for me to ask, please offer or send. But looking at this bill, I think there are a few good attempts. I wish that we would sooner than later bite the bullet and actually redo instead of cobble together, Band-Aid, and put slap some paint on the property tax and the LGA question. So I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be green on this bill, but I applaud the effort and the cooperation in this effort.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I move that the House waive Rule .150 to allow the House to meet past midnight, and I ask for your vote.
Representative Murphy moves to waive the rule that allows us to meet past midnight. All those, Representative Murphy.
And I'd ask for roll call, please.
Representative Murphy requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 101 ayes and 31 nays, the motion prevails. Discussion to the bill. The member from Sherburne, Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Chair Lenczewski, thank you so much for your work on this tax bill. I will say that it's not exactly what I think the hardworking Minnesota families of Minnesota need. An extra $2.1 billion in oppressive, job-killing taxes. But thank you for your hard work. I think as we look through this, and we look at last session and the interim, and when folks were, I apologize, I know my voice is a little softer. I was a little bit earlier in the evening, I was listening to Representative Ansels, and boy, you got to be impressed. When I try to get louder with one vocal cord, my voice just gets higher.
Members, if you have conversations on the House floor, please take them into the retiring room or the alcove so we can hear the member. Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as we were going through the campaign season, we heard a lot about how the top 2% need to pay their fair share, and that we have a structural imbalance in revenue because of the school shift, and we need to pay back the shift. We heard that over and over and over. And now as we look at what this plan contains, this plan doesn't contain a payback to the school shift. The payback to the school shift is accomplished by the previous tax plan and the growth in the Minnesota economy that resulted in lifting burdensome taxes and regulations. This plan doesn't include taxes just on the wealthiest Minnesotans. This plan includes $2.1 billion in new revenue that affects everyone. And I've heard people say, well, it might not affect everyone. And I suppose not everyone has to pay the new taxes on farm inputs. Some of us just eat the food. Some of us might not have to pay to repair the tractors. We might just rely on them to grow the food we eat. Some people might not smoke the cigarettes and pay those new higher fees. Thank goodness the idea of the snack tax and the candy tax went away, because I'd be losing my mind. So there's one good thing. There's one good thing. Of course, there's a crippling new high-level income tax, 9.85%, higher than any of the areas around us. But I'm sure as we're erecting billboards in North Dakota, encouraging businesses and people to move across the river, that this 9.85% rate won't lure anyone across the river. Representative Lean, I wouldn't worry about that. Just go ahead and vote for this. We look at the expansion of sales tax into warehousing, telecom, electronic and commercial purchases and repairs. Clearly, just the richest among us have such highfalutin things as telephones. Members, let's get real. This bill hurts everyone, every Minnesotan. And to fool ourselves and to go back to our districts and try to fool our constituents, that is not how we do business in the state of Minnesota. This is a broad-based impact that will raise taxes on every Minnesotan. Now, we heard a lot last time about a budget balanced on shifts and gimmicks, and shifty gimmicks and gimmicky shifts. And so we heard, pay back the school shift, pay back the school shift. And we put together a budget that, well, doesn't pay back the school shift. Hey, we were so close. We were so close. Of course, the new budget has a hospital shift where we have hospitals pay 12 months of payments in 9 months, but let's not focus on that. Let's not focus on that. Of course, there was the e-pull tab disaster that my seatmate, luckily I don't do impersonations, but my seatmate so eloquently said, and oddly enough, we didn't pay for the Viking Stadium by having 90-year-olds operate iPads. Breaking news. But don't worry, we're going to put that on smokers. We're going to put that on smokers. We're going to build a stadium for millionaires and billionaires, and we're going to pay for that by shifting the new lepers in our society are smokers. All right, I don't smoke. I'm barely alive as it is. I can't imagine smoking. So hey, give them heck. Then we talk about property tax and property tax relief. Members, there's one area of property tax the state of Minnesota has direct control over, and that's the state general property tax. It's about 25% of the property tax paid for by industrial and business properties. That is not changed in this bill. Last biennium, it was in a GOP tax bill that was vetoed. If we were serious about property tax relief, we would take the one vote that you can take in the state capitol to lower property taxes, and that's to repeal the state general property tax. They were unwilling to do that. Instead, we're going to shift LGA around. We're going to put money into a formula. We're going to pick winners and losers. Members, I served 6 years on the Elk River City Council. We went from having LGA to no LGA, and we were one of the few cities that didn't raise property taxes because of it. Many, many other cities lost the LGA and decided to raise property taxes. Some cities in the following years got LGA back. You know what's the weirdest thing? I know it's hard to imagine, but as they got the LGA back from the state, their property tax levy didn't drop. They just spent more money. I know, weird. So then we look at where are the priorities. We need to raise $2.1 billion in new money. Well, clearly, we have things we must fund. And then you look at what's worked its way in the final hours, and what here may not be a priority for the entire state. And of course, $3 million for a new building for state senators. Oh, well, okay. Maybe I get a bigger office down in the basement. I don't know. But okay. Of course, then we have $1.86 million for moving expenses for the state senators to the new building. Hey, I'll rent a pickup. I got the whole summer. We can all pitch in. We could save $1.86 million. It seems reasonable. I just think it's ironic, members, I think it's ironic when we look at comparing this biennium to last biennium. What a difference a majority makes. Last biennium, we heard outrage over divisive social issues being put before finishing a budget. Well, it's midnight, about to be the last day. We've taken care of social issues, and we're trying to scratch out a budget on about 6 hours of sleep. We heard about terrible constitutional amendments before we finished a budget. And of course, the other day, you voted for a constitutional amendment to give yourself a pay raise. And we heard about, and we look at kind of where we are now. And I'm wondering, as we are going to try to ram through this so we can get back to unionizing small businesses over the objection of 86% of Minnesotans. And you wonder, where are the priorities? And so I say, isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's a little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. It's like a black fly in your Chardonnay. Now, if you're an English person, you'd say, that's not real examples of irony. And I'd say, members, this isn't real examples of tax relief or tax policy that will grow Minnesotans. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And note to self, Madam Speaker, make sure you know who's standing up in front of you so that you can tailor your remarks appropriately so you can follow that. Thank you, Representative Zerwas. Madam Speaker, would Representative Lenczewski yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, I know Representative Uglem asked you about this, and it's about the warehousing part of the legislation, and you commented that we did move the date back to April 2014. But my question is, do you believe that we'll be making any changes to that language before that date?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, yes. I shouldn't say because I'm not sure. I thought I heard when we're coming back, and I thought it was in February. So I could have the date of coming back. I thought there was some agreement with the four caucuses when we come back, so we would, have time to work on that. I mean, I'm committed to that, and I think the folks who are the advocates of these provisions also are, not just the House agreed to these provisions, but there are advocates in the Senate, and I think they're acting in good faith as well, that they want these provisions to work, and they were learning about them as well. So I do think there's time.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. And I understand it was a Senate position, but we also had a House position. And I think it's very, very important that we stand up for our House position, because what we do has consequences. And this one specifically hits home, and it's, a lot of us try and tell stories that maybe make you sit up and listen. And Madam Speaker, would Representative Anzels yield to a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Anzels and actually both you and Representative Mahoney always stand up for your union brothers and sisters and want to make sure that you always protect them and are first to stand to your feet. I just have a quick question for you. Do you know what the majority of your tradespeople wear on their feet when they go to work?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kelly, I think they're Red Wing footwear.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anzels, for playing along. You are exactly right. They are Red Wing shoes. And I'm always kind of amazed at the cavalier way we talk about tax increases. This warehousing, for example, has a major impact on a producer of Red Wing shoes that is a worldwide competitor in the shoe industry. And they've been in business for over 100 years. They've got 2,000 employees, mostly union employees, Representative Van Zels. Now they have to make decisions based on what we do up here. And I got a letter from the president and CEO of Red Wing Shoes, and I tried to memorize it so I wouldn't read it to you, but it's only about 5 sentences, and I thought I should share it with you. It says, as Red Wing Shoes works each year to establish its business plans, investment priorities, and future spending options, we always start with a rigorous look at our current spending to weed out every expense that is ineffectual, wasteful, or no longer relevant to our strategic priorities. Here in Red Wing, we face competition from around the world. To be competitive, there are times we have made tough and painful decisions. We hope our decisions impact our employees. Our employees as little as possible and as fairly as possible. But tough decisions are still necessary. Only when we have disciplined ourselves in that critical exercise do we feel it appropriate to look at pricing as a means to generate revenue. However, there are many times when increased pricing is ill-advised. It is always tempting. It seems like an easy way to success. It is usually not. I ask you and your colleagues to look first at every expense in our state budget before finalizing tax increases. Be willing to make cost and benefit changes that almost every Minnesota business has made in these challenging times. That's a Minnesota business. What we do up here has consequences. 30 years ago, I bought my first pair of Red Wing shoes, and I have them today, the Irish Setters. Now, one of the decisions they're looking at today, we have a plant in Red Wing, we have a plant in Potosi, Missouri. Guess what they need to do with their shoes? They need to warehouse them. They are not in the warehouse business. They are in the shoe business. So if we're looking at a major expansion, what they're going to do is try and find someone to build a major warehouse for them. And they lease that space. Well, Representative Lenczewski, you can imagine that they do not plan 9 months ahead. 2014 might seem a long ways away, but they need to make decisions. So what are they going to decide? Where are they going to put that warehouse? Then if they put the warehouse in Missouri, where do they expand their business? Where do they make more shoes? So when all those union individuals and tradespeople are putting on their shoes, I hope that they stay Red Wing shoes. Because I do not want to take my son out to get his first pair of shoes to see Potosi Irish Setters. Please vote no.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zerwas, that was very good, and you're very poignant, and I'm certainly glad I didn't speak right after you. So thank you, Representative Kelly. You did an excellent job. Well, it's late at night, and I just want to make a couple points, and I'll wrap up as well. So, Chair Lenczewski, I'm going to ask you just a question, and if you would yield so kindly.
She will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Chair, I'm certainly not going to thank you for all the hard work that you're doing to raise taxes $2.6 billion. I think we got a kick out of that people thank you for raising taxes, but you have done a very hard work, and for that you had my admiration and respect. But what you're doing to the business community and families, I will not thank you. By raising taxes $2.4 billion on Minnesota families and businesses at this time is not necessary and not needed. And so I'll just ask you, if you would, since you yield, ask you a question regarding the fiscal years and the tax revenues that we're going to be creating in the years 14-15 from the 2012 budget. So do you know what the total tax revenue percentage that from the 2012 session we're on course to raise? What percentage?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. Representative McDonald, not sure how you're asking the question. The spreadsheet's online. I'm not sure what you mean. There might be a question for the Representative Carlson, because the tax bill raises all the revenue for all the other bills. So, I know what I'm raising, but the percentage over the rest of the budget, I'm not quite sure, but I could try to find out for you.
Representative McDonald.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me just read this from the Minnesota Management and Budget, from the fund balance analysis from the end of the 2012 session. Well, that was the session that the Republicans had the majority. We were creating revenue. The revenue we were raising was on course in the state of Minnesota to be increasing more revenue. And here's the numbers. Total tax revenue increase for the fiscal year 14-15 was at 9%. That's the course that we set as the majority. Individual income tax revenue was on course to increase 11%. Now, this is from MMB. It's not Joe McDonald's number, Representative McDonald's. The corporate income tax revenue was on an increase of 1%. So we have to do a little bit of better work there on that. And then the sales tax revenue was increasing at 7%. From the 2012 session. So according to MMB. So the point is that we were already in an economic recovery, a slight recovery, as you can see, if you heard from the numbers, that the economy is doing well. It was evident that in the numbers from January and February that the budget, the forecast, were up $149 million more in the month of, I think it was $139 million in April. We had 129 approximately million more revenues in the month of March. In February was another $100 and some million. So because of the great reforms that we did without raising taxes in 2011-12 budget, the state was doing well and the revenues were being raised. And with your tax proposal to extract, I guess it's $2.1 billion out of the business community and Minnesota families and businesses is simply wrong. Now, Representative Lenczewski, some of the items in your bill is good, and I want to praise you for that. I'll just mention them here. You have a provision in the bill that would provide an exemption for sales tax on all qualified capital improvement from the point of purchase. That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. It's good for businesses. A tax exemption on major large purchases. Another good provision in your bill is the bill exempts sales tax materials and supplies from equipment and from incorporated into improving an existing structures, so including resorts. So that's a good provision. You're aware of that provision? So that's a good thing. What else? So I guess that's the only two good things I found in the bill here. So you do have some good things. One thing that's not so good that I found is the clarifying local lodging taxes for online lodging reservations. So you're going to tax online lodging reservations for those who make reservations. Are you aware of that, Representative Lenczewski? If you could yield. Did that?
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative McDonald, that's not in the bill.
Representative McDonald.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Well, it's late at night, and I clearly am disheveled here. Some of my numbers are not adding up. The bill's changed. I'll close with this, that I will vote no for this. I'll vote no because of the people that I represent. Because I believe in these hard economic times, when the economy is struggling, and finally we see a little recovery, you're going to raise taxes on businesses and men and women. And you're going to extract that from their wallets, from their paychecks, from their companies. And that's the fundamental difference between the left and the right, between the Democrats and the Republicans. We believe that it's best to keep revenues, monies in the private sector. Let them do with it what they please. Let them spend their own money. Not for us down here to extract their money to spend on things that we think is best. Let the private sector spend their money wisely, not politicians. And the more money that we take out of their pocket, the less they have to spend in the economy to grow the economy. So I will have a red vote on your bill.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. I think I appreciate this second bite of the apple, but I had to take an opportunity to rise to answer some of the things that my seatmate in my district back in Rochester had to say about an hour ago, I guess. But so inasmuch as my comments you would think would be directed to her, it's really not. They're directed to all my colleagues that are on the other side of the aisle who will eventually vote green on this bill tonight. But first I really do have to add my thanks to the hard work of Representative Norton and Senator Sinjum on accomplishing what I thought for at least a while was a pretty difficult task. And where although I was hoping that maybe we'd get a little bit more love, we'll take what we can get, and I will build on that, of course. But my comments really go to the heart of what was expressed by Representative Liebling. I'm not picking on her, certainly, because I believe sincerely that this isn't isolated to her and her thought process. This is really an example of everything the other side believes. And that is, and I hate to bust your bubble, but the fact is that somehow we create jobs. You know, this bill they're going to create, I think, I'm parroting back some of the words, we're going to create 35,000 jobs. Well, folks, I hate to bust your bubble, but the fact is we're going to owe those 35,000 jobs to the genius, the visionaries, and to the people that really are going to put the real risk out there at the Mayo Clinic. Because, in fact, the money that we're going to get out of this bill and tax bill is money that is tax revenue generated from the amount of money, the new revenue that's going to be created by all those new jobs. Now, we don't put up any money up front. It's the hardworking people in the Mayo Clinic that are going to do that. So here's the fallacy. We don't create jobs. We may create some opportunity, but they're doing all the work. They're creating all the investment. They're taking all the risk. We're not doing that. We need to get off our high horse. Maybe just get the heck out of the way. And you know what this bill does? Does a whole lot more of getting in the way. You've seen some of the stuff that's been circulating. And I see Representative Johnson S. over there. And I know that there was a previous bill that went through the House that we're going to allocate $250,000 more to create the broadband office. Well, that's supposed to help us become much better in terms of internet speed and the like. I think we've seen a couple of things. We're at 46th in the nation and so on. At the same time, we're going to tax the people that have got to create the opportunity to get that done. That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? We're going to create a broadband office, and then we're going to make it harder for the people that got to do the work to actually make the difference. Well, we created some jobs, didn't we? Well, no, we just moved money around, folks. The fact is, the money that will come out of this DMC, you know what it does? It does the things that we are supposed to do in government. It creates the infrastructure needed to expand the economy. The roads, the bridges, the sewers, the water lines. But it's not our capital that's at risk. So, folks, we probably only got 2 or 3 more speakers before we get done. But I sure hope we get a dose of reality here real quick. And as we finish up, we're extracting $2.1 billion from the people who work hard to create that wealth so that we can get that. That makes a lot of sense. We're going to extract $2.1 billion more. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks. and members. Thanks, Speaker. Just a comment. I don't usually get too upset here on the floor, and I know it's getting late and we're tired, but just have to comment on one of the responses that was given to Representative Hamilton when he asked a couple members over there if they had contacted any of their farmers about these new changes to the tax law. And one of them was that, well, they haven't contacted me either. And I thought it was a little bit funny because this tax bill at the time was about an hour old, and the paper my copy was written on was still warm. And for us to assume or think that our farmers or anybody, any of our residents, should be contacting us on a bill this new with changes this major and this important to, in this case, the ag community, I don't know. I just I thought it was unusual. And this is awakening the farm community. We've also heard now from the pork producers that they are on board with trying to make some changes to this. And we know that it's a year off, but there's a lot of concern about this provision when you start taxing farm inputs. And the word is out now, and we are working on it to try to work with everybody else and make some changes. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I didn't plan on getting up a second time to talk, but I did have some thoughts here as I was sitting down. Getting back to the Viking Stadium issue and the fact that we have appropriated $20 to $30 million in the tax bill to fund it, and then really looking back at why I think that was a bad deal. And that was a bad deal, I think, because it took money away from other priorities. Schooling, certainly a high priority. Certainly Health and Human Services is another high priority, roads and bridges. And so I'm thinking of the $4 million we're given to the City of Minneapolis for bonding for the library. And that's certainly an appropriation that we've given out of the tax bill directly. And I know there's other appropriations as well. I think there's a $26 million appropriation. So I'm wondering if the tax chair would yield for a question, please.
Representative Lenczewski will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I forget, I always forget to say this when I talk to you, and I've remembered. So thank you for your work on the tax committee. It was a joy to work with you. I never say that enough, but really you've heard every bill, Republican, Democrat, and so thank you. Thank you for your openness, and so thank you. The question I have, though, is related to some items that I think are pretty important that aren't in the bill, and that maybe the Viking Stadium funding has actually not allowed us to spend money on. And that's related to increasing the CCAP rates. I think we spend about $200 million on child care assistance program in our state. I could be wrong. It's not my committee. I'm not on HHS. But if we increase that by 10%, if we increase those rates by 10%, we have been spending a lot of time on that issue lately, both in the Senate and the House. We're probably on about 10 hours of debate. We're not done yet on whether we go another route. But the other route would only come back to us and lobby us to increase that rate. Be about $20 million for a 10% increase. Can you tell me, Chair Lenczewski, what has been your conversations about that issue on the conference committee?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Barrett, the tax committee is not dealing with child care funding.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if Chair Huntley would yield for a question.
I don't see him. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Vice Chair Norton would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vice Chair Norton, can you tell me what your discussions have been about raising CCAP rates? As you know, and you've probably heard my conversation with Representative Lenczewski, about $20 million would give us a 10% increase. $20 million out of a $39 billion budget. In comparison, it's $20 million is a lot of money to me, but when you look at the big budget we have, Can you tell me what your conversations have been with either the tax share or other folks that could fund that, and why that isn't in our final budget?
Representative Norton.
Representative Barrett, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Barrett, the tax committee had a budget target and raised money to that target. The healthcare committee spent $19 million on CCAP funds, and they're really not related. We didn't do the Health and Human Service budget in taxes. We just met our target.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Vice Chair Norton. Well, unfortunately, it's all related. It's all the budget of the state of Minnesota that taxpayers are paying for, that we make decisions on, either from policy perspectives or from a financial perspective. And we had an opportunity this session to do exactly what we're going to be talking about in a couple hours, which is raise CCAP rates. And apparently there's been no conversation about raising that. So we're going to spend the next 8 hours discussing whether we should get a third party to lobby the legislature to raise rates so that our child care providers can have the income they need to care for the kids that we love in Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a brief editorial comment on this process, and then I'll sit down. I have never seen anything so fantastic in my life. You can get 100 people that can essentially corner the market. They can reach in, and if those 100 people, those like-minded people, they can write these bills, they can grab, what is it, $60 billion a year about, when you include the fees and what we take in from the federal government and what we take in from the people. And it's just an amazing situation. 100 people. You get a majority in one house and a majority in another house, and you grab your executive branch, and you can bring in as much money as you want. You can make these decisions. I want to get into this government business. I want this business. This is great. I wish I could compete with you. I wish I could set up a whole different government and do this. This is incredible. And I want to use the word, I want to use good words because I want to honor the institution, but so I'm not going to say words like racket and things like that. But that's what I see happening. I've been in business, and it's not easy. It is hard. Representative Kelly reading that letter from the CEO of Red Wing, let me tell you, business is tough. There are so many things that people have to think about to operate a business and get it to be profitable. And those are the organizations that are providing the jobs for people, that are paying into this organization. We must be much better stewards. And this idea of, just these 100 people, and they're, it's like a plaything. It's unbelievable to me when I watch this, you're doing whatever you want to do, and you're not even, I don't think you have one thought of what's really going on out there. The companies are having a very difficult time, and they want to do well. And every single citizen in this state wants to do well. But I got to tell you, it feels like we're playing with toys up here. It just does. And we have very little consideration for what is happening in the private sector. And it's the private sector which built this country. It's not the other way around. It's the private sector. It's people that have gotten these great ideas, and they've gone out and they have put everything that they had into their endeavor, and they built these businesses, and they have employed people, and the dollars, the revenue came out of those then to build the public things. And it started it started before the country was even formed. But when the framers built the Constitution and the states started coming into play with their constitutions, it was designed to take public money and do good things for the people. And somehow I feel we have lost that, because now we've got huge taxes that were taken from the people. This is wrong. And we got to get back, and both sides, we must get back to a time which we're working together for small government and put the emphasis on the private sector. We must set the conditions right for them to succeed, because they are in control. They are the masters, not us. This is very hard. But I'm telling you, and I mean it, it feels wrong. It just feels so wrong what we do. And just those few people are doing, I mean, when you get together and you come up with these things, it's wrong. We can do a heck of a lot better, and we better do it, because it's totally unsustainable when you have this monopoly government and continually taking more dollars out of the private sector. And I know a lot of you, and I've heard, our chief executive say, well, I've heard this a long time, people are going to leave the state, it's not really going to happen. It is happening. People are leaving the state. They're leaving the big taxed states. They're going to other states. It is happening. And I don't want that to happen to this state. And I know none of you want that to happen. We must work together, and we must do better.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Driscoski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. A vigorous debate when I know that a good number of people are tired from the long journey we've had here over the last few days. Thank you again, Representative Lenczewski. Pleasure serving with you, as always, and other members of the Tax Committee. Although we don't agree, we very much are all involved in respectful dialogue and debate and vetting our ideas. And what I really appreciate, Representative Lenczewski, is that you heard every member's bill in the committee. And so I think that is a testament to the fine leadership you brought forward with the committee. But members, as we go forward with this, I think we can clearly see a contrast from the path that we were on in the last 2 years. We were on a path of fiscal responsibility, one that brings our government, and has been bringing our government, clearly to live within its means. And that was our approach over the last 2 years. Instead of focusing on trying to find more revenue to tax people more, we found ways to bring the government to live within the budget it had. We didn't do a perfect job, but I'll tell you what, we did a very good job, because we have had, as we have seen, 4 successive budget forecasts that have been positive budget forecasts, accumulating over $3 billion of surplus over the biennium to help erase that $6 billion deficit that we had when we began that biennium 2 years ago. So
That path has been successful. Our deficit is down in the next biennium now $627 million. If you take the $300 million that have accumulated in a couple of months of additional revenues that we've seen in the last couple of months since the February forecast, it could be estimated that our deficit is somewhere for the next biennium is somewhere in the area of $300 million. Folks, we're on a path of fiscal responsibility, living within our means, and the deficit is almost gone. And so what's happening? We had an election back in November, and yes, Minnesota, elections have consequences, because that path that your government was on of living within its means is coming to an abrupt halt. We have before us today an over $2 billion increase in taxes on Minnesotans. Everything from taxing the productive Minnesotans that employ the people of our state and bring our private economy forward. That private economy that we have to remember even funds the state government. We raise the taxes on them to put our taxes in Minnesota, our income taxes, to be the fourth highest income taxes in the United States. We raise the cigarette taxes $1.60 a pack to $2.83 a pack. Raise $400 million there. And that is also chasing Minnesotans from our state. Members, I heard from a constituent, him and his wife both smoke. And they said, Steve, we are leaving this state if this cigarette tax hits, because it will cost our family $7,500 in additional taxes each year from the cigarettes that we buy. They are leaving Minnesota. Not to mention those taxes on those businesses and families that are going to pay these income taxes. They're instead going to South Dakota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, and places that they can escape from the oppressive taxation and regulation that they see coming from this legislature. So, members, what will it be? I know the answer, at least in this biennium. Will it be a direction that continues to encourage work and encourage growth in the private sector to bring forth prosperity, or will it be one that brings forward government dependence instead? I'm afraid we're headed for the latter, seeing the budget that we have seen brought forward. Members, we're headed in the wrong direction, but you have the majority. I just hope that Minnesota can survive in the economy in the next 2 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know that I'm going to add a whole lot that hasn't been added here, but you know, one of the things that concerns me a lot about the tax bill is the fact that money talks and money walks. According to the Center for Fiscal Excellence, for every $1 billion of new dollars, of every $1 billion in new tax dollars raised, you risk losing 37,000 jobs. So if we conservatively look at the $2 billion tax increase plus that has been that's being asked for in this bill, that's a total of 74,000 jobs that we risk losing in the state of Minnesota. And according to a recent article in the, actually according to government statistics, as of March of 2013 of this year, the last 6 months showed that we grew our economy here by 50,800 jobs. So new jobs don't come easily. Job creation doesn't come easily. And what we're doing here, folks, is going to cause us to go backwards. So many have spoken here about conversations that they have had with constituents that are threatening to leave the state of Minnesota if this tax increase is adopted. Again, money talks and money walks. Between 1995 and 2010, an average of $340 million in income annually, based on 2010 dollars, moved from the state of Minnesota to other states. In total, more than $5 billion has moved from Minnesota in the last 15 years. If this bill passes this evening, look for that to be accelerated. Money talks and money walks. You want high income and wages for our citizens? Our state's income earners would be now experiencing and enjoying 5.3% higher net incomes if this hadn't been the case, if these jobs hadn't been migrating to other states. So we will continue to read the news articles from Florida politicians welcoming our snowbirds, and now also our businesses and our citizens down to Florida, simply because these businesses and citizens want to keep more of their hard-earned money. Money talks and money walks. In just 5 years, from 2005 to 2010, $719 million in Minnesota net adjusted gross income has gone to Florida. And I was just doing the math here when my name was called, so I don't have it completed, but over $1 billion, that's over, if you include all the other states, the top 10 states where our money is migrated to, it's more than $1 billion in just 5 years, folks. What we're proposing here this evening is not sustainable. It's going to have a net effect of job loss in our state at a time when we're in a very fragile economy. We can't afford the DFL tax bill, so I encourage a no vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I appreciate all the discussion. In all of it, I realize I'm not a tax guy, but I'm a math guy. And I've always liked math. To me, numbers are pictures. So it's maybe this is a scary movie, I don't know. But I want to warn you about what you're doing here this whole session. I mentioned it before in my talk on the human service budget, but I'm telling you, you're outspending your money. If you're doing the financial planning for somebody as they retire, you want them to live longer than their money. No, they want to, whatever, you want them, I'm not even got that right. You want their money to live longer than them, but not have too much for the really people you don't like to get the money from. But if you look at the spending that's going on in the budget, all I have is that the only summary sheet that's available right now is the Bill Marks one of the House and Senate of the House, but the one that has the House and Senate is updated only for 2014 and 15. Spending is going up $3 billion about under your watch, which, you know, you won the election, you have the right to spend all you want, I guess. But so the budget's balanced. You project that you're going to get so much money in, and you're going to buy all this stuff. And I just want to remind you that the projections for revenue growth in 16 and 17 compared to this 14-15 budget is $3.1 billion, which is a pretty healthy amount of growth. Since this biennium, it only grew by $1 billion. And that presumes in 2015 a GDP of 3.3, which sounds like a pretty small number, until you remember that if you look at the history of the GDP, there hasn't been a 3.3 in recent memory. Recent numbers in 2013 are 2.8, and then it goes back to 2.0, 1.4, 2.9, and minus 1 in 2009. We remember that as being pretty awful. And so you decided that the surcharge wasn't going to work this time because you didn't need it and you weren't going to do the school shift thing. And I'm so tired of the school shift. As a human service guy, we've been actually funding the school shift. Representative Woodard, and you're welcome, because we've had some savings that have gone to the bottom line. Those savings are not always going to occur. Costs do not always come in under budget, and revenues don't always come in over budget. We're lucky. And I'm I am a small business guy. I don't understand big business. I don't know about the ag business. I don't really understand about the ports of Duluth. I don't live in those areas. But I understand Anoka Main Street. I understand the city of Ramsey, kind of a bedroom type community trying to become a downtown center, which is a project for them. Anoka's been a long time downtown magnet. And Main Street is not like flush with money. They don't have a lot extra. And I got to extrapolate that if Main Street is hardly able to make their work go, the people that Main Street buys stuff from are just a notch above that. No one's desperate. All the revenue increases are up. All the projections are up. All the economic indicators are positive. But they're fragile. And everybody that has spoken, all the letters that have come in from these groups, aren't excited about the prospect of paying more taxes for the privilege of having more local government aid for their cities, or even school funding, or the health care budget that we passed, which is still expensive, although it's the general fund is lower, but the tail spending in the health budget is massive. It's offline, but it's massive. Luckily, we had a health care access fund that was flush with money to draw the money out of to fund the desires you had to cover the low-income uninsured, singles, and so on. The people that have traditionally not had all the coverage possible. As a national policy by the Democrats, and mostly, I think all, we decided we should fund a national health expansion, which is going to cost hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, amounting to trillions over the decades. None of that happens for free. The effects on that in our healthcare economy in Minnesota are going to be significant, and they're going to start showing up next year. The nursing homes, we were so happy we got a little bit of money for. Actually, $9 million of new money in the next 4 years was the net amount on an $84 million COLA increase. They'll get the COLA, but the other money is going to come out of what would have gone in to the operational business of the nursing homes. Those people still have to find a way to handle the penalty for not having insurance for their employees. $2,000 per every employee who's not covered by insurance if they have more than 50 or 100 employees. That is not a small impact on those folks. Nor is whatever happens with minimum wage, nor is whatever happens with some of the tax policies you have if they happen to be renting storage or if they buy telecommunications items. Just in the day-to-day business of small, normal, mid-sized, normal companies. And so I'm not going to debate anything in the tax bill. I've learned long ago with Representative Lenczewski not to argue taxes with her, and she doesn't argue human services with me. It's a great standoff, and whatever she says in the tax bill is there, and they're taxing. I'm sure they're taxing, and I'm sure revenue said that some money will come out of that. But there are assumptions that go into revenue notes. There are assumptions that go into human services notes, costs. And one is based upon usage, and the other is based upon pricing in the market. And we often guess too high or too low. I am warning you that if you hit your target exactly right, if the $3.1 billion you project come in from the current revenue stream that we expect and the economy hits 3.3 GDP, which I really hope it does, then you're going to be on track to about break even on your budget. And I wish that the numbers were more than the 14-15 year, but in the 16-17 year, in the House target, which is not so far off where things landed, there's a surplus of $286 million in 2016 and 17, which is something to celebrate, except if you understand that if revenue is off by 1%, you now have a deficit. Except that the monies that are hidden in the Healthcare Access Fund revenues that were spent are beyond that. And so those aren't included in the spending. And there's still enough money in the Healthcare Access Fund to handle that for another cycle, a little bit past 2017. But then it goes away. And then that's going to come back on you. I'm just making you understand that is not a small matter. It's $1 billion by 2018 and 19. And those of you who plan to be here then are going to have to grapple with that. And in 2020, when the provider tax goes away, you're going to lose $1 billion a biennium, or probably by then $1 billion for a biennium. That money you won't have to spend on the groups that you thought are free to cover. But let's say all that is fine. If under the projections in the budget that you've predicted here, when you do your budget, the next cycle around, you'll have nothing left to spend. It will all be spent. And so the budget comes out about flat. If you're within about 0.5% of projection, you're going to be flat. And congratulations. But there'll be not 1 penny for a COLA, not 1 penny for the second round of the Marquardt Miracle, make the education world a better place. And that's not insignificant. And so it's really easy to vote for a bill and suck it up as a caucus and do what you think you have to do to buy all the stuff you want to buy. It's harder than that to make it work. And so it actually has to work. And so when we were doing the health exchange bill, and the business people said, you better look out, this might affect our business. You said, no, we have no problem with that. We're going to spend $74 million a year on a device that will help people buy insurance. $12 million will come from the state, from the feds. The rest is going to come from state sources. $62 million a year. It was lower, but you added $6 million in this human service bill to fund the Minnesota Care piece of it. That is not fake money. That's $130 million a biennium. If you've had any budget work, that's bigger than some of the department bills we've done. These are not small dollars. And when we said you might want to have a good working health plans to function strongly in Minnesota as a chiropractor, you said, no, it's okay. We can weaken them in the human service bill and make them less viable, and we can extract all we can out of them because we don't need them, because we think they're not good. Well, they're going to be the ones populating your health insurance plans in the exchange, and if they're on the ropes, they're going to raise their prices. Those prices are not going to come out of the sky. They're going to come out of teachers and lawyers and plumbers and construction workers and you and me. That's going to have a drain on the economy. And the bill's going to pass. You're going to get 68 votes or more, and you're going to get out of here and you're going to claim success, and you say, job done, under budget, on time, and you're going to put out a postcard saying all the great things the budget does. But I'm warning you, there is some weakness in your budget. There is not any capacity for the downside. You figured all the upside, but not the downside. And so when people on my side of the aisle who spend their life in middle and good-sized businesses say, we want to warn you that there might be some negative impact on the economy from these increases, don't worry about slogans. Slogans are good. But you want to listen to these letters that come by, and pork farmers, and I was just talking to one person about the storage thing. You know what they said? Oh, they'll just go cash. We'll just go cash. You'll create an underground economy that nobody pays taxes on. And that's not going to help you achieve your $3.1 billion target. It's not going to help you achieve your $2.121 billion tax increase. That's, by the way, higher than either the House, the Senate, or the governor. And so if you get the money, if the economy holds up, when you get to the next budget cycle, you'll have about $200 million to spend on everything, which means you're going to have to do another tax increase. And I don't know, maybe the surcharge, maybe you raise tobacco again. And when you get to the 2018-19 times, you're going to worry about $1.4 billion or so in unfunded spending in human services, and someone's going to get cut. And so I don't know who controls the House 2 years from now when we do the next budget. But whoever they are is going to have a job on their hands because they're going to have to not buy some of the things you bought. They may have to pay education less. They may have to reduce human services spending. They may have to do less clean water. They may be tempted to spend the legacy money just to pay the K-12 bill. And so this is, I hope I'm not crying in the wind, but I want you to understand this. The math is all on these sheets. And it's fascinating. But you got to know the big picture. And so it all adds up into a challenge for Minnesota. And I don't think it's the right way to go. There's no slack. When we did our human services budget, we didn't economize hardly at all. We just bought things. We found ways to get federal spending. We took some one-time money. In K-12, we said, fine, let's spend more money. The whole spending for K-12 was in the range of $1.3 billion, or $1.2 billion in new money off of what was spent in the biennium before. The target said $475, but there's base spending increases. So when people say, why don't you just look at every line, look at every dollar, and see what you can do to make the money go further, they really mean it. That's what happens in Anoka. When we get short in Anoka, at my clinic, we say, well, I guess we're not going to buy that new copier. We're going to have to economize on Post-it notes. We're going to say, could you quit buying new binders? Let's use old ones. That's how Anoka does it. at the Capitol, they want us to do the same. They want us to work together and find a way to get this stuff done. Not one side just do whatever it wants. This has been a session of one side doing what it likes. And I want to tell you that in the best and kindest way, there is some knowledge on this side of the aisle that will make your budget bills better. They'll make them more frugal, they'll make them more sustainable, and they'll make Minnesota run like we're supposed to run. Members, that's my warning to you, and I say it with the kindest of way, but I want you to know it, and I want, when something happens and my words come true, I can't say I didn't tell you so. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lenczewski yield to just a couple questions?
She will. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, in the bill, the money talked about for the Minneapolis libraries, I think it's $3.8 million, somewhere in that neighborhood, comes from the funding of the Twin Stadium, I believe, that paid for. There was an overage when we funded the Twins baseball stadium, paid for some libraries, some parks, and the stadium, and there's a little bit of overage in there. And this is I think this 8.5 is paying for the libraries. I'm wondering if I'm wrong about that, or if this is a different loan that we're forgiving.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and maybe Representative Dabney would like to jump in here. Representative Zellers, there is, and I think you and I together had feelings about how that tax for the Twins Stadium now, not the Vikings, worked in Hennepin, and should there have been a carve-off for the libraries, for the additional hours and youth sports, and we could go on and on and on. But I don't think that's this part. This is the bonding part for the Central Library. I think it's a completely Minneapolis-backed provision, and it's helping. It's not a Hennepin County tax. It's the Minneapolis tax base, and so it was a public finance article that they could do bonding, and so they've been doing that and having the Minneapolis folks pay for it, and here's the state stepping in to give some relief to that. But I don't think that portion is connected to this Twin Stadium, but I think Representative Dabney is the best person to respond on that.
Representative Zellers.
Yep, if Representative Dabney would yield that question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zellers. The downtown library was authorized by referendum in Minneapolis in 2000, well before the Twins stadium. A few years later, the Hennepin County and Minneapolis library systems merged. The debt for the central library for that entire system was left exclusively on the taxpayers in Minneapolis. The overage on the Twins 0.15 or 0.015 sales tax in Hennepin County goes to some youth sports and activities and goes into the library system exclusively for library hours outside of the city of Minneapolis. So the debt for the downtown library, which employs 2 people full-time just to fill book lending requests that go around the entire state, is solely on the backs of businesses and residents in Minneapolis.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dabney, one other question on that. Do you remember how much off the top of your head? And I don't know. I'm not asking one of those Atkins questions where I know the answer before I ask and feel better about it later on if 56 states are already doing it. Do you know how much that additional from the overage from the Twin Stadium is going into the programming?
Representative Dabney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zellers, not a clue. It was used to extend library hours in suburban Hennepin County. So, for instance, it's common in suburban Hennepin County for the libraries to be open 7 days a week. In Minneapolis, they're generally open 6 days a week, maybe even 5. And much of the sports and other youth activity programming is out in suburban Hennepin County, not in the city. But I don't know the exact dollars. I'm sorry.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just one other question, Representative Dabney. The overage from that increment I believe has been going up. I think the last figure I heard, just ballpark, was around $6 million. So the stadium, the library, and the youth sports, I believe, was in the neighborhood of $6 million over and growing. Can you confirm that, or do you have an idea?
Representative Dabney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zellers, I try not to use the word in the ballpark when I'm discussing this tax. But I'm sorry, I am not familiar enough with the formula that, with either the sales tax rates or the formula that distributes the overage well enough to be able to comment. My apologies.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Dabney and Chair Lenczewski. I don't know the specific dollar amount either, but the fact that there is overage beyond the Twin Stadium, beyond the parks and recreation, and beyond the library, there is still additional revenue being created from that sales tax that was supposed to fund the stadium, and I believe the number was between $4 and $6 million, but then growing in the next bienniums. And rather than raise taxes on hardworking Minnesotans for the additional revenue, I think it would be incumbent upon the city of Minneapolis, because I'm not really sure what they're doing. That's why I asked Representative Dabney where those funds were being used. But that's a number that has been thrown around. I would be happy to be corrected, because that would mean we weren't wasting a whole bunch of sales tax increment on who knows what. But it's a portion of the bill that is concerning, because it's 3.8 million, or around over 3.5 million over 10 years. So that's a considerable amount of money. I see Chair Lenczewski's up. Maybe we have a better dollar amount if she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't. I just want to say, former Mr. Speaker, you fixed this problem and you've forgotten, and that is that Chair Davids accepted my legislation to ensure that the Twins tax would turn off other than their commitments. And Mr. Speaker, you, Speaker Zellers, passed that into law. So I think we're good on that particular provision.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Lenczewski. I was begging for a comment. I didn't think I had to beg that long, but thank you. I do appreciate that. And part of the red hot smoking tax bill, I think there were some other provisions that would have been even better had we passed the second version. But the other question I had, Chair Lenczewski, and we've been over this, but I just wanted to, I don't want to cement it or nail it, but I just nail the coffin here, but the warehousing with agricultural products, because I do think it's important. And even if you don't know the answers, I understand that. But to get it on the record here, so that when we do have to fix this problem later on, because I really think we do, and since it's a Senate proposal, we can say all kinds of bad stuff about it right here on the House floor, because it's a horrible idea. This is right up there with one of the dumbest things I've actually heard in tax policy in 10 years. But we're going to tax the fertilizer that's being stored, that farmers are going to be using these next few weeks, but not the grain that's being stored, Madam Chair. So we're going to possibly, I see maybe getting a little counsel, if there's been some correction since we started the discussion earlier on the floor, but that's my question. What is going to be taxed in this warehousing tax when it comes to agricultural products or inputs?
Representative Lenczewski. She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Zellers. The fertilizer won't be taxed. The storage of the fertilizer will be taxed. So if you own the warehouse, you don't pay it. But if you lease it, you pay it. And the fertilizer, the actual commodity won't be taxed. But the storage fee you pay to store it would be.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chair Lenczewski. I apologize. I said it wrong, but I had another question about that. Also, when it comes to anhydrous ammonia, this is the time of year we start putting anhydrous on, and some farmers will own a tank. We own one tank, but we don't own 3 or 4 tanks that hook up to 3 or 4 different tractors. So you technically lease a trailer to then disperse the anhydrous ammonia. Would that as well be taxed under this warehousing tax, Madam Chair? If she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the trickier ones. I would say yes, but it is still unclear. But I think I'll say yes.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I suppose I asked them at the same time, but go in additionally with that, then there's also spray buggies that, and they're not really buggies anymore, they're actually 2-story high, really high boom width on them that you go out and spray chemicals, and in some cases, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with anhydrous ammonia, it's in the same category, but if you nod yes, I'll just take that, then we don't have to go through the speaker on this. Looks like that's a yes. Okay, so, and in a lot of cases, this isn't just going to be the farmer that's going to pay the cost. For those of you who live in the suburbs, this is going to hit your Fruit Loops, this is going to hit your Wheaties, this is going to hit your oatmeal. Because the farmer doesn't have the ability each and every time to add on cost. They're not talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in profit in farming anymore. It's pennies on the dollar out of a box of cereal that a farmer actually sees in his or her pocket. And that's the point of a lot of the tax bill that we've gone through here, that this is, again, we were promised, and Representative Fabian and Holberg and I and a few others have passed out a few articles on the House floor tonight pointing out what we think is probably the fatal flaw with this bill, and that we were promised, we were told, and a lot of these editorials say the same thing. And these aren't bastions of Republican, deep red Republican areas. The Duluth News-Tribune, again, not exactly endorsing a lot of Republicans in the last 20 years I've been watching politics. A lot of the things that they're saying are the things that we're asking here on the floor. Tax the rich is what was meant and what was promised on the campaign trail for the better part of 2 years. From the very microphone across the way from me right here. Tax the rich. But when coming to this session, you just heard again, when it's talking about ag product, when you're taxing anhydrous ammonia, that ends up adding to the cost of your cereal, of your pasta, of your soybeans, of your cornflakes. And that's a middle class. That's an independent business owner. That's a mom and dad, middle-income family living in St. Louis Park, living in Baudette, living up in Grigla. They're the ones that are going to pay the tax. It's going to be passed on to the consumer. It has to be. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. When we went through the discussion about the beer tax, we were told that these horrible beer manufacturers were going to line their pockets with this 7 cents, and it's out. And thank you, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. I do appreciate that. And to Representative Barrett's point, I do want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the Tax Committee. You run a great committee. It's always fascinating. We get to throw our elbows around a little bit more sharply than probably some other committees. We don't have a seating chart. We come as we go. We eat. We drink coffee. It's probably one of the best committees, next to, of course, Commerce Committee. But I do appreciate in each and every day, and if the Commerce Committee chairman were paying attention to the debate, he actually would see it was a better. But I digress. But we appreciate the ability to mix it up, and we do. We learn things in there, and we admit when we're right and wrong. So I do appreciate the committee work that we do, and you're running the committee in a very fair and efficient way. But there are parts of the bill, and that's what my focus will be, is that who is meant to be affected by the bill, what was promised on the campaign trail, what was told to Minnesotans, what I think why they voted us out of office was we were just going to tax these rich people, just a bunch of people that none of us know anyway, some rich guy living in a mansion on a lake up north in Florida. That's who we're going to get. It's Mr. and Mrs. Warbucks. That's who we're going to tax. We're not going to get an average Minnesotan who buys their cereal in those big bags because it's cheaper. They don't buy the fancy cardboard box because that's a little more expensive. They buy their cereal in a bag because it's cheaper. That's who's going to be affected. And when you talk about the warehousing thing, so a friend of mine, we'll just call him a guy in Minnesota, living in Minnesota. So he gets up every morning, he has a bowl of Wheaties. That's going to be more expensive because of anhydrous chemicals. And I would say, Madam Chair, just for the record, so that when you're going through this process later on, I do think that Roundup Ready, so chemical applied seed, is going to qualify. We don't know. We had a discussion with the tax staff on this. And again, since it's such a horrible idea from the Senate, we'll say it's a really bad idea. But the input is applied to the seed. So I'm not sure how you wouldn't include that in here. And when you start talking about Roundup Ready seed, which in drought times is necessary, even when there's in blight times when we have lots and lots of water, and all of a sudden we get funguses and molds in our seed, we then develop a new variety to help with that. So I think that's going to be included in there as well. That adds to the bottom line of my buddy living in Minnesota. He puts on his Red Wing boots. He gets ready to go to the factory. He runs the distribution center. There's 2 other guys in there with him. And they're in charge of making sure that all the inventory that they have here in Minnesota is sent out on time. Now, each and every day they come in and they live on a border city, lives down in, say, the Eagan, Woodbury area. His boss gets wind of this new provision on warehousing. Now, they don't own the warehouse. They're leasing it. All of a sudden, they may or may not have to move that facility across the border into Hudson. And if you're from an agricultural area, Representative Hamilton absolutely nailed it. If you're from Moorhead, if you're from East Grand Forks, if you're from up anywhere near Grafton, the odds that your facility for agricultural storage, for chemical storage, is going to stay in that city, God help you. That can move across the border in an instant. And we're not talking, folks, about a $100 mattress or a $150 pair of shoes. We're talking about ag chemicals, fertilizer. This stuff is absolutely the most expensive things on the market right now because they're designed to feed us, to produce more food for a lower price because, like many Minnesotans, like many Midwesterners, we want a lot of food for a cheap price, right? We want a bigger box of cereal, but we want it to cost less. So this is going to end up costing not only my buddy who lives down here in the southwest suburbs, or southeast suburbs, it could cost somebody living up in Grigla, Roseau, Thief River Falls, maybe even down in the southwest corner. Jump over to Sioux Falls because it's a little bit easier to store stuff over there. And then, oh, by the way, diesel's $3.99 a gallon. That's going to be added onto the price because we're not going to bring chemicals in store them in a facility right there on the utility, whether it's Farmers Union or maybe it's just a local guy that rents out once every spring and then in the fall. No, they're going to bring them in every single day and drop it right on your farm. That extra cost of diesel is going to add to your price. $3.99 a gallon, maybe it's 100 miles, do the math. Pretty soon the price again has gone up for our farmers. So then you look to the guy living in Minnesota. His wife happens to work in a technology company, cable TV telecommunications. Now, we were supposed to get those really rich guys, Mr. and Mrs. Warbucks, that makes hundreds of millions of dollars. They live in a beautiful home down in Naples, Florida. It's got a big seaside view. It's gorgeous. That's who we were going to tax. But now that distribution center is going to have to move across the border to Hudson. So now she's going to have to either decide to quit working for that company, or she's going to have to get in her car. Now she's going to have to drive from Maple Grove all the way over to Hudson. And if you filled up your car lately at $4.26, $4.39 a gallon, making that drive 5 days a week instead of from Maple Grove to, say, New Brighton, that's going to add on to the bottom line. It's a middle-class family just trying to get by. I asked Representative Dill a couple of questions, and he's not on the floor, so I won't ask him to yield and ask him the answers and the questions that I already been talking to him about. But I asked about whether or not this would affect taconite that is stored before it hits the boat up in Duluth. Absolutely. Because again, if it's a company from outside of Minnesota or from outside the country, and there's not enough room on the boat for the full shipment, it's like Representative Van Zelks, they produce way more than expected of them. Promise low, deliver high, right? So now they've got an extra, say, 6-8 ton. In some cases, $25,000, $50,000 that they're going to have to pay now in sales tax because they have to leave. And it's not like they're putting it in a nice, big, shiny container. Sometimes it's just laying there on the ground, but they're leasing the land until they can get their product. And then we go to the services. This is a guy just living in Minnesota. Drives one of the trucks that hauls the taconite out of the mine over to the cars or down to the bay. I asked him how much it costs to fix a truck engine, about $400,000. The sales tax on that's going to be about $26,000. Now, $26,000, and I don't know, I could ask Representative Anzelks how many times you repair a truck, what the life of a truck is, how many times you have to do the engine, do an overhaul in the engine. It's probably 2-3 times maybe. I don't know, could be wrong, but the duration. Now, that service is going to be taxed. And then we get into some real expensive stuff. Overhaul one of the furnaces. These things can be millions of dollars. Half of that's going to be sales tax, half it's going to be parts. So even if it's a $500,000, or even if it's a $5 million boiler, you're looking at several tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales tax. Sooner or later, folks in the mine are going to lose their job. A guy living in Minnesota is going to lose his job. Now, is he living in Naples with this beautiful seascape view, 6 months and 1 day outside of the state of Minnesota? No. It's a guy living in Ely, trying to do his job, trying to pay just a little bit more, put his kids through college. Maybe he didn't go to college. Maybe he went to trade school. College wasn't for him. But he was making a good living up on the range driving a truck. Now, he and his wife are going to have to make decisions because sales tax is going to be applied on the repairs that are made on the truck that he drives or the furnace in the mine that he works. And members, that's the whole problem, and there's all kinds of the editorials and all kinds of things. You look at what's in all these editorials, and then the thing that comes up time and time again is that Minnesota isn't going to be competitive. We're not going to be able to compete. And South Dakota, North Dakota are small states, a few 100,000 people. Yeah, they'll maybe build a distribution center over, but what happens if DigiKey decides to make the jump? What happens if Marvin Windows builds yet another factory over in Grafton, North Dakota? What happens if Uline isn't the only shipping company to jump ship for Hudson, Wisconsin? What if it's Overnight Express? These aren't small and insignificant changes that are being made to our tax code that are going to affect decisions of business owners in our state, but also the planners who help them, the accountants, the lawyers, the financial advisors. These people advise them not on a day-to-day budget. No offense to anybody in here, but they're not looking at what we do each and every day and say, well, I heard that the House Tax Committee adopted this provision over that provision. Upfront equipment exemption, absolutely. A great idea, Chair Lenczewski. Something that we've tried to do. I think I've even had the bills for that. A great idea. But is that enough to balance out the sales tax? Is that enough to balance out what could come in increased costs, whether it be from the storage, whether it be from any number of the provisions in the bill? I don't know. But there will be people that will help them plan, and they're going to make their decisions based on what we have done in this tax bill. And the one or two good ideas in here will not make up for, if you're a small business with pass-through income, you're a sole proprietor, you file your business and your personal income taxes together. It's easy to hit a $400,000 or $500,000 threshold if you're a small business owner with 5 to 10 employees. So now that businesswoman is going to have to make the choice. And unfortunately, we're not going to help that. I handed out another letter from the sheriffs and county attorneys about the cigarette tax that's in here and about what it could lead to. Increased black market, increased crime based on people, especially in border states, selling cigarettes over the border or actually not selling them, but opening up the truck of their van and selling them out of the back like that. And unfortunately, that's what happens when we're $1, we're $2 more than a bordering state. And from a policy standpoint, we talked about this in committee. If the goal here is to stop people from smoking, then make the tax $10. Be honest about it. But it's not just about getting people to smoke. For Representative Loeffler, I believe it is. Honestly, I do. But for the rest, it's about getting enough money to pay for all the promises you made all the way through this session. And it's not hundreds, it's not hundreds of thousands, it's millions and billions. And the day that you propose this tax bill, $2 billion worth of tax increases We're number 4 now, but as Representative Barrett pointed out, we have the second highest bracket based on our range. Number 2 and number 4 with a bullet. The day you propose these taxes is the most you will ever collect. You will never, ever get all that you expect out of this. People with income and mobility will move. And it's not my opinion. You can look at all the things. You can look at the examples. We talk about them in tax committee all the time. Maryland, New Jersey. Raise the taxes because they want the revenue. People with income, people with businesses make decisions and then they move. And then you come back afterwards and say, we expected to get this much, but it didn't come in. Now where are we going to get the money? Now we're back to just a guy living in Minnesota. Cigarette tax. We didn't do the alcohol tax this time, but we could do it next time. We went after business-to-business services in this, which we thought were off the table, but now they're back on the table. So now we're going to have a deficit. Well, we've got to add a few more business-to-business services. There's going to be just a couple more now because we're just a little bit short. A few $100 million, $1 billion that we need in the next budget. So we're going to add it now. And then we get to legal and accounting, which we started with. 5 other states do it. It's out on the horizon. We proposed it once. We're softening the business climate up for it's coming, it's coming. And then you'll see the exodus. Then you'll see the mass exodus. And Chair Lenczewski, again, you got a hard job ahead of you. Looking at some of the provisions that the Senate had, if I were you, I wouldn't want to explain them either. I wouldn't want to understand them. You'd just say no, but you don't have that ability in this bill. You have to work with the people on the other side of the aisle. And unfortunately, they made your job even more difficult by proposing things that I don't think are even going to come close to living up to expectations of what is and isn't going to come in. But this isn't a bill taxing the rich. This isn't a bill that's going to lead to economic prosperity in our state. This isn't a bill with any faith or any opportunity. It's regressive, over $1 billion in regressive taxes. Yes, there's some progressivity in here, the governor's proposal. This House and Senate had proposals as well. But there are over $1 billion of regressive taxes in here. People who can least afford to pay them are going to be paying them. And Representative Barrett's case is pointing out that some of them are going to be paying for a stadium. But at the end of the day, if you're relying on people who are addicted to cigarettes to balance your budget each and every day, you're absolutely setting yourself up for a fall. It's a house built on sand that's absolutely going to come down on your heads. And again, read the editorials. There's plenty of them in here, and I'm sure there's quotes in here about bad things we did over the last 2 years. But there was not the geographic and ideological span of editorial boards in these editorials over the last 2 years or the last 10 years. You read the words, remember, and for those of you in rural and border cities, really, really read. The one from the Grand Forks Herald is one of the best. They're actually calling it, saying, what are you doing? You're going to drive business to our state. If you're in Crookston, you're in East Grand Forks, you're in Grigla, you're in Oslo. Your job, your business could be headed over the border. And for what? Billions and billions of dollars in new spending, FTEs. If you were spending it on nursing homes, if you were spending it on housing, if you were spending it on things that real Minnesotans were going to be able to use or see benefit from, it would actually seem a little bit more understanding. But it's FTEs. And no offense, nothing wrong with government workers. But if you're feeding the inside of government versus giving to the people who you are supposed to be helping, you're not helping people. You're creating more government bureaucracy, hundreds of FTEs, and that's for everybody in the real world, full-time equivalents, government workers. If you're a guy living in Minnesota, you're looking at the cost of things that you use each and every day going up. Costs will be passed on. Jobs will be lost. It's not like we're operating in a vacuum. The Obamacare taxes are going to kick in. payroll tax deduction that we lost last year, that's kicked back in now. So you add on another layer and another layer and another layer. And not only are we a cold Midwestern state with a hard work ethic, but now we have the 4th highest tax rate in the country. It's going to make it harder for just a guy living in Minnesota to not only make a living, to not only keep his job, but to enjoy the great things about our state. And we have a great state with lots of opportunities. But when you harness the opportunity, the ability of those business owners, the hardworking women and men who have founded their business in this state, who have grown their business in this state and want to continue to grow and not have to move, you absolutely limit all of our opportunity. You limit all of our ability to be successful. It's a sad thing about the bill, but it's a sad thing about the opportunity lost. Members, I encourage a red vote. For those of you who promised to focus on jobs, to only tax the rich, to go after those few folks that none of us have all met before, you vote green on this bill. Not only have you let yourself down, but I would say you've been dishonest with the people who elected you. Please vote red.
Representative Anderson, S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all I can say is holy guacamole. I have never seen such an interesting experience that I've had here in this legislative session. It's almost like watching Arrested Development. We've got the Bluth family over there. But folks, what we're looking at here today is a $2.1 billion tax increase to solve a $627 million gap. That's it. And when you think about the impact it's going to have on the state and the citizens that live here, this is something we're going to have to be digging out for years. Let's just take a look at the warehouse provision in particular. I want to focus on that because it's something that's new to us in the House. This was some of the Senate provision that they had. And when you're looking at some of the companies that we have, I want to give you the example of Murphy Warehouse. Murphy Warehouse has been a family business in the state of Minnesota for 100 years. They're fourth generation business. They employ 185 Teamsters. They pay about $1.7 million in property taxes, and they have 10 metro locations for their warehouse facilities. What we're doing here is making it impossible for them to survive. A family-owned business. Their profit margin ranges from 3 to 5%. By putting this warehouse tax, they're at the negative 3 to 4%. We are putting them out of business. They're not the only one with this warehouse division. We've got Gamer Packaging. They're based out of Eagan. They are actually the largest distributor of bottles and crowns for the craft beer industry. So though we got rid of the alcohol tax that was in the House bill, we're taxing them in a different way. One more time, a hidden tax that you'll see in the price of beer that you have. And we've got a burgeoning craft beer industry here in the state. You've got Indeed, you've got Summit, you've got 612, Dangerous Man, you've got, what are some of the other ones? Flatter, Shells, Cold Spring, Steel Toe. Some great craft breweries here in this state. And now we're going to make it more difficult because their packaging costs are going to go up. We also, out of Gamer Packaging, they also service some medical companies. So they do the warehousing for Coloplast. That's based out of Minneapolis. It's a med tech company. And then we also have Apex International. They do personal and home care products out of Chaska. We are making the cost of business for them skyrocket. We're telling them the message to them is to go away. We don't need your jobs. With this warehouse tax, you've heard folks express their concern about what this means for our egg community. Well, it's not only just going to hit the egg community. It's going to drive up the cost of food. It is going to drive up the cost of your gas prices. It's going to drive up the cost of anything that's medical. Let me just give you a couple examples. So a lot of our hospitals, they actually store their medical products that they need. So you've got our hospitals paying not only the shift that Representative Abler pointed out, but they're also going to be paying for more for storage of their medical products that they need. North Memorial, Regent, St. Joseph, Fairview, Maple Grove, the Mayo Clinic, Abbott, Northwestern, Mercy, all of those hospitals, many of you have those in your districts, they are all going to be paying more. And you know who else is paying more? The citizens that are sick and need their services. They are paying more in health care just by this tax bill alone. Never mind all the other bills that you've passed to increase the price of health care. This is increasing the price of health care right here today. We're also going to make higher printing costs through this warehouse division in here. And you know that our printing industry has suffered over the last couple of years. We're putting the final nail in their coffin with this bill right here today. Some members talked about the Duluth warehouse situation, or Duluth Port Authority. Yes, they're going to see more. There's also some other companies in Duluth that are going to see this. There's a Lake Superior warehouse in Duluth. They're going to be paying more. You've got Trailwood out of Mounds View. They are one of the transportation and logistic companies here in the state of Minnesota. They are going to be paying this tax, and we're driving them out of the state. How about Berkshire Transportation out of Brooklyn Center? Maritex out of Roseville? How about C.H. Robinson? I thought this one was interesting. They're a huge company out of Eden Prairie, Representative Seltzer. They are going to be paying more. Brooklyn Park, they're also located in Brooklyn Park, Representative Hortman. They have a facility in Rochester. They've got a facility in Sartell doing transportation and logistics. All these companies, we are sending the message that we don't want their jobs. So what does this mean overall? A couple of things. For that industry alone, they supply over 14,000 jobs in the state of Minnesota. Their payroll taxes are $35 million alone. That's pretty significant to our state. 14,000 jobs, $35 million in payroll taxes. And you know, you would think that we wouldn't want to do this provision because we actually have history as a guide. We have four states that have tried this themselves. And guess what happened? Massachusetts, within 2 days of passing this provision, they got rid of it. Maryland, they got rid of it before it was even implemented. Florida, they tossed it within 6 months. Michigan, they got rid of it after 2 months. And guess what happened to them? They decided, hey, maybe we should study this issue. So they took a look at what this meant for the state of Michigan. Pretty similar to Minnesota. They had over 13,000 jobs in this sector. And the study showed if they fully implemented this and didn't get rid of it within that 2-month period, they were going to lose over 7,000 jobs. Think about that. Over half of the jobs that they had in this sector, they were going to lose. Now, I know a lot of you campaign on the fact that you were going to get us jobs. You were going to help out the middle class. This isn't it. You're going to see a mass exodus of jobs out of this state because of this bill. On the business-to-business tax overall, I'm kind of reminded of what Governor Dayton said after he basically got the tar beat out of him when it came to the business-to-business sales tax. He came to my Chamber of Commerce and he announced very proudly, he says, my B2B proposal obviously lacked public support, and now it lacks mine. But yet, lo and behold, here we are today with that same business-to-business tax in the tax bill. I want to pause a little bit here and talk a little bit more about the elimination of the sales tax exemption for broadband. You all received an article from the High Tech Association, some other articles here that were sent out by Representative Zellers and Holberg and those folks. We are going to see the potential for a job loss of 3,300 jobs in the state of Minnesota just by the elimination of that sales tax exemption alone. And as Representative Benson pointed out, we're spending a boatload of money to add 3 FTEs with the idea that this is somehow going to magically create better technology for the state. We already have the answer right here with the sales tax exemption. But instead, what we're going to see is a loss in development of broadband for our companies. We're going to make it more difficult for them to be successful in the state and for us to compete as a state with other states. When Massachusetts did the same thing, their investment in broadband decreased by 33%. They went from a 4% to a 6% tax. Imagine what's going to happen to us when we go from a 0% tax to a 6% tax. You also have in here taxing our small business owners. As we've talked about ad nauseum, many of our small business owners run their business income through their personal income taxes. In fact, we have 44% of our small businesses that do that. That's over 30,000 mom and pop shops that run their business income through their personal income taxes. And now they're going to get hit. Those mom and pop shops are not going to be able to survive. Because you know what? They've already been operating on a string budget. It's been tight. But they've wanted to survive because they have the perseverance to make it work here in this state. We just said to them, we don't care. Folks, another issue that I'm very passionate about that's still part of this bill is the mortgage and deed tax. I think Representative Zeller's touched on the fact that the warehousing is going to increase the price of housing because lumber is another item that is stored in these warehouses. And now we're going to be taxing the lumber that is used for our construction, for buildings and for homes. But you know what else? We're increasing the price of home ownership here in the state of Minnesota by putting on the mortgage and deed registry tax. All with the idea that it's going to fund this one little fund, that the bulk of the money goes to the city of Minneapolis. In fact, when I did this study just last year, of those funds for the IRF fund, 50% of the funds went to Minneapolis. You have probably, it looks like at least 15 communities that pay this tax and have received no funds to date. Absolutely none. Yet we're going to make it more difficult for people to own a home. You've got the elimination of part of the R&D development tax credit in this bill. Countless numbers of different things, provisions in this bill that are just going to make it more difficult to have good, high-paying jobs so that when our kids leave the elementary schools and the high schools, when they leave the high schools and go on to college, they're not going to have a job in this state. We basically are exporting our talent out of this state with this bill. Now, I know, Representative Lenczewski, that you said, I'm going to fix it next year. But you know what? Our homework assignment was due this year. Our responsibility was to pass a balanced budget and get the job done this year. Not kick the can, I apologize, not kick the can down the road, but actually get our homework done this year. Representative Kelly was right. Our businesses can't wait for us to do the right thing. They need us to do the right thing today. Please vote no.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I think there's one thing we can all agree on in this chamber, and that is obviously the Senate DFL caucus doesn't want you guys to be in the majority after next year's elections. When you take a look at this bill, before I get into the entertainment portion of my presentation, I would offer this serious thought, and that is that the evidence in this tax bill is very clear that now more than ever the state of Minnesota needs staggered terms for the Minnesota Senate. When you have one legislative body that is not on the ballot every other election, you end up with disastrous policy consequences. And I would hope, last session we were in a little different situation. Republicans in the House had Republicans in the Senate who were on the ballot at the same time. I am hoping that somehow we can work together to make that happen. Specifically in this bill, we see that once again the Senate Tax Committee thinks they know education tax policy better than the education policy experts. And so we have gone back to a historical problem that used to exist. It certainly didn't start this session. In 2011 and 2012, we broke that trend. But previous to that, in 2010 and earlier, we saw the Senate Tax Committee monkeying around with education tax policy and education policy, screwing things up, and we see that here, where we've got a general education levy combined with school boards who can now levy without voter approval, and you add in a sprinkling of a collective bargaining process that puts the teachers' union in charge, and you get the Bermuda Triangle of education tax policy in the state. And so I don't even know if members are aware of what's going to happen with the general education levy you passed last night, but you've now institutionalized a mechanism where the legislature, for a few ticks on the dial, when they need education revenue, is going to go to that tax, and you're going to have a small number of school districts paying for it using adjusted net tax capacity and not referendum market value. Hitting cabins, hitting the suburbs very hard, as if, though, the suburbs don't pay their fair share already. What we've seen in this bill, and bills actually throughout the session, is the Democrats doing what they do when they get in charge. The Democrats stick it to the middle class. And that's where the cost of these bills will lie. And rhetorically, I want to ask if the DFL party has just completely run out of brains or something. You take a look at this bill, the business-to-business tax, and listen to the quotes we have here. Quote, "The budget issue I heard the most about at my town hall meetings was the business-to-business taxes." Representative Mary Sawatsky. Quote, "It seems enough of us have had an influence on Governor Dayton for this to be dropped. When I had the opportunity to sit down with the governor and other House members to discuss his budget, I was able to convey directly to him the negative impacts that a business-to-business tax would have in our district." Well, I guess not, Representative Lean. I guess not. "I've been hearing many concerns in the business-to-business tax proposal, and I told the governor that I would not support this revenue source. While we need to solve the budget deficit, we need to strike a balance that businesses and consumers can agree on." I guess not, Representative Seltzer. Representative Yaruso, quote, "In our budget meeting, I told the governor that the residents of my district were worried about this tax proposal and that I wasn't sure I could support it." Well, I guess you are. Quote, "As a business owner, I had deep concerns about the proposed business-to-business tax and its effect on St. Cloud's economy." Zachary Dorholt of St. Cloud. Representative Dorholt, my apologies. Representative Dorholt. Another quote. This one probably takes the cake. "Several rank-and-file DFLers praised Dayton for killing the business tax proposal, saying they did not have the stomach for a bitter fight that might have united business leaders against them. They worked doggedly to win control of the legislature, and they did not want to risk it over an unpopular tax plan." Quote, "Voting for this, imposing these business taxes, would have been the kiss of death for many DFLers," says Representative Tim Faust. "When I met with Governor Dayton, I expressed serious concerns about how the business-to-business tax would impact small and large businesses in my community," Representative Rosenthal. So members, we have a steady record here of the negative impacts in this proposal. I do feel bad for the chair of the tax committee for having to carry some of these Senate provisions into law. You're backed into a corner, and you're going to vote for it. But members, I'll say this in closing. We're going to meet some new people tonight on this floor. In 2004, there was a movie that was introduced by Pixar Studios, very popular, called The Incredibles. It's an animated feature that featured a superhero family with superhero powers. Well, members, let me introduce you to a new group of people tonight. They're not animated, they're not superheroes, and they're certainly not family. Mr. Speaker and members, let me introduce you to the Expendables. Yes, the Expendables are the members of the DFL caucus in moderate and independent districts who walked the plank on energy taxes that had carve-outs for the Iron Range, who voted for alcohol taxes that never had a chance of becoming law, and tonight are voting for destructive tax policies that are going to unite the business community and the taxpayers of Minnesota, the hard-working taxpayers of Minnesota, in opposition to your agenda. Now, when you put the Democrats in total control, this is what you get. And members, the Expendables, you are casualties of war in that agenda of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the Iron Range. You are truly expendable. Best wishes, members. Vote no.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for a lively and informative debate. I want to especially thank some of our members for pulling all the editorials from the papers across the country, or excuse me, across the state, looking at the tax bill that we're about to vote on. And Mr. Speaker, I know you've been very busy lately, so I don't know if you've had time, but if you happen to have visited the Mall of America last week, you probably had a chance to see South Dakota's Governor, Dennis Dugard. He was there at the Mall of America shopping for Minnesotans to come and live in his low-tax, business-friendly state. And with this bill, I don't suppose we're likely to see Governor Dayton headed to the mall in Sioux Falls anytime soon. Mr. Speaker and members, Governor Dugard has sent us a wake-up call. But I say we send him back to South Dakota and we send this tax plan with him. This is a bad, bad proposal. It's misguided ideas, and its plan is going to change the course of Minnesota's future. And I think not in a way that most of us would have envisioned. This plan does do three things really well, though. It redefines common sense, it redefines the term compromise, and most importantly, it redefines Minnesota's future. So let me start first with the common sense angle. We face a projected shortfall for the next biennium of $627 million, a deficit. That's less than 2% of the overall state budget. Now, I think most Minnesotans would look at that problem, that 2% problem, and rationally conclude that you could probably do some trimming and some cutting, eliminate some waste, and solve the problem. But that's not what the governor and the DFL legislature have planned. Their approach is to make up that shortfall by increasing taxes and fees, but not by the $627 million that we are short to close that gap. Oh no, the plan is to increase revenue by 4 times what is needed. 4 times. And why? For a 10% increase in spending. 10%. Nobody I know is getting a 10% increase in their salary. So why is state government? This plan is not common sense. It's nonsense. And as to compromise, let me present to you the compromise we have here before us. So the House tax plan, this bill, when it first was passed through the House, raised taxes $1.4 billion. The Senate and the governor proposed increasing taxes by $1.8 billion. So after multiple closed-door meetings and negotiations after the past several months, the majority party reached their compromise by raising taxes $2.1 billion. And I'm scratching my head over this one, I've got to say, because I think for most people, if you've got 1.4 here and 1.8 here, you meet somewhere in the middle. Oh no. This compromise is $600 million more than the bill that passed through this body before, and $300 million more than the governor in the Senate. This plan is nowhere near a compromise. It is not leadership. Frankly, it's called getting rolled. Finally, and most importantly, this plan redefines Minnesota's future. DFL leadership and governor have spoken about their plan to, quote, tax the rich. And I think from a lot of the comments made tonight, we now know that their definition of rich includes an awful lot of Minnesotans. But consider this. For decades, governors from both parties in this state, including Governor Dayton's mentor, Rudy Perpich, tried to get Minnesota out of the top 10 of the country's highest tax states. And you know, we actually did it in 2004. We became ranked 16th, and then in 2005 we dropped to 23rd. And as a result of those efforts and that ranking, Minnesota was listed as one of the top 10 states to do business in just a few years ago, 2009. Not anymore. Unfortunately, under the tax plan we have here before us, Minnesota will now have the 4th highest statewide income tax rate in the nation. And when you look at the tax brackets and what income levels will be included, it's actually the 2nd highest rate of any state in the country. Members, what that means is that there are now 46 other states in America who are going to be sending out the welcome wagon to our businesses, to our employers, our entrepreneurs, inviting them to come to their states to invest and to grow and to prosper. And that especially applies to our neighbors in Wisconsin, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota, all of which have lower top tax rates. Mr. Speaker and members, we learned just recently that over the last 2 months, Minnesota has lost 15,000 jobs in round numbers. And that's very sad news for the folks who had those jobs. But what's sadder is that the tax policies that are before us today are destined to make that problem worse. The Minnesotans we've heard from have spoken loud and clear. Rather than taxing and spending more money and wasting more precious taxpayer dollars, state government should be spending better, smarter, and more efficiently. So before we ask the hardworking taxpayers of this state to send government $1 more, what we should be doing is making our government more efficient, more effective, and more accountable. Families across Minnesota have had to make sacrifices to make ends meet, and their government should do the same. This DFL plan is not the future that Minnesotans deserve. I don't think it's the future they expect, and it's not a future or a vision that I can support.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had planned a real short few remarks about property taxes, but during the last few hours my desk has been covered with paper, and it all relates to a surprise from the Senate. Would Representative Lenczewski yield for a few questions?
She will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've had quite a bit of discussion among the ag community here tonight about this warehousing situation, the taxes that have come in. I'm going to go through a series of questions. I realize this was generated in the Senate. I realize it's not your proposal, but I need to ask these questions for the sake of the folks that are interested in this issue. First, starting off with the sugar folks. In Renville County, we have a large sugar co-op, and they store a lot of sugar. They are concerned as to whether or not this new provision will affect their warehousing of the sugar in Minnesota.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Torkelson. I think the tax isn't on the sugar, it's on the storage of the sugar. If you lease it, you pay the tax. If you own it, you don't.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. Next, I have a note from the Minnesota Farmers Union, not the most conservative group among the farm groups, but they are also concerned about this warehousing issue. I'm not going to ask you the question on this one because I think it's going to be repeated, but they are very concerned. This latest proposal has come up late in the game, and it seems like everyone in the ag community has been surprised by it. Next, I have a note from the Minnesota corn growers. They're concerned about this expansion of taxes, and their particular question has to do with propane and anhydrous ammonia storage. Representative Lenczewski, can you inform me as to whether or not these new tax proposals will affect anhydrous and propane storage?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Torkelson, and I think you were off the floor. And this is the one that Representative Zellers asked, that I think we're not quite clear on that one. The Senate, it depends how you define the commodity and storage. So we're not quite sure on that one. That's the trickier one.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lenczewski. I'm sorry that I missed those remarks earlier. I've been on and off the floor quite a bit. Next, I have one from the Minnesota pork producers. They're concerned about this issue, and their concern really has to do with feed. It's clear, apparently, from what I've seen of the legislation that grain is treated as a commodity, but once it's been turned into feed for our pork industry, how will that be treated with this new proposal?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Torkelson. The feed is not taxed. If you lease the facility to store it in it, it is taxed. If you own the facility to store it in it, it's not taxed.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it seems like we have a proposal that's been added to this bill late in the game. It looks to me like it's to help balance the books, so to speak. The implementation has been pushed off until next year. It looks to me like they're hoping that the recovery of the economy will cover the problem and they'll be able to erase this little tax. But in the meantime, we have businesses in the ag industry all over this state that will be making their plans as far as they might expand. And as we've heard from many of our other colleagues, the call of the border is strong and the opportunities are there to move these businesses across the border. We sure hope that doesn't happen. But even just laying this on the table, even if you intend to withdraw it, certainly sets up that temptation. I'd like now to focus a little bit on the property tax situation in this bill. First, I'd like to thank Representative Dabney, who just walked in the room, chair of the Property Tax Division. We had a good committee experience, and I know it's been a hard job putting this bill together. I'd also like to thank the chair of the Tax Committee, Representative Lenczewski, for her hard work. It's my first experience in taxes, and I understand just how difficult this work is. Representative Lean, if you vote for this bill, you'll be voting for a bill that has a lot of property tax relief in it. But this property tax relief, 70% of it goes to the metro area. 70% of the property tax relief goes to the metro area. 30% goes to greater Minnesota. Representative Sawatsky, if you vote for this bill, you'll be voting for a bill that changes the LGA formula. Currently, that formula is split 69% rural, 31% metro. As this new formula is engaged, we're headed for 50-50. Greater Minnesota takes it in the shorts, folks. Representative Falk, I don't see you on the floor, but if you vote for this bill, there is no direct relief for our ag sector in property taxes. Property taxes on ag land are skyrocketing, folks. They're taking off like a rocket, and there is no relief, no property tax relief for ag land in this bill. Finally, Representative Radinovich, if you vote for this tax bill, I don't see him on the floor either. We're a little short on bodies here right now, but if you vote for this bill, you're voting for a tax bill that has no property tax reform whatsoever. There was a property tax working group that did great work. They put together a great report with a whole series of recommendations to make our overly complicated property tax system better. As far as I can tell, we have the most complicated property tax system in the country. We have 55 classes of property. Most other states have somewhere around 10. We are not addressing that reform in this bill. It's a shame. I hope that we can address some of those reform issues in the future. Again, I thank the chairs for their hard work, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I too would like to get in line and thank Chair Lenczewski for the way you run the Tax Committee. Just to be clear on the historical record, I hold you in extremely high regard, and I would have to say that the facts are that you're probably the second best tax chair the state's ever had. That being said, I would, in all seriousness, Representative Lenczewski, thank you. Thank you for the way you run the committee. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank, and I'm sure Chair Lenczewski will do the same in her closing remarks, Pat Dalton, Joe Michael, Nina Manzi, who am I missing? We've got fiscal staff here, around here. The fiscal staff and the nonpartisan tax staff of the Minnesota House of Representatives is second to none. Second to none. They are the A team. And we thank you for the work that you do to make the tax committee work. And as I've said many times, Chair Lenczewski, chairing the tax committee is not chairing a committee, it's an adventure. I've chaired several committees around this House before, and the tax committee is just quite the committee. Well, let's get into the bill just a little bit here. Here we are in the dark of night while Minnesotans sleep. Little do they know that when they wake from their slumber, their pockets will have been picked severely. Read the bill, folks. There's some good things in here. There's some good things in this bill. But when you're taking $2.1 billion more, plus all the fees, that has to come from somewhere. And oh yes, we campaign, and my good friends on the other side of the aisle said, we're just going to stick it to the top 2%. That's it. It won't affect you. Don't worry about it. But that's not what happened here. That's not what is going to happen here. Everybody in this state gets hit. May 20th, 2013, Monday, is a day that will forever be known as Black Monday. We have 382 pages of a Stick It to Minnesota bill, 382 pages of pain is what we have in this bill. We're the fourth highest state, but my golly, we're trying to get to third. We are. What a difference an election makes. We were told the top 2%, promises made, promises broken. The DFL made a big mistake in taxing business, warehouses, and storage. Businesses are not going to stay in Minnesota long enough after this bill is signed into law. Instead, the DFL should be taxing moving vans that will be hauling businesses out of Minnesota to our neighbor states. Levy a tax on those businesses in Moorhead that will be heading to Fargo. Levy a tax on the highways and the exiting the state. Put a booth up on I-94 heading into Hudson. Put a booth up in I-94 heading to Fargo. Put a booth up on I-90 going to Sioux Falls and on I-90 going to La Crosse, Wisconsin. Members, that's what we're doing here. And it saddens me. Tax the top 2%. But yet if you analyze this bill that is full of gimmicks and shifts, you have a bill that raises taxes on the rich about $1 billion and on the poorest of the poor about $1 billion. Now, how do I say that? Well, last year we had a smoking hot tax bill. This year we had one that was cold as ice. This year, I think the final conference report here is just a smoking tax bill. Because it's the smokers, as Representative Zerwas and I had a little discussion here, it's the smokers that are going to pay for it. And what is more regressive than a tax on cigarettes? Well, maybe the tax deductions that have been taken away that increase the cost to corporations, because we all know that corporate taxes are extremely regressive. Because if I'm going to go buy a pack of gum and it costs me an extra nickel in tax to buy that pack of gum, I got a lot of money, folks. Doesn't bother me one little bit. But some poor guy out there, it costs him a lot of money. That's a regressive tax. That's a regressive tax. The DFL is committed to election gimmicks. The conference committee agreed on levy limits. Levy limits. Really? This is amazing. Pretty smart. I'll give it to you on the other side of the aisle. Because what you're going to do is you're going to say, we're going to give you some LGA, and you know what they usually do is they just kind of spend enough to go up so they can kind of keep property tax about even. But you're putting levy limits on them. Talk about a gimmick. You're putting levy limits on them so that when you go into the next election, and I never question your intentions, but could be said, somebody told me, that the reason it's happening is because the property taxes will then be lowered going into the next election. But I would not question intentions whatsoever. Then we have the 9.85% tax on income. Just the top 2%, they can afford it, stick it to them. But let's just do some numbers on what we're paying in taxes right now. 40% to the feds, 39.5. I'll do a little rounding here, if you will. 10% to the state, 9.85. Pretty close where I come from. Both sides of Social Security, about 14, 15%. We're looking at a tax rate in Minnesota now of 64%. Now, not everybody's at that level, I know. But some of us are. And it begs the question, when you're paying 64%, why not just stay home, drink a can of Diet Dew, and watch some soap operas? Might as well. I don't know if you noticed the article, I think it was in Reuters here the other day. Yes, Reuters. Taxes on some wealthy French top 100% of income. Now, how do you do that? Not 100%. Top 100. Get this article. Go to Reuters, get the article. It's amazing. The French wealthy are topping 100% in taxes. Let's get up at 6:30 or 5:30 and let's go milk the cows and make some money. Why not? Because we can give it all to the government. Well, mass migration of the super rich from France to where? Nope. They're going to Switzerland and Singapore. Why? They want to keep some of that evilly earned money. So, we talk about levy limits because we don't believe that our local officials, I happen to believe our local officials can do a good job, because I'll tell you what we did last year, I give a lot of credit to the county commissioners, the school boards, the city council, and township officers for what they did. But now we have levy limits. Let's just go back to a vote of May 4th, 2006, where levy limits have been put on. Representative Atkins, Bernardi, Davney, Dill, Lenczewski, Lesh, Marquardt, and Mullery voted to remove the levy limits. What has happened over just a few short years? Now, it causes me great pain to have to respectfully disagree with my friend from Olmsted, Representative Liebling, when she nearly came to tears a few hours ago about how great this tax bill was for jobs. And I thank Chair Lenczewski for working with me, Representative Liebling, and Norton for the DMC, the Destination Medical Center. That will create a bunch of jobs. A lot of jobs. But when you look at the jobs that will be lost, I'm figuring that this tax bill is probably a wash on jobs. There'll be a whole bunch of them down the southeast. But the smoking hot tax bill that was vetoed last year had more jobs in it than the DMC, building the Viking Stadium, and the bonding bill combined. So yes, I am thankful for that portion. I shouldn't have said 382 pages of pain, because there's about 2 pages on DMC, so there's 380 pages of pain. Because there are some good things in this bill. The upfront capital equipment, Reverend Lenczewski, there are some good things in the bill. I'll give you that. With the DMC, we did some things that really do kind of concern me in there. Now, not the DMC itself, but in this tax bill, we took the Greg Davids good neighbor policy, like a good neighbor, Greg Davids is there, And this is a provision that in a $138.5 million sales tax authorization that the voters of Rochester approved by great numbers, over 60%, there was a small provision in there for $5 million that's sent out to neighboring cities. And 60% of the money going into the Rochester sales tax comes from outside the city limits. I thought, let's see if we can get some buy-in from the surrounding communities. And it worked. We did. 17 communities, for their economic development authorities, were to receive $5 million. The voters of Rochester voted on it and passed it overwhelmingly. But no. What do we do in this tax bill? We say, just wait. You guys in Rochester, you voted overwhelmingly to do something, but we're so smart up in the legislature here that we're going to change a few things. So now the city council has to vote again to authorize this money. Or if they don't, the money goes into the DMC project. Was that really necessary? Was that really good tax policy to take a provision that was signed into law by Governor Dayton and throw it under the bus? Probably not. Representative Norton, thank you for the work you did on DMC. You did a great job. You really did. And I thank you for that. The DMC, Destination Medical Center, Representative Norton was the chief author. I was the number 2 author. I really believe in that project, and I'm very happy, Chair Lenczewski, that we're moving forward with that. That is a great thing for the state of Minnesota. The warehouse tax. One thing I learned around this place, there's certain people you just don't upset. Like your K-12 schools. Probably not the best idea. The farmers in my district, just, don't get them going too. Don't get them upset. That's just not the brightest thing. Don't go after the veterans. Not the brightest thing in the world to do if you want to live long around this place and prosper. But what have we done here with the warehouse issue? Anytime, you can always play the Farm Bureau off the Farmers Union or play the Farmers Union off the Farm Bureau and go home and say, well, I was for this or I was for that, and everybody goes home happy. But I tell you what, on this warehouse thing, you not only have the corn growers and the pork producers, you got the Farm Bureau and the Farmers Union together. Now that's frightening if you think about it for just a second. Now, Representative Lenczewski says, well, it's not till, I think, April 1st of 2014. But folks, the only thing tougher than passing a law around this place is repealing one. The next tax bill will probably be passed in the end of May or mid-May of 2014. This goes into effect, I think it's April 1st of 2014. We have some work to do there. That was a Senate provision that could be extremely, extremely dangerous. It was once said that it's one of the most partisan bills we've ever seen, and folks may want to say that's normal because no one voted for it. That has not been the case in the past. The most recent majority put Republicans on the tax conference committee with no votes from Republicans. Now, not a single member of the minority served to help guide and shape the possible work and possibly work with the governor on a solution on a bill that could become law. So now we are looking at sort of an uber partisan bill, the most uber partisan bill of all time. That was Representative Lenczewski, May 1st of 2012, about the tax bill that the Republicans passed. Now, my good friend Chair Marquardt said that in 2011-12 there was massive tax increases on ag land, $108 million. Holy cannoli, that's a lot of money. What he forgot to tell you, during Chair Marquardt's tenure as Property Tax Division Chair, property taxes on ag land went up $166 million. Homestead property taxes, from the work that the Republicans did in the majority the last 2 years, what he also forgot to tell you is that homestead property taxes went down $56 $7.6 million. And we also forgot to tell the story about how in the smoking hot tax bill we reduced taxes on the CI. Remember that? Commercial industrial? Oh, yeah, but the governor vetoed the smoking hot tax bill. And it was interesting in tax committee this year to see all the things from the smoking hot tax bill come back for hearings. Almost every one of them. And a lot of them are included in this bill that will be named soon. So members, we had smoking hot, we had cold as ice, we had paid for by the smokers. I have to look at this tax bill, and it reminds me of a song from the band from Liverpool, the Beatles. And to my good friend Chair Lenczewski, this comes from Chair Lenczewski. It says, "Let me tell you how it will be. There's one for you, 19 for me. Because I'm the tax woman, yeah, I'm the tax woman. Should 9.85% appear too small, be thankful I don't take it all. Because I'm the tax woman, yeah, I'm the tax woman. If you drive a car, I'll tax the street. If you try to sit, I'll tax your seat. If you get too cold, I'll tax the heat. If you take a walk, I'll tax your feet. Don't ask me what I want it for if you don't want to pay some more, because I'm the tax woman, yeah, I'm the tax woman. Now, my advice for those who die, declare those pennies on your eyes. Because I'm the tax woman, yeah, I'm the tax woman. And you're working for no one but me. Vote no."
The member for Mysanti, the Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know I'm pretty new around here, and I like to think I'm a pretty quick study. But I have to admit, Democrats have made it kind of challenging this session. Saying one thing and doing another. This session, that approach, your approach, was most evident in this tax bill. You said compromise. House Democrats passed $1.4 billion in new permanent taxes. Senate Democrats passed $1.8 billion in new taxes. And the governor brought his tax bill forward totaling $1.8 billion in new taxes. All three came to an agreement of $2 billion in new taxes. And tonight, we've raised it yet even further. We're taking up your compromise bill with $2.1 billion in new taxes. Every single step of the way, your tax increase proposal has grown. You said balance. You're increasing spending over the current biennium in every single budget area. And to pay for it, you're taking $2.1 billion from the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota in every income bracket. You said long-term stability. Your plan splits the currently projected 2016-17 surplus in half. Forecasts show a nearly $800 million surplus in fiscal years 2016 and 17 as a result of the policies that Republicans put in place 2 years ago. Your plan reduces that to less than $400 million. You said you were going to tax the rich. Turns out rich, to you apparently, means that they're breathing. I've got a new word for you. Stop. We can do better. Yes, we're looking at a $627 million deficit, but it's shrinking every day as hardworking Minnesotans succeed and contribute more to this state. 2 years ago, we faced a $5 billion budget deficit. Republicans balanced the state budget by prioritizing spending and implementing innovative reforms, and we did it without raising taxes. Looking back now, after 2 years, we can see that these policies that Republicans put in place have worked. We allowed Minnesota's economy to grow, and we allowed Minnesota's economy to create jobs. That $5 billion budget deficit took a dramatic turnaround and grew into more than a $3 billion budget surplus. What was once 7.5% unemployment rate is now 5.3%. In fact, just last year, 55,000 new jobs were created in Minnesota, and 60,000 Minnesotans took a risk and worked hard to start their own business over the last 2 years. And the best news is, Minnesota's economy continues to improve, and revenues continue to come in higher than projected. But the progress we made over the last 2 years is being threatened by the Democrats' tax everyone budget. Stop. We can do better.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me start with some thank yous. Representative Davids touched on it already, but the amazing nonpartisan staff, Joel Michael, Pat Dalton, Steve Hines, Nina Manzi, the new kid, Andrew Biggerstaff, the fiscal staff, Cynthia Templin and Catherine Schill. Members, anyone who serves on the tax committee knows that it's humbling to have the opportunity to work with these people. They're amazing, they're skilled, they're intelligent, and with me, they're patient. And I would just want to thank all of them, along with the revisor for the tax area, Evan Powell. I don't know that I'd recognize him. I think he's locked in an office doing amazing drafting that hits what needs to be said in the right ways. I also want to take an opportunity to thank Chair Lenczewski for the opportunity to serve with her this year. She carries for this entire body a heavy, heavy load. Representative Drazkowski already thanked her for hearing every bill that was introduced this year. She hears them whether she likes them or not. She thinks about them. She's smart about it. She's thoughtful. She's deeply principled and has just nonstop energy. And bipartisanly, we're very lucky to have Chair Lenczewski, whether you're voting for this bill or not, on the House side of the conference committee. I would not want to be on the other side. So let's take just a minute and look at what her leadership has done. Well, for homeowners, what does it mean? It means increased property tax reform and property tax relief for those Minnesotans. How about 75% of homeowners in the state who claim property tax refunds getting an increase in their property tax? 315,000 Minnesota households getting an increase in property tax relief, an average refund of $212. Notification to 200,000 Minnesotans who qualify for the property tax relief in this bill for the Homestead Credit Refund Program and don't apply. Imagine your government knocking on your door and saying, we've got a check for $1,500 for you. Would you like some of your tax dollars back? That's the leadership that we see here. Are you a renter? Well, we've reformed the renter's credit in ways where 50,000 renters across the state who are struggling with a tightening rental market and increasing rents will get bigger refunds in their renter's credit. An average of $179 for current folks, and for the new filers who qualify, $300 to $400. Going into their pockets, going into Main Street businesses, going into school supplies, going into shoes, going into clothing, and disproportionately going to our elders and disabled. What else does this bill mean? Well, it means investments in innovative preschool programs for kids across the state. And we target those to the lowest income, most challenged kids. We get a return on that investment of $16 for every $1 that we invest. Imagine the opportunity for those kids. All-day kindergarten for every child across the state. A tuition freeze. Minnesota ranks 4th in the nation in the amount of student loan debt that kids leave college with. A freeze on their tuition. That's what you get with this tax bill. Increased public health programs in this bill and across the bill so that Minnesotans are healthier, live longer, richer, better lives. And on it goes. If you want to vote against investments, if you want to vote against Minnesota's future, if you want to vote against opportunities for Minnesotans, by all means vote red on this bill. But if you want to go back to a Minnesota that works with a balanced budget arrived at in public in an honest way, join me in voting green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm not going to repeat everybody that Representative Dabney did because we all just know that they are just so fabulous. I'll just add a couple, and I know Representative Dabney would want me to. Ms. Jensen, Mr. Furness, Ms. Kunish, and GOP staff, Mr. Rubis. All these people, as we all know, have been so incredible to all of us. I do want to thank once again the conferees, Representative Benson, Representative Anzels, Representative Dabney, and Representative Norton. But I do want to take a second. You just heard Representative Dabney, and it has been such an honor to work with him this year as the property tax chair. And he is so well suited for what this bill looks like because knowing K-12 financing was a tremendous benefit to the conference committee since the Senate was very interested in it, and his expertise in property taxes served us well. Representative Davids, thank you always, and Representative Torkelson for taking it to us a little bit, and we appreciate that so much. And all the members of the tax committee, really, thank you. I want to thank Majority Leader Murphy for her leadership for our caucus, and Speaker Thiessen for allowing me to serve as the tax chair. Also, of course, Minority Leader Dowd. He's also one who keeps me honest here. But Senator Bach has worked very hard with our caucus, and I want to thank him, and of course Governor Dayton and all of his staff and Commissioner Franz. So folks have really been wonderful. I do want to remind everybody that we can anticipate that there are provisions in technical provisions as these bills come together, and members who are more senior understand that, and we ask the reviser staff to make those changes as we go forward with clarifying language. Simply put, I understand that taxes divide us philosophically, and I hope you know I respect all of you, and I respect everyone on my side who feels a little bit differently about how the state should go forward. We will see how people feel about that, and we'll see over time how the Minnesota economy reacts. I think it's just a fundamental difference, and we can all respect each other with that. We are willing to invest. There is no glee and joy in doing the difficult work of raising revenue to balance our budget without gimmicks, pay for the things we believe in, solve the deficit, and pay back our schools. So I hope with mutual respect here we can understand we do have a difference here tonight, but with all respect and joy in working on this with all of you bipartisanly, even though we can't quite agree on it, I would urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 65 nays, the bill is passed as amended, repassed as amended by conference, and its title agreed to. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a recess to the call of the chair. DFL members will meet in caucus room 217 for a very brief caucus.
Representative Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GOP members will meet in our caucus room immediately following the recess.
Representative Murphy, on the Murphy motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The House stands in recess to the call of the chair.